Yeah, that does make sense. That very well could, because the amount of people that are going there to watch covers too, they're probably not going to be dedicated fans. They're going to be like, oh, cool, there's a different version of this, and they probably look up like 20 different versions of covers of that song. You know, just some people do that. I actually do that. I'll look up different covers.
Oh man, so you just went live on my I had your stream open.
Oh yeah.
On another tab, so there was two of you all of a sudden. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
That makes sense.
I've done that. It's just Hungry Covers.
That makes sense. Yeah, it probably is people that just like, maybe they want you to be more of a mystery.
And then this is weird. So I'm on Hungry Potus now, just to take a look at what's going on that channel, right? Mm-hmm. And I went live apparently on November 6th. It says one video published on Hungry Potus.
Oh, okay.
And it says test stream. I don't see it anywhere on my channel. Apparently I did a test and it was unlisted. It was never put on my channel or anything. And I went up 16 subscribers out of nowhere. So I'm like, I went live and went up 16 subscribers, but I didn't post any content. There's no way anyone could have saw that. It's like, what? How is that just a weird coincidence?
I don't know. That's strange. Huh. But you don't even remember going live on there?
I remember I see it. Yeah, it's unlisted. It says test stream, November 6th. What did I test? What is this? It's literally the end of Red Light, the vocal video I did for Red Light. It's the end of that where I'm laughing, but there's no sound, and it's 6 seconds long. No comments, no views, no thumbs up. I streamed this apparently on November 6th and gained 16 subscribers.
Huh.
This makes no sense at all. Watch, that's the video. That's the one that got my channel.
Right?
It's that one because I didn't know about it.
Wait, did Hungry Potus get hit?
That one's not monetized.
Oh, okay.
I lost monetization of that channel like 4 years ago because I didn't have enough watch hours because I didn't upload to it for like a year. So it just
okay. I was gonna say, of all the channels to not get hit, how could it have not been that one?
I know that one. No, this one, nothing's monetized. Like, okay. I can't even do super chats on that channel. Like, it's just, I think if I went back to uploading once a day, I would meet the requirements and be able to monetize it, but I just don't upload enough on that channel. I think I should be able to now, actually, because I've been uploading like twice a month on that channel.
Man,
thousands of views. How do you check? I don't even remember.
That's a good question. Let's see.
Oh no, I don't have it.
Huh.
It says I have the subscribers, and it says, oh, I need 4,000 public watch hours, and I only have 1,700. So I don't have
really?
Watch hours. Yeah.
How do you not have enough watch hours on that channel with 26K subs there?
No, so this channel only has 7,300.
Oh, 7,000. Okay.
But still, that's more than enough.
That's way more than enough. That's way more than my channel.
I don't know. They don't like this channel. I need 4,000, and I don't even have half.
I guess not.
It's weird because some of the my Suicide Silence reaction has 122K views.
Huh?
How is that not enough?
That's interesting. How could that not possibly be enough? How many minutes is your video?
Which one?
The one that has that amount of views on it.
Oh, the Suicide Silence one. That's a 12-minute video.
Okay, yeah. There's no excuse there unless people clicked on and clicked off immediately.
No,
even that should add up.
It has a lot of dislikes because I said I like the song.
Oh man, what? I don't see why people care about that.
That's my favorite. I want to make I'm going to start uploading reactions on Hungry Potus, but every time I do reactions, I intentionally don't react to the thing people think that I'm going to react to. So it's
nice.
like, here's a song, react to it, and I'll just like make fun of the singer the whole time, but not his voice. So like the Suicide Silence one, I'm like, why does he look like a caterpillar? And I just like keep making fun of the way the singer looks, and I almost never address the music.
That is awesome. Oh man, that's really funny. Actually, you should do that to Trapped and see how they react.
Oh, do they have any new music out there? Actually, I know. I saw. Have you following Jared Dines?
Oh yeah, without a
You
doubt.
see, Trapped got banned, I think, from Facebook because of hate speech.
That's not surprising. Dude, they're so freaking, like, there's one thing where I don't really agree with banning people for hate speech, but then it's like, Trap just, the
No,
way they
that
just
dude is a
insult people,
bully.
it's like, yeah, no joke. I'm like, why are you such a dick, dude? Like, why are you so mean to people?
He's never been mean to me.
Not yet, anyway. Not until you start
What?
reacting to them.
I mean, hey, I covered their song.
That's true. Did he ever comment on that?
I don't think so.
Wow, so he only wants to comment on the negative stuff, apparently.
I mean, it makes sense.
He did comment on my channel, though.
Wait, what did he say?
He called me and what did he call me? Let me bring that video up.
Wait, what's his name? I might go. I kind of want to see if he did leave a comment and I just missed it.
I put I think he said something like, I have only like 545 views. I think, let me click on it real quick. I think he ended up saying like that nobody watches that, or no wonder your video or your channel doesn't do well. What was it that he said? Where is he? Oh, he didn't comment on my channel. He commented on Twitter.
Okay.
To my video. And he, oh man, I don't even know if I can find it. Because I comment a lot of crap on Twitter.
That's the other reason I don't use Twitter. So I'm looking in my comment section. What's his name? Chris Taylor Brown?
Yeah, Chris Taylor Brown. Chris, you know, the Taylor version of the woman beater.
No, I don't think he commented. But I mean, why would he? I didn't diss the band. I was just like, hey, I mean, that's how I met you. I was like, I just like Trap,
exactly.
I'm
yeah,
like, everyone's like, oh, there's all this stuff going on with Trap right now, and I'm like, I just want to cover the song.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I was like, man, they're what did I even say? I said something along the lines
shoot.
And then I was like, I hope I didn't come across as a dick though. I wasn't trying to put you down for him or anything like that.
No, it was really funny. I can't find it, but I know I had covered this song probably months before that stuff started. It was just on reserve. I was gonna release it way later because I film all my stuff in bulk, and then I saw just Trap was blowing up, and I was like, I have to put it out now, and now it's gonna look like I'm hopping on the Trap train.
You're right. It wouldn't surprise me though if he was just like watched your video and the only thing he could think to say is like, this isn't a true cover to my testament. This isn't what I sound like, or some stupid shit like that.
I thought about it. I was like, I think the only thing bad he'd have to say if he watched my cover would be like, oh yeah, you needed the original. You needed my voice in the background so that you didn't sound like shit.
Something like that. It's like, God damn, dude.
I didn't diss them. Or I'm like, why would he come on my video? Like, I just wanted to sing the song because I like it.
It would just be funny to be like, well, I was a fan of you. What the hell, man? Like,
I don't know. I would be honored. I'm one of those guys. If I made a cover and the guy came on my channel and was like, this sucks, I'd be like,
right.
He commented.
I found the date, so I know it's September 22nd. So I'm scrolling down to find it. I want to see the comment because it's funny. It was really funny. It was just like, come on, man. I was like, take a little bit of criticism there.
I don't know.
But man, you read all his comments on Jared's channel, though, right?
I read most of them. As soon as I saw that, I went to that thread and was just reading, and I was like, he is ruthless.
Right? It was so funny, though. I was laughing. I was like, this is really funny.
He was taking no prisoners. It was like every single person that commented, he would at them and just be like, yeah, well, this is what real music looks like, and you couldn't do it even if you dream. And the next person comments, oh, is that what you think? I wouldn't expect no less from you. Like, he was just like, boom, 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 boom. Like, that's why I really, like, I'm like, he's got to be trolling. There's no way this is real.
Exactly. Yeah, and, to a degree, it's like, yeah, I probably, like, there's no way you could be getting that mad. And then I remembered, what's his name exists, of Creed.
Scott Stapp.
Scott Stapp, yeah.
I love. Did you hear there might be getting back together for a reunion?
Yeah, I did hear about that.
I'm so excited. Creed's one of my favorite bands.
Man, he went off the deep end though. Like,
no, I watched the whole documentary about it.
Oh
He
man,
got really into drinking and drugs, and he started like literally went crazy and thought the government was like stealing money from him and shit. And then once he like got help and got sober, like he's fine now.
Oh my God, that's what happened. Oh, you're gonna love this. Okay, here, I'm sending this to you. Okay.
Oh, all right. Apple skin. I never would have guessed.
Yeah, I had like 3 Twitter accounts just banned. The first one was banned because I said terrorism was bad. And then the second one was banned because they found my IP.
Just show that they have no views.
Well, no. It was after. So I shared the video. If you look at the one below, I shared the video. And he commented on my video, why even do a video if no one is going to watch it? At least people watch Dines. Oh, it's Slipknot that I said wasn't very big. And, he goes through that whole thing. So, he ends up trashing me. Why is...
Yeah, of course. I'll play. We have more followers than them on Pandora. Like, who uses Pandora?
Exactly. And then, so I went to their YouTube channel, and I found that they don't have any views on a video. And so I was like, the irony. You're going to sit there and trash me for not having views. And then you have a video with legit no views.
This guy's trolling. He's trolling. He's just bored. You like the dot at the end of it. I never tweet at any of you unless you mention me.
Right.
Right. And then like surprise. Oh, and I only respond to you nerds who hated high school. Like that's me. If I was just like got drunk and was just like, I'm just gonna fuck. Like, oh, dude, your voice sucks, and you're never gonna be a god like me. Like I'm just the most preposterous things. Just to trigger people, and then as soon as they respond, I'd be like, "Yeah, well, you got a big nose and you look like a trash monkey," and just like, like that's what it seems like. It seems like he's just like doing shots and just cracking up like the whole time. And he's like, people are getting mad at us.
Oh no, I didn't chop my hair off, Bearing. Man, you
I asked the
what's
same
happened?
question.
Yeah,
haircut and like not like you just put your
What is going on with Discord here?
Wait, something's happening with Discord?
Yeah, you're all like fuzzy.
I'm fuzzy?
It's probably on my end.
I did get a haircut, so the sides and the back are a little fuzzy.
Yeah, I'm the cooler Tim Pool now, right?
You're fine over here.
You're starting to come back. You're just pixelated. What is going on? Discord? Come on. It's because we're talking about Trapped and Discord can't handle it. It's too much. It's too much.
That's probably because what if Chris Brown owns Discord? So he's like, no, not on my server. Not on my server.
We both like, man. What's up with every Chris? Okay, I shouldn't say that because I actually have an acquaintance that's named Chris Brown, and yeah, he can go 0 to 60 pretty quick. So I won't say he would beat a woman, but he can be really hot-headed. Yeah, it's just Chris Browns out there. All Chris Browns like to beat women. Endorse that.
You kind of look like Tim Pool.
I should just completely.
I had to look it up, and I was like,
What would I could name myself Tim Tool, and just be his ripoff counterpart there. Yeah, that'd be a good way to do that. Man, this video. What is going on?
What, I'm still fuzzy?
Yeah, everything's still getting in. The audio's kind of clipping in and out. I wonder if I should.
That might be on your end.
Yeah.
Over here, like you look fine. You sound fine.
Huh. Let me.
I'd assume if it was my internet, I wouldn't be able to hear you, right?
Probably. Let me disconnect real quick, and I'll connect right back in. And then pop out, and then in, and yeah, nice, good. Oh man, it just froze right on that face for a second.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, what's going on? Yeah, it's still a bad connection.
What if I disconnect and come back?
Okay, we'll try that. Oh. Okay. Oh, that's a lot better looking.
Cool.
Oh yeah, no, that fixed it. Huh. I don't know, that's strange.
I
Discord.
don't know.
Oh man. But yeah, we need to you know, you and Bearing need to end up having a talk together sometime. Like
Yeah, I binge watched a bunch of his videos after that first stream. Oh, he's a funny guy.
He's ridiculously hilarious and really good, really good artist.
Wait, does he do his own art?
I mean, like a musician.
Oh, I thought you meant like the drawings, because I know he's got like the what is it called? Yeah, what's they called when you're not on camera but you've got that on camera?
That's a good question. Like just being anonymous, or
no? There's like a specific word. It's not a you know that movie?
Or like a persona?
Kind of, but no.
Oh
man, this is gonna drive me crazy. There's a whole movie, like Surrogate. You know that movie?
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Surrogate.
It's like this is you, but it's not you. You're just using this to portray you.
I see. Wait, I think a surrogate is somebody who gets pregnant by someone else and then like has the kid for them, or something like that, isn't it?
That's a surrogate mother. What is
gotcha.
Surrogate?
I wonder what a surrogate father would be like.
Yeah, surrogate is just one that takes the place of another.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So it's like, yeah, I think that's the word. So it's like he's doing the audio, but like kind of the bear drawing is like the surrogate. So it's like you're looking at the bear instead of looking at like a video of him.
Gotcha. So he's a surrogate.
Yeah, I think. Which is
like
cool.
that.
Like a bunch of people do it, and it's really cool. I kind of want to do it.
Bearing says the VTuber.
VTuber? Who's that?
Like, I guess that would be the term, maybe, or you're not a VTuber. Those guys get their mouths and shit to move their voice. Oh, that. I see what you're saying. Those things, yeah. Those things are kind of neat. YouTube doesn't like them, though, for some reason. Maybe it's just because...
Like the little anime girls, and they're like,
yeah.
Those are so cool.
But those are real people, and you have it go over your face. And whenever you're talking to the microphone and moving, the thing does it for you. Like the avatar
like
moves.
The Facebook filters.
Kinda, yeah. Except they have like an app for it. I don't know. I think YouTube doesn't like them because like anonymity or something. Like pretty much. Yeah, it's like I don't know, it's weird to them. I don't know. YouTube has their freaking... They need to stop throttling in general and let things be. We need to free the flat earthers. Oh, man. Because they're hilarious. Like, have you seen their Facebook page?
The Flat Earthers?
Yeah, the Flat Earth Society.
I didn't know they had a Facebook page.
Oh, yeah. Well, at least they did. I don't know if it's gone there now or not.
The whole thing was a meme, to be honest with you. Like,
no, there are legit Flat Earthers out there. Like, I know a few. Honestly, I live in Oklahoma. This is conspiracy territory. Like, it's crazy. They used to call it Native American territory, but now it's just conspiracy territory. It's ridiculous.
Okay, so these flat earthers, hypothetically, if you got them to do like around the world in 80 days in a hot air balloon, what would be their explanation for that?
That's a good question. They had did you hear about the flat earther that launched himself in that homemade rocket and killed himself? You haven't seen that?
No.
Oh, that was like I think that was in Texas.
Video of it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's the full video. Yeah, you can see the full video.
Oh, it's probably not on YouTube, huh?
That I think it might be. It was only like 8 months ago.
Flat earther launches himself.
Yeah.
To death.
Pretty much.
Man launches himself in self-made rocket to prove flat earth theory. Why is that on YouTube? If he dies, why is it on YouTube?
Oh yeah, it flat out kills him. His parachute like shot out immediately, so there was just no parachute to come back down with, so he just hit the ground. Yeah.
He got some distance.
He got a little bit. He did not get anywhere near enough, though. I don't know what the hell his calculation was, but man, that thing... Only 13 people? Yeah. I'm a small boy.
He pulled two... Wait, yeah, what's up with his parachute? He's falling so fast?
Yeah. Yeah, it came out at launch. So the parachute was already out.
So he launched himself into space. Like, here's what I want to know. This guy was smart enough to make a homemade rocket, but
Yeah.
not smart enough to like calculate this. Like,
Right. Well, he used flat Earth theory to calculate. So
how did he? So hypothetically, if he went into space, how would he get back?
I think, actually, I don't think he was supposed to get to space. I think he was supposed to get right up to the atmosphere to see the curvature of the Earth. He was going to prove and take pictures to prove there was no curvature. And then he was going to lightly fall back down with the parachute.
Did he have like a breathing apparatus?
No.
Wait, how? I'm so confused. So just hypothetically, he goes up high enough to be able to take pictures and not get like crushed.
Pretty much.
Like, what was his plan?
Well, we see the result of what his plan was, at least. I don't know what he was thinking at the time, but we do know now he is definitely way flatter than the Earth could ever possibly be. So
I really want someone to explain what is like the. I thought we were past this. Like, I thought we figured out the Earth wasn't flat, like in like 14 something when Columbus.
Oh, so the flat
did
Earth
his
theory
thing.
thing actually is pretty crazy. It involves the government. It's a huge globalist government cover up, and like the sky itself isn't actually like outer space. It is like all electronic, like crazy, like
Okay, they watched the Truman
futuristic-y.
Show a couple too many.
Yeah,
times.
yeah. I mean, it's okay. So pretty much their exact theory pretty much is Truman Show. It's pretty much that.
Wow, they're basing like I don't understand.
Yeah,
And
it's
why is this like linked? Why in his video is there a thing that links to Wikipedia and describes it?
because they want to. YouTube is very against the flat Earth theory, and it's just like, look, man, it's just fun. Like, let these people believe this crap.
YouTube's against flat Earth theory, but but they're all about like they'll. I don't get it.
Well, so somebody died for flat Earth theory, and YouTube's like, yeah. They're like, that's what you get for being flat Earthers. But God forbid something else happens in their views.
Yeah, you try to say, hey, there's still a chance Trump could win, and then they slap on your video. The media has announced that Biden is president, and this is the end of it. Stop talking about it. But guy kills himself to prove flat Earth theory, and they're just like, idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
like,
God.
that's pretty much YouTube these days. Like, they're fine with it whenever, it goes in their favor. Which, oh man, yeah, flat Earth theory is hilarious to me. I know a few guys that are super flat earther, and it's so funny because I'm just like, so, how do we make it around the world? And he goes, you haven't. You didn't. You all hadn't made it far enough to hit the ice wall. I was like, no, people legit have flown around the world.
What is the ice wall?
So apparently there's an ice wall on both sides of the planet here to keep people from leaving.
To keep the White Walkers
I guess so.
Down from the north?
Pretty much. No, but my point about this was them being on Facebook, right? You know what their slogan was accidentally? They're like, this is the official Flat Earth Society. Come welcome all the flat earthers that are around the globe. And it was like, hey guys, you got a little problem
around the map,
right? It's like, I think y'all have a little bit of a problem here, around the globe, huh?
That is very interesting. I thought we were past this.
Yeah, it's a crazy like Area 51 cover-up scheme thing. I can't believe that we are doing this either. I don't know. Like, the government can control us with a round Earth just as easy as they can with a flat Earth. You know what I mean? I don't.
That kind of rips apart the whole conspiracy.
Pretty much. It's like, does the Earth have to be flat? If the Earth wasn't flat, the government couldn't control us. Are you sure about that? Like,
Like,
yeah,
it's
just
like a science fiction movie.
It's almost like I would actually attend the Church of oh God, what is Scientology before I'd entertain like actual flat Earth like theory.
Are these
like-
the same? Like, you know that guy on YouTube? I can't remember. He's a flat earther, I think, and he like only eats like raw meat and stares at the sun.
How long has he been staring at the sun for?
A long time.
Huh. That's interesting.
I'm gonna ask.
How
I'm
is
gonna
he
ask-
not blind yet?
I'm gonna ask Derek, my guitarist. From Tala. He's the guy who showed him to me.
Are you sure you're not thinking of the movie Men Who Stare at Goats?
I'm positive. He'll know. I just said, who is that guy who eats raw chicken and stares at the sun?
He eats raw chicken and stares at the sun. That guy has had to have had the shits more than once.
I don't know. And then, oh man, I just learned about this the other day. Those people, they're like the flat earthers. They're the same ones. The people who think that we're a binary star system.
Oh,
and that
right,
there's actually two suns. What?
Yes.
What?
That's flat Earth theory.
Are those the same people?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the same crap. Wait, maybe there's something to that raw chicken staring at the sun theory. Maybe whenever he's looking at the sun, it cooks the chicken.
It's possible.
Maybe that's how he avoids the food poisoning. There's no way that could, like, eating raw chicken, like, that would kill you at some
like
point.
Salmonella.
Exactly.
Let me just type it in YouTube. Guy who eats raw chicken.
That is...
Stares at the sun. All right, it's not any of these guys. I'll know him when I see him. He has a very unique face. Oh, is this him? Shiverge? This is him. I'm going to link it to you. I'm going to link you his
hell
channel.
yeah. Let's take a look at this.
He's a weird-looking guy. 88,000 subscribers.
88,000 subscribers to eat raw chicken? I might do it. I mean, why not? Well, let's see.
He's got an accent, and he has, like, I'm pretty sure he's a flat earther. I think he's the first person. Like, I thought it was just this one guy, and I thought he was doing it for the meme. He's the first time I heard the whole flat earth theory thing. It was this guy, and he's like, you see, and trying to, like, write it down and explain it. Yeah, look at this video. 1 year ago, 61K views, eating 1.5-year-old rotten chicken.
Oh, rotten chicken.
It's even worse. And then he's got another one right after that. What I eat in a day, raw animal organs.
Why? Why also does he look like Lars Ulrich? Oh, okay, eating a 1-year-old egg. That's not as bad. I think eggs can actually stay good for a long time. I don't know how long it takes eggs to rot, but I know they have a long shelf life. Ex-vegan, 3 years. The more I ate, the more weight I lost. He's debunking something.
Yeah, he debunks vegans.
Eating 8-month-old veal brain. Come on, don't eat brain, dude. Like, that's the #1 golden rule. Like, if you don't want to die and get diseases.
Can't you get, like, brain worms and stuff if you eat someone else's brain or something like that?
I think it can give you pretty much the equivalent of what's, like, mad cow disease. If you eat brains and stuff. Yes. Yeah.
It's coming back to me, and you get, like, the shakes and freaking go nuts.
Exactly. It's really bad. It's because there's a certain protein you're not supposed to eat that breaks down something in you.
I traveled with it.
That is, what the hell? Who gave him this?
He's nuts.
Wow.
And then I'm scrolling down. I'm trying to find. Oh, here we go. Here's one from a year ago. Eating raw chicken and at a vegan Sunday market in Los Angeles.
Oh, what I ate in a day, 4+ years of raw meat. This guy's an asshole. Oh.
Eating raw beef liver at a cafe. Like, this is just what this guy does. He eats raw meat and he stares at the sun.
This guy's like, Jesus is not coming to save you. Well, yeah, why would he? You're killing yourself. I would stop trying to save you. No, it's, what the hell? He's actually with, there's no way, like, that's his girlfriend. Because there's no way she's kissing that mouth. And not somebody else's behind the scenes. Like, I wouldn't kiss somebody that is eating raw meat.
He's wearing a shirt that says, go vegan and die.
That's a pretty cool shirt, though. I don't know. I'm not against vegans. I just hate it whenever they're like, you're not vegan. It's like, no, is that a problem?
Oh man, I I was talking to a friend of mine about veganism because I was a vegetarian for 6 years and I stopped in 2018. And he pointed out how interesting it is because it's like not enough people go vegan or vegetarian for them to stop killing the animals.
Yeah.
So it's like now that people are going vegan and vegetarian, they're still killing the same amount of animals to package for meat, but now less people are buying the meat. So now the animal died for nothing
Right.
because you're not eating it. It's just like, what do you mean you're helping the animals?
Exactly. That's like what was it that I shared? There was like there was an activist community for the PETA. It was PETA. They ended up saving like some like 4,000 baby turtles in captivity or something like that and releasing them to like the lake or something like that. And they were like saltwater turtles and it killed them all. And I was like, thanks, PETA. Really doing God's work there.
There's a lot of lack of logic. There were these, I don't think it was PETA. There was another group of activists. They went and they cleaned up all this trash from the ocean. And then they brought all that trash to a landfill to try, help clean up stuff.
Yeah.
And the landfills are getting so big that all the trash in the landfills, they put it on a barge and they go dump it in the ocean. So it's like you didn't do anything. Like you just
awesome.
Moved it back to the landfill and then they put it back in the ocean again.
Oh my God, that's freaking hilarious. Yeah, they could have, you know what they could have done? They could have like dug out a pit and put it in a fire. And that would have at least done more, but they didn't want to hurt the environment, I guess.
They didn't want to make the hole in the ozone layer bigger.
Right, exactly. Did you see Alex Jones' thing on that? That burning coal actually is really good for the ozone? Because it's putting...
What?
Yeah, so he's talking about clean burning coal. Apparently we have it here in the United States, and any coal that's not clean, the kind of pollutants that make smog and stuff are like mercury and other impurities in coal. But we have like filters and stuff that are on our factories. But when China burns it all off and stuff, they don't have any of that stuff. They just burn it all up and let it all go up into the air, which is why they're covered in smog and stuff. Mm-hmm. But apparently the clean burning coal we have here, though, all it does is just burn off CO2, which is what they're all saying is bad, I guess. Now, of course, this is his theory, too, and I kind of tend to agree with it because it's like, we're increasing our CO2 levels, and it probably is creating greenhouse gases, creating a warming effect. But at one point, the CO2 levels were like 500 times what it was here, and that allowed for big, huge green lush plants and dinosaurs. Mm-hmm. So it's like, we're nowhere near that level. Like, I don't know why we're so worried, because it's like...
Yeah.
The worst case scenario, we start getting gigantic plants and dinosaurs.
Huge spiders?
Huge spiders, stuff like that. But no, I think we could probably make sure that doesn't happen. That would take millions of years, I would think, to start for things to evolve that far.
That's one of the things about, what do they call, the climate change. That's one of the things I noticed about that. So I read this whole article about how there were these like scientists that were drilling into those like ancient glaciers to get like CO2 levels, right? And it was like every like X amount of years, it's like the world, because you know how the world isn't rotating like on a perfect axis and it's not a perfect sphere. So it's like every certain amount of years.
Yeah, it's about
Yeah, because you know how the world's flat. No, but it's like it's on a tilted accent, and it's more of like a, what's the word when it's not a perfect sphere? It's like an oval.
It's like a not bladed. Starts with a B. Almost like boobs, because those aren't quite perfect either. Oblique? Is it oblique or oblate?
Maybe. Jesus. So it's like every X amount of years. I can't remember the number because I read this years ago, but it's
oblate,
like because of. Yes.
Okay.
So because of that, actually, I don't know if it's oblate either.
Yeah, it's oblate spheroid.
Okay. So it's like every X amount of years, because of that tilt and because of the shape, when the sun like goes around, it's slightly closer to the sun than it was like for X amount of years.
Yeah.
So the carbon levels go up, and it's been happening like before we had technology, back in the dinosaurs. Like they drilled way down, and we're basically like this like happens like every X amount of years, like at the same time.
Oh,
And
yeah.
we're currently in that time period right now. So it's like carbon levels went up. It's
Absolutely.
crazy.
Yeah, it's we do get closer and closer and further away from the sun in certain parts of the Earth's rotation. And yeah, we probably are in the point where we're getting a little closer to the sun and things are going to heat up. Yeah, it's
I'm ready for it. Winter's coming too soon.
exactly. Oh my god, winter is coming too soon. I bet it's a lot colder where you're at though than where I'm at right now.
Oh, let me check what it is right now. I think it's like 24.
24, good god. I think it's like 50 degrees here right now. We just had huge storms come through.
That's the wrong app.
Temperature? It's like 9 o'clock. 9:30, 9:11. Oh, it's 9/11. Happy 9/11, guys.
It's 26 right now.
26. Holy crap.
Yeah, I don't like the cold. I don't know why.
Let's see. It is 54 for me. Yeah, we had all these storms just blow through. Luckily, no naders. Oh, my camera's not wanting to see that, is it? Maybe it's too bright.
No, it's too bright.
Too bright. There we go. Yeah, all that
What
stormage.
Is that?
Oh, that's storm. All the storms blowing through in Oklahoma. I made it a little too dark, I think. Okay, maybe there's a sweet spot there. There we go.
Your camera doesn't do the thing. Whoops.
Oh, autofocus? I turned the autofocus off.
Ooh. And it just like, whoop. How come you turned the autofocus off?
It was annoying the crap out of me because it kept going out of focus. It's this Logitech C920.
Logitech C920, is that what I have?
Is yours the 10? One? Oh, no. It's not the 4K. The 4K would be nice. I have the 1080p one.
Oh, I got the 4K one from Rob. It's a great story. You want to hear it?
Yes, I do.
So he bought the 4K camera so that he could stream on his channel with it and have better quality, and he couldn't get it to work. And I was like, I might just be your computer. Let me like bring it back to my house and I'll test it and see if it works on my computer. And it did. Mm-hmm. And so he was like, yeah, just keep that one. I bought another one anyway. So I just got a free 4K camera.
Nice. That's awesome. Dang, tell Rob I would love a 4K camera. What is the ones Red or something like that, whatever Red is.
Oh wait, the not the freaking like $10,000.
Yeah, they're like $10,000. Be like, hey Rob, I'd like one of those now.
I don't even know if he has one of those. Hey, Jesus Christ is in the chat.
Hey, let's see. Tell Justin to not burn my Christmas present I got him.
Oh, I'm burning it, and then I'm pooping on it, and I'm sending you the ashes in a box. He's gonna get me these socks that say like I don't give a hoot or something like that.
What the hell? That's awesome. That's such a random, awesome gift. I thought it was gonna be like marijuana or something like that, and be like, don't burn it.
Oh, can you imagine?
Right?
Because I don't like marijuana. So if somebody if you gave me like hemp socks and I tried to burn them and I'm just like, like that would be a really good joke.
Oh man, that's funny.
That would be a pretty good joke.
Jeez, that oh man. So I guess we ought to talk about what YouTube is doing and their crazy stuff for the most part. So when it comes to your channel, anyway, we'll probably start with that one. And man, so they never really did tell you what it was, but now you have an idea of what.
I have. Oh, there are two Jesus Christs in the chat.
Jesus Christ! So one loves marijuana, and holy crap, are they both him or?
No, the one that's all caps. I have no idea who that is. The other one is a friend of mine.
Okay. Oh, okay. So he is a friend of yours because he comments about how gay you are all the time.
He does?
All the time.
Oh, he's making shit up.
All the time. It's funny. Almost every comment, actually.
Him and I have a love-hate relationship. Back when I had my old channel, he found me from a cover I did of Dig, and him and I got into a pretty big argument, and nobody won, and then we just became friends after that. And it's been like, I want to say, like 6 years, maybe 7 years.
Nice. Well, that's cool as hell.
But yeah, so YouTube, they never told me. They still haven't told me what I've done wrong. Um, I could pull up the email actually and tell you what they told me.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
I made an assumption based on my analytics. I don't know if it's true, but it makes more sense to me.
Let's
But
see
for all
if.
I know, I could have just got in trouble. I could have just got randomly targeted too. So here's the support thing. Um, they basically told me they were gonna get back to me with an update as soon as they have more to share. And the guy, Dexter, he and I were talking about how I was like, why am I ad restricted? Why is my whole channel ad restricted? Because a lot of these videos, like the Uriah Sent, there's no swears, there's no profanity, and it's just a static image of my album cover. I'm like, this should not be ad restricted. And he comes back to me and he says, your re-review request cannot set to allow advertisements because it contains extreme inappropriate languages that are above brand safety thresholds. To quote our advertiser-friendly content guidelines, content that contains frequent uses of strong profanity or vulgarity throughout the video may not be suitable for advertising. Occasional use of profanity, such as in music videos, won't necessarily result, blah, 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 blah. So based off of that, I was like, that sounds like somebody reported my Scream tutorial because I say the N-word in it, even though I'm biracial. So I'm like,
Gotcha.
that sounds like somebody reported that. But I come back and I say to him, like, but why is my entire channel ad restricted, not just
Right.
that one video? And he just ran around in a circle. He just says, I hear your concern. Sorry to hear about the monetization of your videos. We have a dedicated team of human reviewers that reviewed your videos, plural.
Right.
They are also the same team of human reviewers whom I've asked to review your videos again. Why would you ask them to review them again if they fucked up the first time? Get a different team. And then he said, unfortunately, I don't have any other information to provide other than what I already shared. I'm afraid the decision is final. Thanks for understanding. And let us know if you have any other questions and concerns. And I was like, oh, I have tons of questions and concerns. And he just kind of
Yeah.
kept sending the other email. So I'm like, all right, either somebody reported my video and they demonetized or ad restricted my entire channel,
Right.
or I did something on a stream. So when I looked at my analytics, I was just making, like how they have the RPM, like how much you're making like per day or whatever. It was like $1 to $2, and then it jumps down to 20 cents and stays that low. So I'm like, because at first I was wondering, I was like, did I get ad restricted because I did a video promoting OnlyFans? And then I was like, no, because I uploaded that on the 13th and this happened on the 5th and I streamed on the 31st. And I did not delete that stream until like maybe the 2nd, I think. So it looks like that stream, that specific stream is 14 hours long and I did do all the things that they said. But at the same time, it's like, wouldn't that just do that to that one channel? Why is my entire channel ad restricted? Like
Right.
I did something that put me on a blacklist. And they will not say that to me. They will not tell me exactly what video violated their terms. All they're saying is that a video caused this, and now they reviewed my videos, plural, and they're saying all of them have that.
Gotcha. Well, that's so what's interesting to me about it, right? So, how many videos are demonetized and how many are limited state?
So they're all limited. The only ones that are demonetized are 2 of them because I don't own the copyright. One of them is the
Okay.
Tala video for Red Light. The label owns the copyright, so I can't monetize it. And the other one
Okay.
was that Sumerian Records contest that I entered. They own the copyright to that one as well.
Gotcha.
Everything else is ad limited now.
So everything's ad limited, and now what I find interesting about it is whenever you actually requested review for it, it did end up saying on there something like, our human reviewers found that this is an inappropriate video due to extreme language and
Yes,
stuff.
and that's what I was concerned about. That's why I
Yeah.
was like, I might leave YouTube because I was like I could show you right now on the
Yeah.
stream what's going on. So check this out. Say I go on YouTube and say I go to my channel. Where is it? How do I make a video from my phone?
That's a good question.
I was just doing it. Oh, the plus. So say I say upload a video and record. So say I flip it to myself, right? And I
Yeah.
just go, oh man, I love puppies and I love doggies and I love to sit on the hills and just watch frogs jump into the lake on a sunny day. What a fantastic thing to do. Hooray, YouTube is amazing. Biden's president. Woo! So say I do that. Everything's totally in line, right?
Right.
Then I say next, I upload it. I'll upload it as unlisted, and we'll just let that upload for a second.
Gotcha. Yeah,
But you'll see, no one is manually reviewing these videos.
I could tell you're uploading because your internet seems to have taken a hit. You must be on Wi-Fi.
My phone is. I'm connected. I'm on Ethernet.
Oh, no, that's what I mean. Your phone must be on Wi-Fi.
Oh, yeah.
And now it's done uploading, isn't it?
Hopefully, I would imagine so.
That's crazy. Yeah, because as soon as wow, that's crazy. Yeah, as soon as it stopped, you came back fully.
So let's see.
Now it'll probably be processing for a while because YouTube is. I don't know what's up with that.
It's done.
Oh, it's just completely done. Wow.
Let me. If I share my screen, can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it. I can double click that too.
So you see how all these are ad limited?
Yeah.
And now this one says off. Now watch this. If I just hit on, next, it doesn't have any of this, right? No inappropriate language, no adult content, no violence, no shocking content, harmful drug-related content, hateful, firearms, nothing. Nothing at all. None of the above. Submit. And now watch this. Watch what happens. See how it says on right now? That's gonna change. If it doesn't, I'm gonna be pissed.
Right.
Oh, it changed to checking. Oh man. Watch it. Watch they got rid of it. Right when I'm trying to do it on a live stream, they're just gonna be like, oh, now it's okay.
Well, see, now if they did that, that would raise so many questions right there.
That would be very, because it's like, again, why are some of these like this one right here? After review, this video has been confirmed by manual review as not suitable. But then when you watch the video, it's 39 seconds of like synthwave. There's no way that that's not suitable.
Exactly.
I did something that pissed them off and they put me on a blacklist. If it's the N-word one, I would be pissed because I am biracial. But it's like, no, I'm pretty sure it was the stream because I broke like 4 different rules in that stream. Let me hit refresh. Oh man, this is interesting. This hasn't happened before.
Huh, that is strange. See, now that's typically what my channel would go through just on a normal thing. Like I had quite a few videos that were ad limited. I never have been demonetized ever before, so I never have broken their rules. But what's interesting is they do state very clearly, if I remove anything that violates YouTube policy, they will reinstate my monetization. And it's just like, okay, so which one did it? You know,
and they won't tell you.
Exactly. But that's what I find interesting is it's like, how could you have been more blacklisted than me? But you actually still get to make ads. You know what I mean? It's like yours is a worse punishment, but not a worse punishment at the same time. It's like, what kind of punishment is that?
Weird.
Like, why wouldn't...
I wonder if I got pushed forward. I wonder if someone's looking at this now because this hasn't happened. Every time I've done this 3 times now and I hit monetization and it says immediately switches to limited. So this is interesting that they're checking now. I'm like, I wonder if it's because I said Biden's president.
Maybe. They may love that. They may be like, this is the best person ever now.
Yeah, they might be like, actually, we were wrong about this guy.
They're like, wow, nobody said that Biden's president yet. This is the first guy. We have to promote this.
I'm so curious what's going on now. Like, I think if it switches back, I'm going to be pissed.
Absolutely.
This is the only time I'm ever going to be pissed is if it says they're going to allow me to make money now. Because then I'm like, okay, well, let's reinstall all these other videos then.
Exactly. So you can't even, have you repealed any of these?
Every single one. They all say after manual review.
Oh, confirm by review, yeah.
Decided,
I just I don't believe that anybody manually reviewed that and was like, yeah, this video violates it. Because that's
what I'm saying.
it's such a
Like,
weird system, and they're so
there's no
secretive about it.
Yeah, why are they secretive about it? That's
If
what makes me
honestly,
mad.
yeah, I mean, if they really felt you actually did anything wrong, they wouldn't be so secretive about it. They would have no reason
They're
to be.
secretive. This is the one I think, like this one, like, because I totally said the N-word in it, but come on, I'm half black. So I'm like, all right, either someone reported this video or it was because of that stream that I did. But I'm like, something happened between the 31st and the 5th that caused this to happen. And I noticed with this one, I'm like, this has been online for 4 years and I've never had issues with it before. So I'm like, what is happening? Let's go back. I'm really curious. This checking, I want to know now.
Yeah, it typically when somebody reports a video and it actually gets flagged, they usually like remove your video and tell you that you violated got a community guideline strike. And that's what's interesting, right? Why wouldn't they give you a community guideline strike if you ended up violating the community guidelines?
Right? No,
So,
I didn't do. That's what I'm saying. I never even got
yeah,
an email saying that I did anything wrong. The
right.
only thing I got an email about was the night that I did the stream. I
Mhm.
got an email that said, "Hey, your stream has been blocked in this country and this country because you sang this song and this song and this song, and the copyright owners like were, you know how that is." So,
Gotcha.
but it's like I never receive. I get those all the time. Like when I upload on Hungry Covers, they're like, "Hey, you didn't do anything wrong, but this video is blocked in certain countries because of the copyright owner." So I'm like, all right, that's fine. Like I don't think anything of those. So when
Right.
I got this one, I'm like, I didn't receive anything that said I broke the law or that I violated their policies or that I. The only thing that makes sense is either someone reported the stream tutorial or somebody I got in trouble because of the stream. It also could have been one of these two streams because I think both of those streams you see my butt. But I'm wearing underwear, so you'd think it would be okay, and it's only for a second.
Well, let's see here. Let's see if I can put like. Let's see. Let's see how much things come up. I wonder. Okay. Um. Okay, so if you type that in, there's a bunch of nudity on YouTube.
What did you type in?
Hot girls in thongs. Just type that in real quick, and yeah, look at the first one.
Well,
I
hold on.
expected to.
I'm still streaming, so if I look that up, people are gonna see it.
Oh yeah. You might not want to show that. I was just like, oh, there's actual nudity on. But anyway, yeah.
Girls in.
Oh,
thongs.
49,000 views.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
there's a boob right there.
Yep. And a vagine.
You can see everything.
Yep. If you scroll down though to one that says 9 months ago, you can see a chick in a white thong, and it's 49,000 views. She just dances in it, and it's completely there on YouTube. I don't know if it's monetized or not.
There's
though,
girls twerking, 91K views.
Yeah. Let's see if they're monetized. Genuinely curious here. I'm going to pull up.
You're gonna have to check that for me. I got uBlock, so what the? This is Bubble Booty uploaded 2 days ago. You see everything. She's not even wearing a thong.
Okay, now you do have to confirm your age, apparently. So it is age restricted. Let's see.
This has 4 million views, and it is age restricted. Why don't they just age restrict the video that I did this on?
Right? What can I...
Oh! All right, I just refreshed it. Here you go. Look at this. Boom.
Okay, limited. Yeah.
And look at that. It checked for 20 minutes, and then what does it say? After review, this video has been confirmed by manual review as not suitable for most advertisers.
Exactly.
It's like, how? I talked about bunnies and doggies and sunshine and frogs, and I even said that Biden's the president. Someone apparently looked at that for 15 minutes and then said, yeah, no, sorry. Like, that's how I know I'm on some kind of list, because that was not enough time for someone to look at that. And even if they did look at it, there's no way they would say ads can't be run on that.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I don't believe anybody's actually looking at your video. There's no way. It
No,
has
there's
to
no
be.
way. Like,
Yeah,
the proof
that's
is right there. It's ad limited now. Usually, I don't get that whole checking thing. It happens immediately. Like, it's just like I hit monetize, and it just goes boop, ad limited, and I'm like, this one maybe someone actually checked it this time, but like you saw the video, it's like I'm on a list. I'm definitely on a list, and honestly, I'm okay with that because I'm like, it kind of gives me like an edge, you know? Like, dude, Justin's content is so insane that he actually got ad restricted permanently. They put him on a list.
here you go. See, this is oh wait. I'm just gonna send this to you. Dang it, if this video had stopped. There we go. The video has nothing in it at all. Just to let you know, but I'm just gonna send this to you so you know I wouldn't pull it up on stream or anything. But that's just a thumbnail.
Oh,
That's
I'm
right there on
pulling it up.
YouTube. Yeah, pulling it up.
Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, the video's nothing.
The video's nothing, but that's on YouTube as a thumbnail, and that's not flagged or anything. Like,
And it has 279,000 views, and it got
Yeah.
uploaded 2 days ago.
2 days. Oh my god, this one was uploaded today. And it's the same person. Yeah, there's just a bunch of porn on YouTube. Wow. Okay, cool. I didn't know that. But yeah, there's legit just
This guy
Yep.
has to be somebody who got banned and is just being ridiculous now.
Oh yeah. Okay, there I found the bubble booty one. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Everything's there. There's so many different things. None of them have ads on, but then again, these are probably burner channels. I don't know, but they have a lot of views. 3.9 million views. Micro Bikini Try On. Yeah. 3.9 million views. Now, I can get it that they're ad restricted and stuff, so it's like, oh, okay, well, they're ad restricted. But this very clearly violates YouTube's policy in a sense to where they would naturally delete the channels or give them community guideline strikes. But they won't do it. I think, oh man, I'd feel so bad if this is the case, but they may have done it just because you appeared on my channel. You know what I mean?
No, I don't think they would, because I appeared on your channel, but I didn't appear on your channel like, I didn't, like, you'd think if that was the case, Hungry Covers and Tala would get hit as well.
Right. Well, that's true. That's true.
So
Yeah.
that's what keeps bringing me back to this, is that
Right.
every time I'm like, maybe it's because I did this. I'm like, well, no, because my other two channels are 100% fine. It's just Hungry Lights. So it's either someone, because it could be someone reported that the Scream tutorial, but like you said, they would have gave me a community guideline strike, or they would have deleted the video.
Right.
Then I'm like, all right, it's because maybe because of the stream I did where I broke a bunch of rules. But again, why is my whole channel ad restricted? I think that it could be connected to me starting an OnlyFans, because, like I said, Belle Delphine's channel got deleted because of that. She's just has a horrible reputation, and she's a risk to have on the platform.
Yeah. Except,
I don't think I'm not a risk to have on the platform, though.
Hold on a second.
Did you find a secret?
I did. I found a way around YouTube's algorithm here, and it is called nude yoga. I'm not even kidding. It will blow your mind if you search that.
Nude yoga. Why is this so loud?
Yeah.
There's cooch everywhere.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is mind-blowing.
Are they ad restricted?
It appears that they may be ad restricted here. I'm not seeing any ads pop up. And then again, I logged into an account of mine that I don't know if this account is connected to my YouTube. Dang it. And that's what's hard to find out. I can't see if there are ads, possibly because I have YouTube Red. This is definitely YouTube Red.
They're all chicks too.
Oh yeah, every one of them.
Like, what if there was a dude doing nude yoga?
Wait, I wonder.
They'd still let it?
Dude, nude yoga. I wonder if it's there.
Like they just kind of let like a big floppy dick hang out there on YouTube.
Yep, there is one. Yeah, there's a few of them. And this one says erectioncoach.com.
All
Yeah.
right.
So
Something's messed up.
yeah. There's so they allow that on YouTube. They absolutely allow it. I don't know if they're ad restricted or not because I don't know if I can see ads with any account. I have to log into an account to be able to see any of this. But I pay for YouTube Premium.
Belle is back.
Oh, is she?
They undeleted her channel.
Okay. I was gonna say if they ban the fact that they would ban her.
Oh,
now you know
brought her channel back, but there's a video missing.
Ah, okay.
She only had 5 or 6 videos, and now she has 4. They got rid of the one called "Eat My Ass," and it's just her dancing and being seductive while she raps in one of those like anime voices. And she was just wearing like underwear that just said like "fuck me" on it. So, they got rid of that video, but they brought her channel back. Why did you do that for me?
No
just
joke.
get rid of the one video.
Yeah, this is Tortoise. He quoted you. He's like, "There's cooch everywhere." Yeah, it's mind blowing to me. They never should have banned her because of the stuff that they have on YouTube. Like.
I've watched her videos. She was not doing anything that like you don't see like girls in rap videos doing.
Right.
Like she was fully clothed and she was just like twerking and dancing and being obnoxious.
I bet Cardi B has never had an issue. I would willingly bet Cardi B has never had an issue, and her nudes are everywhere.
I think there's more to it.
There has to be more to it. I mean, why would they allow that to go on and be like, this is fine, but you know what? Anybody who would ever speak about free speech and stuff like that, it's like, you know what? I think it kind of comes down to that. I think there's a bias, you know what I mean? And I think all you have to do is speak out just a little bit, and they're like, well, our rules do say this. And they, maybe you did violate the rules, and that's why they did it. But the fact of the matter is...
Especially because they got rid of that one channel where it was not one channel on Belle's YouTube. They got rid of that one video that was over the top, and they were like, yeah, this isn't good. So it's like, say somebody reported my Scream tutorial because I say the M-word in it, right? It's like, I downloaded that. I could just take that part out or bleep it out and re-upload it, and the views would start over. But it's like, why don't they let me do that? Why am I completely being eternally punished, basically, unless I reach out to a bigger YouTuber and get them to like take it back? It's like I'm forever ad restricted. I can't ever. It's not like you where it's like, oh, in like 3 months or whatever you can appeal it, or 3 weeks. It's like, no, for me, it's done. I'm ad restricted forever because of either something I did or something I said.
Exactly, and it's so strange because it's like I mean, here's a good example too. Like if you think about it, Belle Delphine, she's openly, I don't know if she was an open Trump supporter, but she was like openly against SJWs. And she clearly has a video there with PewDiePie, naturally just problematic. So, right? Like, the most problematic person ever, PewDiePie. Good God. The incredible Nazi that he is. It's like, I've never seen anyone so polite and like so like innocent like PewDiePie. Like that dude, except for the time when he dropped the N-bomb on playing PUBG.
Oh yeah, but come on.
I mean, it was funny though the way he did it.
2014.
No joke. Like even a little before that actually, because 14 was still kind of, that's whenever all the Ferguson stuff happened and BLM really started. It was in 2014. We really should go back to like 2009.
Yeah, let's go back.
Right?
That'd be fine.
Remember when emo kids used to be against censorship? Now they're all for it today.
I used to be an emo kid.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I went through that scene a little bit. I went through scene. I didn't quite get the emo, like, I'm feeling so much right now kind of thing. But I didn't quite get into that. But I did, like, heavily have the hair coming down and the tight pants and all.
The swoop to one side like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. All the way down and then just, like, had this really tight pants. A lot of rednecks around here, though, if they saw you in there's like, what are you wearing them nut huggers for?
Nut huggers.
Yeah, and I was like, it's like, they're not nut huggers, man. You're like, you got them nut huggers, you got your balls pushed all the way up there, it's going to make you turn into a girl. I'm just like, no, I don't think so, man. I don't think that's how that works.
that's no. In order to turn into a girl, you have to be under 5'7". You have to be, or sorry, under 5'8". You have to be under 18 and still a virgin, and then all of a sudden, you turn into a girl.
Right. Oh man, it's what was his name? Crap. I can't. I probably shouldn't even name drop him anyway. But yeah, I think he's in prison and on meth. Well, he can't be doing both at the same time, but he was on meth.
You'd be surprised.
Well, that's probably true. A lot of guards like to make some money.
Yep.
A lot of guards probably smoke it with them.
So here's one of the things. Here's one of the reasons why I'm like, all right, I'm pissed that YouTube ad restricted me forever. I'm pissed that they still haven't told me what video I did it on or what video went wrong.
Right.
But I'm like, clearly I did actually do something wrong that put me on this blacklist. So I'm like, all right, if I manage to keep making videos, like the most important thing I noticed is, yeah, I got ad restricted, but when I look at the analytics for my views, nothing's gone down. My content's still being pushed the same as always. So I'm like, I could keep making content and keep making money outside of YouTube. Because as long as they're still pushing my content and allowing me to be successful on the platform, I'm like, yo, you can keep your ad revenue. I don't really give a shit.
See, for me, it's about the same. I get the same viewage and stuff, but my subscriber count keeps going down and then back up to, like, I cannot get past 4,300 now. I was at 4,365. Now I'm back up to 4,299. I just went up 2 subs.
There are a lot of bot channels out there right now. A lot.
Okay.
Every single time I make a new upload, this used to never happen.
Wait, do they sub? This year. Those crazy, like, they timestamp you and then they list, like, their little website or whatever?
And they're like, I'm single. They subscribe and they only comment on every single new upload. And they can subscribe now. So if a bunch of them subscribe to you, like, YouTube might just be getting rid of them.
That could be true, too. I wonder if they're confusing, though. Because I know I did have a comment on here. The guy was like, hey, YouTube deleted my channel, but I'm back and subscribed. So I did see, that's definitely confirmed. I could pull up his little thing probably real quick. It was only one guy that said it, but it was like, that gave me the hint, like, this may be a bigger phenomenon than I think it is. Not channels, community. Here we go. It was, like, transferred, where was it? There it is. Okay, I'll have to get his comment up. I keep getting banned, but I'm back. Okay. And, you know, maybe...
He's getting banned. He's getting banned. No.
Now, he may be...
What's going on his channel?
Right. I wonder if I can find any comments he's made. Can I see all comments on my channel?
Can you go to his channel and... Does he have any content uploaded?
No, he doesn't have any content uploaded. I should be able to... usually I could see...
saying some crazy stuff or
something. He could be. He very well could be. But it just kind of made me wonder. I'm like, I wonder if YouTube is, like, banning channels and, you know, because it's very easy to be like, okay, we'll put an AI out there to take care of all the bots because, you know, that would take too long for people to do it, which they need to just take the time to do it because then they can't really mess up as easy. And then I wonder if that AI is nuking, you know, legitimate people that just aren't as active. That all they do is watch videos and stuff, but maybe they don't subscribe, maybe they don't comment, maybe they don't like, and, you know, stuff like that.
I don't think they're doing that because I have a lot of inactive channels.
Yeah. Have you ever uploaded, like, stuff to the channels?
No.
Okay.
So, like, I have channels where I made the channels and I was going to turn them into something and make, like, another channel, and I was just like, Like, one of them is, like, 4 years old, and I've never uploaded, never subscribed, never commented, and it's just there. It just sits there. Then there's another one that's, like, it's this channel I have called Saru Saru Getchu.
Nice. Yeah.
And it's not a real channel. It's just the channel that was connected to my Gmail when I made my Gmail. So
Okay.
all my other channels are connected to this account, but they made a channel for it. So for some reason, it has like 23 subscribers, but I've never uploaded anything on this channel. I've never commented. It's just the channel connected to my channels.
Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, but since it's connected to your channels, maybe they see that.
That one makes sense. But then it's also like if I go to, let me open an incognito tab. I have a channel that I made when I was in high school. I have not uploaded to it since high school, and it's still there.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
there are other channels connected to that account, which I've never uploaded anything on. They were just like dummy channels that I made way back in the day. They're all still there.
That's strange. Huh. Yeah, I wonder, really wonder what dictates that then. I wonder, if they are legitimately just being able to get all the bots or... I mean, it's tough to say at this point in time, especially, but it's weird because I was growing at about... And you know, the thing about it is it wasn't like I was having random spikes of subs unless I, like, uploaded a video that had, like, 50,000 views on it or something. Then I would get a much larger spike, but it was, like, within the same percentage of what I normally get as well, which is usually about 10%. I find that 10% usually is the golden rule for YouTube to retain subscribers, to retain viewers, and stuff like that.
It keeps going down.
It does keep going down, too, and that's what sucks.
What it is like, if you've got 1,000 subscribers, 10% of your subscribers will watch your video when you put it out. So you'll get like 100 views.
Exactly.
And then out of those 100 people, 10% will comment. So you'll get like 1 comment or 10 comments. And then of those 10 people, if you're in your video, you were like, yo, make sure to like my Facebook page. 10% of those 10 people will like your Facebook page. So it just keeps going down, and then you get like 1 like on Facebook. So it's pretty annoying.
But it is pretty consistent, though. And that's the thing about it is, with that consistency, I was able to see, okay, I'm growing, on average, I was growing about 12 subscribers a day. And which is pretty good.
Pretty good. My channels are like 20 or 30 subs a day.
And after this whole thing...
Is insane.
Yeah, after this whole thing on November 12th, it's just stopped. Just dead stopped.
What happened on November 12th? That's when they demonetized you, right?
Yes, they demonetized me, and they told me, where's the stupid email thing here? Aha, here it is. They said, during a recent review, our team of policy specialists carefully looked over the videos you've uploaded. Yeah, I doubt that. I have like 2,500 videos. You did not. To your channel. We found that a significant portion of your channel is not in line with our YouTube partner program policies.
What is what's not in line with the partner program policies?
That's what I would love to know.
Is it not giving in to left-wing bias? Is that
exactly?
That's against policy now?
They might as well write that into policy. I don't know why they haven't. That would at least make sense.
I would respect them more if they just put it in there. Hey, by the way, if you're not a left-wing nutcase, we might demonetize you.
Exactly. It would make a lot more sense.
Okay, at least they put it in there.
Exactly. Then I would just be like, oh, okay, I know for a fact what they're doing now, and now I can just leave happily.
Yeah, just be honest about it. If they were just honest about it, so many more people would respect them because they would just know.
Exactly. It's like, as of today, your channel is not eligible to monetize, and you will not have access to monetization tools and features. Please go to your monetization page to read more about the specific policy our specialists flagged. And it's like, oh, okay, let's get the specific policy then. And I click the link, and it just says harmful content. And that's it.
Hold on, where is the specific policy?
It comes up, and it's like, specific policy, harmful content. And it's like, content that focuses on controversial issues that is harmful to viewers.
Let's define controversial.
So I click learn more. And then it has advertiser-friendly guidelines. And then it just says, don't use inappropriate language, violence, adult content, shocking content, harmful or dangerous acts, hateful content, incendiary and demeaning, recreational drugs, tobacco-related, firearm-related, controversial issues, adult themes, and family content.
That's the one. Controversy and sensitive content.
Exactly.
Because they define controversy as a dispute, especially a public one, between sides holding opposing views.
See, I'm just gonna boom.
So if you upload non-left-wing content, you're actually having a controversy with YouTube themselves, and they don't like when people have different opinions. So
That's what it seems to me.
Sorry, man.
Exactly. That's exactly what it seems to me. And it's just, I don't know. I have no idea. It's like, that doesn't tell me anything. It says, don't upload videos like this. And I'm like, well, I didn't upload any of the violent ones or any of the things you listed here. So I don't understand. And it's just like, too bad. Now, if I try to message anybody on here at all.
So you can't even open a support ticket.
I can, but the only support ticket I can open up is a direct chat with somebody who is in charge of like YouTube payments, YouTube like YouTube Red, or what do they call YouTube Red now? YouTube Premium. I mean, they went from pretty much RedTube to Pornhub Premium. I mean, why do they keep changing their names to porn names? It's now I understand why they promote nude yoga, but geez, they it just doesn't make sense to me because it's all like literal support for a customer of YouTube. That's what I can have access to. And I'm like, hey, why can't I have access to them as a creator? And they're just like, that's you're gonna have to contact their creator program. And I was like, yeah, how do I do that? And they're like, you got to contact them. And I was like, cool. How do I contact them? And then he's like, well, you have to contact them. And I'm like, I swear to God, I'm gonna strangle you. And now I'm actually gonna violate YouTube policy in a second if you don't stop and answer my question. Like, I just want to know, how do I contact them? That's all. And yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. You know, a part of me, and this is gonna sound awful to say, but I'm surprised YouTube didn't learn their lesson after what happened when they were demonetizing, like, not that they deserve this, right? I'm not saying YouTube deserved this by any means, but you know the crazy lady that was like, hey, they're censoring me, you know, and went to YouTube headquarters and did the thing.
When did that happen?
That was like 2019, was it? Okay. Let me find out. It was what day was this on? Can you not give me the day? At 12:46 p.m., San Bernardino police received reports of the mass bang at YouTube headquarters. Okay, just 12:48. Oh, April 3rd, 2018. Okay, wow. Wow. Almost been 2 years. But you know, I'm surprised that they were like, you know what, we need to now crack down harder. And it's like, listen, if something like that happened to me, chances are I probably would have reflected a little bit more on it and been like, why did this happen? You know, not that it ever should have happened. Nobody should ever do anything like that. But it's like, how did this happen that way? Like, I don't understand how they didn't reflect on it. It's, I don't know. To me, that's crazy.
You'd be surprised by the amount of people who don't reflect.
Exactly. It's like,
I learned this. Like, it seems almost harmless, but like when I teach vocals, I'll tell someone, like, you know, they'll try to do a scream and they will just be going like, and I'm like, but you have to add compression. And they're like, okay. And I'm like, no, you have to, that thing we talked about earlier, you have to like squeeze it, add compression. And I'm like, you're making the noise and not adjusting anything. You're not thinking about what I'm saying. You just keep making noise and hoping something's going to happen. It's like, that's not reflecting. That's not going to help you learn how to scream. You have to listen to what I'm saying and and if I keep saying you're not doing compression, they got to be like, okay, if that's not compression, then what is? And they have to figure it out. And it surprises me how many people will sit there and keep doing the same thing over and over and over again and expect different results.
Exactly. And, you know, YouTube is definitely doing that. Like, you know, obviously somebody felt like they were wronged. And YouTube was like, let's keep doing it. And it led to such a catastrophe. Like, it wasn't that bad, at least. Nobody died from it, except for her. Which, you know, not bad, because she ended up, you know, taking herself out at the end, but she obviously couldn't figure out how to use the thing that she bought. It was like, and I don't want to encourage anyone here, but good God, if you're going to make something, if you're going to do something, at least practice, maybe. You know what I mean? Like, how did you go in there and legitimately just screw that up? It's like, that is the one thing that's unbelievably difficult to screw up, because it does the job for you, more or less.
But they did it.
But yeah, no, and you know, I'm really glad she messed up. I'm really glad she didn't get anybody killed. But it's one of those things where it's like, you know how bad it could have been? Like, imagine if it was somebody on YouTube that was like fully practiced and really well done and out of the military, and you were suppressing them, which happens a lot, you know what I mean? And there's some PTSD crazy psychos that have all sorts of conspiracy theories that would probably want to target YouTube, you know what I mean? And it's like, you guys are actually like, and you know, never give in. Like, if you're dead set on something, you should never have to bend the knee to somebody who's violent. But it is one of those things towards like,
unless you're YouTube,
right? Well, they bent the knee so quick to all those advertisers, you know? Like, God, it didn't take anything. Although now I wonder if they did bend the knee to it, because now they're going to advertise ads on videos that are inappropriate, but just not pay them.
So you're not monetized right now. As of the November 18th, when they changed their policies, they're allowed to run ads on your videos now and just suck it all up.
Exactly.
Like, part of me is like, how is that even legal?
That's a good question. I don't know that it necessarily is legal, because it's like they're making the argument like they're doing the exact same thing that record labels have been doing for years. And somehow record labels still to this day get away with it. So it kind of makes me wonder if it is legal.
Well, record labels can get away with it because you signed a contract.
Right.
So I don't know if like, they say, hey, we've changed our terms. I don't remember hitting accept terms. I don't remember doing anything that would contractually obligate me to YouTube's terms.
Right.
I just made the channel, and the channel has been made. I don't think there's anything that says like, I accept, where you're saying, hey, this is a rule. They're allowed to, they're allowed to monetize me and take 100% on my content. I don't remember hitting anything that said, I accept that. I agree to that. Do you?
Absolutely. Like, that's like, I would never agree to anything along those lines. Like, and yet they still have not, they haven't made us sign anything like that. And we're technically, quote unquote, employees of YouTube-ish. Like, we're contracted employees is what we're supposed to kind of be looked at, because they take a cut. They're not just a host. And so, since they cut the paycheck, that would be like my boss kind of coming up to me and being like, look, we're changing your contract. No paperwork needs to be signed or anything. You just continue doing what you're doing. We're going to keep more money, though. And walks off. And it's like, but I object. And they just walk off. They don't even listen to you. And it's like, I guess my option is I could just leave. But I don't think you could just subject somebody to that. Like, it's such a weird gray area that I don't think has been tackled before. I think that's why they're getting away with it, is because it's like, well, technically, there hasn't been an official law for us. There's an official law for, contractors, but there's no official law for YouTube.
That's the thing. There kind of is, because I, as a content creator, have the ability where if somebody uploads one of my videos, one of my songs, and they start getting a couple, maybe they're getting thousands of views on it.
Yeah.
They're making money off of my content, and YouTube gives me the option to personally flag that video, report it, and say, I did not give this person permission to upload it, and then I can get it removed. They also give me the permission to take the ad revenue. Like, I can say, they'll flag it and they'll be like, hey, we recognize that this is your content. What do you want us to do about it? And I can say, remove the video. I can say, run ads on it, blah, blah, blah. Like, so it's like, they need my permission to do that. But now they don't need my permission to just run ads on videos that aren't even monetized.
Right.
I mean, really, it's just,
yeah, it really doesn't make much sense at all. Because especially it does contradict one thing. If they are able to sit there and say your video is unworthy of being monetized because it violates our policy. But then if they're like, well,
they do it anyway.
Right. And then it's like, but we're going to run ads on it anyway, even though it violates our policy. And it's like, well, now no longer is it unsafe for, it's clearly not unsafe for advertisements anymore, because you're advertising on it. So how could I be breaking the rule? And how can you make the argument of this is no longer safe for adverts if you're running adverts on it? Like,
that doesn't make sense. And then the other thing that doesn't make sense is the whole ad restricted thing, where they're like, hey, your content, it doesn't violate all of our policies, but we don't want to run all ads on your content. We'll just run some ads and you'll make some money. So it's
Right.
like, all right, so is YouTube taking a percentage of what I make and just giving me less money now? Or are they like, hey, we're only going to run ads like that are, down with raunchier content?
Actually, you know what? Let's find out. Let's see if and this actually, I should have done this to find out earlier.
That'll kind of prove it. Because
This
it's like, say I got in trouble because I was showing my butt on a live stream. It's like, so are they going to add like, oh yeah, like Axe body spray, like stuff
exactly.
like that? Or are they going to be like still like, hey, Coca-Cola, Justin's ass? Like, are they? What does the ad restriction actually do? Do I make less money from all ads, or are they only running certain ads now, so I'm making less money in general? And then are they going to run all ads, but I only make money from the certain ads? Because then it's like, what was the point? You're running the ads anyway. Why did I get ad restricted?
Exactly. YouTube is just, I think they're trying to recoup as much money as they can. I really do think they're going to sell YouTube off after this whole Trump thing. I really do.
If the Section 230 thing happens, as much as that is a conspiracy theory,
Right.
I'm like, if I were the CEO of YouTube and I knew that I had a left-wing bias and I knew that there were lots of angry conservatives that got removed from the platform and have a lot of money and are just waiting, just loaded, just waiting to sue the crap out of me the second this protection is gone, I'd be like, fuck it, I'm out of here.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I could see them doing that for sure. Or
they have to get rid of their bias. It's
exactly.
one or the other.
So I've clicked every single video on, this is interesting. I've clicked every single video on Hungry Lights pretty much here. I mean, I'm just going down the list and I cannot find a single ad.
No ads at all, right?
No ads at all. Like, how is that limited?
I am apparently making money. If I go to my YouTube studio.
I don't have ad block on either.
You know what that means? There must not be any ads allowed to be run right now.
That's so weird.
They gotta do the adamandeve.com ads.
Right?
Like that's like what ads are being run, because I'm not demonetized. I'm ad restricted. But if I go to my analytics and I look at my revenue for, what is it, just today, let's look at the last 7 days. I've made, I can't say though, because I made money on a stream. So apparently yesterday I made $1. The day before I made 92 cents. The 23rd I made oh no, that was a stream. Yeah, so yeah, I'm still apparently making money off of ads. Like the 17th was 63 cents. The 18th was 61 cents.
Yeah, this is Madura. I'm looking at all this and no ads at all. Do you have ads midway through?
Maybe. I click everything.
Let's see.
It's hard to tell on my analytics right now just because I did live stream. So that kind of screwed with the numbers.
Yeah, I can't get any ads to pull up at all. This is strange. Maybe I'll try signing in this again.
Let me try on my phone. Because when I watch stuff on my phones, oh my gosh, I get ads galore.
Yeah, may have to, well, I can't pull it up on my phone. I'm logged into my main account. And that won't
right. Let me try my vocal damage PSA. No ads. Let me try this live stream. Hold on, I gotta switch accounts because apparently I was also logged into my main account.
You pay for that YouTube premium?
No. Why would I give YouTube money? I don't even want them to take away money. Why would I give them money?
So the reason why I actually had it was back in the day, whenever I was making my rounds at the place that I can't name right now. Oh, I want to share something with you about that, though, maybe later on when we're not streaming. But the place that cannot be named, I would be making rounds around there, and I would be listening to... oh, they what?
You call it like Voldemort's Lair.
Yeah, exactly. Voldemort's Lair. People should know what it is. Like, it's not that hard to figure out. The reason why I can't talk about it, especially on stream, But and that's the sad thing about it too, is that there's a lot of right wingers there, a lot of them, and they hate what's going on with YouTube.
Oh, I got an ad.
Oh, you did?
Oh, never
Which
mind.
video?
That's a Tala video. I thought I'm playing like the game. Like I'm gonna just keep clicking until I find one. But I clicked. It was a picture of me, but it was me singing Overconfidence.
Gotcha.
So nothing so far.
Well, anyway, so while I was there, I was actually listening to a lot of Rob Dyke, Your Maker, King Spook, all these other horror creators and narrators that would keep me entertained at night with my headphones on. These very headphones, actually, that are almost broken. My V-Motos. Yeah, these have been worn down, but I got these like 8 years ago. They're amazing headphones, but yeah, they So what ended up happening is I couldn't turn my phone screen off at all. My phone screen would always be on whenever I would have to listen to videos. And there was a cheap way around it. If you opened up YouTube on your web browser and then turned off your screen, you could hear YouTube play. And they got rid of that and they patched it. And then they were like, you know what? We'll allow you to listen to it if you pay us $8 a month. And I was like, okay, screw it. Because I listened to it all the time. So it would kill my battery.
Red lets you watch videos with your screen turned off?
Yes. So that way you can listen to the videos and have it in your pocket and walk around and stuff.
They did that on purpose.
Oh, yeah. But what's funny is now, BitChute, which is awesome, you can do that with BitChute for free. You could pull a video up, turn your phone screen off, put it in your pocket, walk around and listen to it. Like music and stuff like that, and not have to pay for anything. So, too bad BitChute doesn't have a whole lot of bands on it, which is why I'm going to segue into this. You need to open up you need to make a Parler account. You need to make, because Parler's just social media, but it's like the best one, honestly.
There's so many, there's that, BitChute, Parler, yeah. What is it, Storyfire, there's so
Library.
Many.
Now, Library, this is what's great about Library. You can sync it to your YouTube channel, and it'll pull all the videos off your YouTube channel immediately and put it on Library. Now, it won't remove your videos from YouTube, but it'll copy all of them. And then you're just on Library. All of your videos are there. And that is what's awesome about that.
And it's not gonna steal my account?
No, it's not gonna steal your account. It's pretty trustworthy. It's a really good site. The best sites right now, the best running ones are Parler and I think BitChute. You can also sync.
What about Storyfire? I've heard of Storyfire.
So I should create a Storyfire. I haven't made one yet. I have Library, BitChute. I have a Rumble. Rumble's the one that's growing rapidly right now. I cannot quite figure it out yet. I haven't put enough time in it. But Rumble's the place you want to be. And the reason why I'm just saying you want to go there is because they're growing at all of these channels or platforms are growing at a much faster rate than YouTube right now. Because they're new. People are tired of YouTube's crap. And if you are one of the pioneer metal bands or metal guy on there, well, then if you're really the only one there.
I'm going to be a monopoly. I'll take over.
Exactly. I mean, it's kind of like, Rob, he was doing his thing way before anyone else. And that's why he just, not to take away any of the talent that he has, because good Lord, that guy has talent. But his original, especially his old, why would you put that on the internets? They're so funny. They were so funny, but they were so
many times to encourage him to do comedy again because I'm like, dude, you're so fucking funny. What are you doing?
Man, you all need to seriously he needs to have you on there. You all should
I was on one episode and it was a great episode.
Absolutely, it was. I know exactly the one. Yes,
it was the one with the orange hair, right?
Yes.
And I take the lyrics and turn it into a metal song. Oh my gosh, that was so much fun.
Absolutely. I love every one of them. I've watched most of Zombie Horse as well, just way back in the day.
Zombie Horse is great.
Yeah, oh man, why'd y'all stop doing Zombie Horse?
So originally by the way, I didn't get a single ad. I just
I can't find them either.
So I kept on originally the first couple of videos that we did for Zombie Horse, Rob was editing them. Then it was like 2015, we switched formats and made it more like a TV show. And I was editing them and I was getting paid to edit them. And I was like, oh, this is awesome. It's like, it's my job to edit Zombie Horse. And
Nice.
then he stopped doing it again. That's why it's Zombie Horse, because we just keep dying and coming back to life again. And
Nice. Yeah.
we died again and then come back again. And then he had Paul Stamper start editing. And that's when we
Okay.
were doing it a ton. And Paul was doing the thumbnails. He was editing. I would just bike over to Rob's house and we just film a bunch of stuff. And eventually, like, we just stopped, and I don't know why. I know Rob says it's because the amount of effort going into making these videos wasn't worth, like, the money he was spending on it and wasn't worth the amount of views we were getting back. And I was just like, well, just let me, I'll edit it for free. Like, because
Yeah.
people like the channel and I want to keep making content and like it helps me out. And he just kind of was just like, yeah, we'll see. And just never went, I don't know. I just think he didn't really enjoy doing it as much.
Yeah, and maybe y'all should have just made that your comedy channel and done, you know, all that. Because I see a lot of your old live streams on here still there. I wonder if is this channel monetized still?
I hope so.
Because I mean, shoot, you guys have 141,000 people on there.
That's what I mean.
I mean,
like,
it's
you know how many years it took me to get there on Hungry Covers?
oh yeah, like you have so many views on this too. And I guarantee you, like, especially like Rob's old Ask Me Questions that he uploaded, the last thing, I would willingly bet that there's just comments up the wazoo here. Actually, I can't see the comment section. Wait.
No ads there.
Huh.
I don't think there are ads on Zombie Horse.
Might not be. There's okay. So they have the comment section back in the old place. That's weird. Why?
Yeah, I'm not getting any ads on. I'm not getting any ads here. I would say it's probably demonetized because when was the last time he uploaded?
3 years ago.
Yeah, it's not monetized. So that's why Hungry Potus got demonetized. If
Gotcha.
you don't upload for a long time, you lose monetization because you lose your watch hours. So even though you have the subscribers, you lose the watch hours. So it's like with Hungry Potus, I would just have to build it back up again. With Zombie Horse, we could upload one video and get the watch hours back.
Man, if I guarantee you at this point in time, if Rob were to make actually like a comeback on Zombie Horse and tell people, like it would flood. People would flood over like crazy from his channel to it. And I think that would probably get y'all what you would need there. But man, he should because he does the Smiling Pariah. And
but he doesn't have, does he even upload to that?
I don't think he's uploaded to that in a while now.
No, that's 74,000 views. And he did 3 videos.
They are hilarious though. That freaking,
and
do you enjoy this message?
Well.
Yeah, they're doing very well. Like, very clearly, like all of them are above 100% viewage.
And then what's the other one? Your New Best Friends, right?
Wait, New Best Friends? That was an old one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that one's got 62K subs. That was his vlogging channel.
Okay.
5 years ago was the last upload.
Yeah.
And even that one, the videos all have thousands of views. 22K, 19K, 32K.
Man, people love Rob. He's hilarious. He's really good at what he does.
I don't know why he stopped. Like, even the first episode, it just says doing whatever for the first time. Episode 1, 36K views.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, I've been watching some of the old videos where Bob gets the absolute crap scared out of him. And that stuff's just great.
Have you seen The Weekly Crow?
The Weekly Crow,
This was a channel. It has 3,000 subscribers on it. It's one that Rob made. There's one video on it. Interview with PewDiePie's landlord.
What the heck?
And I got to play his landlord.
Oh, okay.
45K views, 3K subscribers on this channel. It's The Weekly Crow, and he made one video 4 years ago, and that was it.
Oh
it's
my
like,
God.
Dude, you made a channel and uploaded one video, and you got 3,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
It's like, how does that not show you that anything you touch
Right?
is gonna turn into YouTube gold. Like, just keep going,
Absolutely.
dude.
Like, he could actually, like, man, I guarantee it, if he were to just hardcore come back and be consistent for like a year, he could probably make himself a millionaire in a year easily
Dude,
off that.
Easily. And that's the other thing. So, like, if you go to Zombie Horse, right? He doesn't even have to make real content.
Exactly.
There's a video on there we made years ago called How to Cut an Yellow Onion.
Really?
And
How did I miss that one?
I'll how to slice an yellow onion. I'll send it to you. And it's 9 seconds long. 9 seconds long. The thumbnail's like a purple onion. And then you click it, and the
Okay.
webcam is just him cutting a yellow onion. He just cuts it open with a knife. No, it's a lemon. It's not even an onion.
Oh, it's a lemon, yeah.
He cuts open a lemon, and then that's the whole video. 9 seconds, 35,000 views.
Oh my god, what a troll.
It's like, dude, you don't even have to try. You could just make bullshit, and people are going to watch it, and you're going to make money off of it.
Oh, look at the first comment.
Excellent tutorial. Thank you, Zombie Horse. That comment?
Yeah.
And then he just replied with,
well, no, I mean, like, look at who it is.
oh, household
Yeah.
hacker. Oh, man, that's sad.
That, wow. Well, let's not bring up that video to him.
That's so sad.
That
Yeah.
really is, though. I just saw it and was like, ah, man.
See,
Like,
I'm desensitized. I don't even look at people's usernames anymore. I just want, I'm like, what are you talking? Excellent tutorial. Thank you, Zombie Horse. What do you mean?
Double.
That's so sad. For anyone who doesn't know, Household Hacker is gone. He's not with us anymore.
yeah. Well,
Rob talked about it a little bit on Twitter, but we don't want to make it a sad stream. But
right.
yeah, he died, what, a couple weeks ago, I think. Sad times.
that is very, very unfortunate. I didn't expect to see that just right there.
What the hell is this? What happens when you eat a bee?
I don't want to find out. Not personally, anyway. What was that on Rob's channel as well?
No, this is a random thing that got sent to me.
Oh.
Or not sent to me. It just showed up in the like recommended videos. It's a guy. He ate a bee on accident.
That sucks. Yeah, that's did he die?
It's not even clickbait. This guy ate a bee and his tongue is huge.
Oh god.
He's like live streaming and he's like, how do I get the swelling down? Someone please help me.
I would stop streaming and I would call a doctor. Oh man.
This is 11 million views.
11 million views.
This is the type of content I need to start making.
I just need to.
It's like I'm like, man, I'm putting my heart into all this music and all these performances, and I'm like doing this and this and this. It's like, no, I just need to make, like, you don't even try, just stupid content, and you get millions of views, and you're set for the rest of your life.
We could come up with something. Like, I'm super down to just throw.
I'll flip this upside down and just spray it in my mouth.
Yeah, right. What happens if you? Oh man, only to get high. No, not really.
No, I did it. So I was making this video when I was building my computer, and I never released it. It was supposed to be the vlog of me building my computer, but there was way too much footage, and I was like, I don't want to edit all this, so I just deleted it all.
Yeah.
There was a part where I was like, yeah, you got to make sure you spray it down, and then I flip it upside down so that you get like this shit coming out.
Oh
And
yeah.
I just went and sprayed it in my mouth. It is the most awful taste that I've ever tasted, and it lasted for hours. Like, I would try to drink a Gatorade and I'm just like, oh god, it's still there. It makes everything taste disgusting. I was like, I'm never doing that again. It was so bad.
So believe it or not, that taste is in there on purpose to keep people from huffing it.
Wait, but I wasn't huffing it. I was just being an asshole.
No, I know, but people will, if they have it upright and you huff it, you know, it'll actually get you ridiculously high.
Doesn't that
And
kill brain cells too?
yeah, it probably kills a lot of things. It's something nobody should ever do. It is like,
Is that why they make you bring out your ID when you buy this shit?
yes.
I never got that. Like, I'm
Mhm.
always like, I gotta spray my keyboard and I have a cat, so I try to get like the cat fur off of my stuff. And it's always like, you need your ID. And I'm like, why?
Right.
Is that what they make you do it for spray paint too?
Yes. Same for spray paint and all that stuff.
The dots have been connected.
I mean, the same reason why you have to have an ID just to buy cough syrup, but it's over-the-counter medicine, and anybody can buy over-the-counter.
Cough syrup makes sense, because isn't that
Exactly.
how you make, like, lean?
Yes. That's that whole, or no, is it lean? Okay, so I kept calling it lean, and then everyone was saying, no, that's codeine. There's what do they call it?
I thought lean was when you mixed cough syrup with, like, alcohol or something like that.
What is cough? That's not going to come up right. Cough syrup abuse.
This guy Tortoise says he went through a whole bunch of my videos, no ads. Oh, and he said I looked at videos from other channels and got ads as a control. So yeah, it's just my channel.
Okay.
And like I said, the second I clicked on a Tala video, boom, got an ad immediately. So that must mean that no AdamandEve.com is running ads right now.
I guess not.
Get ads when it's an ad that's suitable.
Yep. On Tala, just immediately an ad.
It makes sense though, because Tala's not ad restricted. The whole ad restriction thing says that these videos are unsuitable for most advertisers. I think I watched a video on it. A guy got ad restricted, and he was showing the analytics, and you lose about 75% of what you normally make.
Oh yeah, because I've been ad restricted on a lot of videos, like talking about Kyle Rittenhouse and stuff like that. They ad restricted the crap out of that, and it took them like literally after. And this is what's crazy. It took like I put it under review. It took them 3 months on the Kyle Rittenhouse thing to finally greenlight it, and it was greenlit. Yeah, and I was just like, "Are you serious?"
I can one up you on that one. I think. Let me just make sure it's still doing it. Let me make sure. Where is it?
Hey, I hate ads as well.
It is. Check this out. I'm gonna give you the stream. You ready for this?
Yeah.
So, Prilly T, Dear Rudif, they ad restricted this 3 years ago, and I appealed it. This video is being reviewed to determine whether it's suitable for most. That's been happening for 3 years.
Wow.
All the other ones, someone already reviewed it and said that, it's been confirmed. This one, it literally 2017, I uploaded it. It got ad restricted. I repealed it, and it never changed. They've been reviewing it for 3 years.
Wow. Good job, YouTube.
And I have a feeling it's because of the thumbnail. Because right there on the, can I zoom in? I think it's throughout the whole video.
I could see what it says, yeah.
You can see what I won't say, but you can see it.
Yeah.
And it says that the whole time. And I wrote, I'm half black. And when I appealed it, this was back when you appealed, you used to be able to give a reason for why. Right. And I said, I'm biracial. This shouldn't be ad restricted. If you're going to ad restrict this, you should be ad restricting any black person that says the N-word in their music. Right. And I just think they don't know what to do with it. So
you broke them. Like, you actually broke them. They're like, oh God, if we allow ads on this, we're screwed. If we take ads off, oh my God. So
I think they kind of just they didn't confirm it. They didn't deny it. I think they just kind of were like, let's just think about this one later.
No joke.
That's another reason I don't think that me getting ad restricted has anything to do with me saying the N-word in my Scream tutorial, because I think they would have just did the same thing. I really think it's something else, because I'm like, that video, they were just like even like Gutter, like one of the songs where I say it a bunch. Yeah. They already do it. But that video, back when you were allowed to give a reason why it needed to be repealed, they were just like,
I like how, I legit like how they, ultimately decided, wait a minute, they don't have to give us a reason why. We don't have to have a reason. No. And then they just took that away.
Yeah, they don't need a reason anymore because robots are looking at it. Right. When it was a human being you needed a reason because they might want to know, man, I don't want to watch this whole video. Why is this getting appealed? And then you'll say, well, because of this and this. And then they're like, all right, let me skip to that part and check. And then they're like, okay. Robot is just going to be like, this violated the terms. You say appeal. The robot's just going to sweep through it again and be like, nope, and just keep it.
Yeah, it really does. It does blow my mind that YouTube is, I don't know who or how, because obviously Susan owned YouTube from 2006 onward. What in the world made her decide all of a sudden, I need to just start being this authoritarian type person? You know, it's like, what in the world? Why is it that it's now harmful to state your opinion? You know what I mean?
Because YouTube is a safe space.
I wonder if I can find a Riot video that's monetized.
I bet you could. Or did you check to see if those naked yoga videos were?
I did. They weren't monetized, but it's just the fact that they were allowed on there.
I'm curious. Naked yoga. I can't believe this is a thing.
Let's see. This thing. Okay.
I like how she's just looking at the camera, like, look at my butt cheeks.
Exactly. Oh, man.
This is educational. How is that educational? Put underwear on. They're like, it's so you can see the muscles and how they are supposed to look and flex when you do. Like, we don't need to see your cooch muscles.
We absolutely don't. Or I guess some people probably watch and do.
Some of them are not asking me if I'm 18 or older.
Really? Huh.
Oh, wow. She has huge jugs. They're like cow udders.
Oh, my God.
Like, they're massive. Oh, I got an ad.
You got an ad on one?
There's an ad on one.
Oh my God.
Why is this monetized?
Are you serious? Wait. Okay, what's the video titled?
Real female anatomy. How is this on YouTube?
Who's the person that uploaded it? Just Channel?
Real Anatomy.
Oh, it's called Real Anatomy.
Yeah, the video is called Real Female Anatomy, and the channel is called Real Anatomy.
Okay.
So that one might be ad restricted.
But even so, like, look at what it is, like.
Because I clicked it a second time, and I did not get an ad the second time. This one, the video just started right away.
The video started right away on this one, but it also, what's interesting is it asked me for my age, but did not let me click on it. It was just like, ad, and then it went in. It was like, oh, cool. It may be ad restricted.
All these girls in these videos have like tramp stamps or like those hip stamps. Like, you know the ones I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, pretty much on the lower back there.
Yes. Like, because I have both of those tattoos, but I'm like, the only reason I did it was to be funny. So I'm like, every single one of these nude yoga girls, it's like, has that tattoo. It's like, you're not doing your nude yoga to do nude yoga. You want people to
right.
see your body.
Well,
I guess it's misogynist for me to say that. You can't say that anymore. That's not okay to say on YouTube. I'll say this. One thing is, now that Hungry Lights has been ad restricted, I'm a lot more opinionated.
Oh my God, no! This one let me in. This one legit let me in.
Without
without confirming, because I signed out. Wow. Okay.
I'm skipping through them. I haven't got any more ads. It was just that one.
Found another one.
This one's not even naked yoga. She's touching herself. Why is this allowed? I am so salty right now.
Oh my God, I'm going to have to find this later and clip it and upload this by itself.
And then it says, like, want more? Subscribe.
Oh my God.
This is so aggravating.
What in the world is this? What the hell? Oh.
Did you find something weird?
Yeah, I did. Okay. I thought it was a real dog, but it was a stuffed husky, and he was doing really horrible things to it.
Okay, but still, it's
I thought it was a real one, though.
It's a stuffed animal. Why is it allowed? Why is it allowed if he's
Yeah,
doing
you've been
art?
restricted for doing weird things to stuffed animals.
I have?
Yeah, I remember the with the whole like dragging it across the red water, the stuffing.
Oh, the Cottonmouth video.
Yeah.
That, actually, let's go over there and see if that one's ad restricted or if it's demonetized. That's actually a great question because everything in that video is just props. It's all just like, what do they call it? Practical effects.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
far, we have a couple that are demonetized, but it's because of copyright claim because our record label owns the rights. Like anything involving the music is, it just says ineligible because of the record label.
Yeah.
Ooh. So this one, covers are interesting. Why is this ad limited? So hold on, let me stream this. So this video right here, it's just like a 27-second promo is ad limited, and I don't think there's anything bad in it. I
Huh.
think it's literally just the band. Do you
Yeah,
see
that's odd.
anything?
No.
Like, we're not even like I could see if I was like, come on, I'm not even smashing my head on it. Why did that get ad restricted?
That's weird.
That's what I mean. Like, are you telling me that a human being looked at that?
Right?
I'm gonna appeal that one. Let's request a review. Like, you saw it on stream.
Oh yeah.
That's the
That's
thumbnail needs
strange.
it. Is there something about the metadata? Let's look at the metadata. Tala has some shows coming up. Bloomsburg, New York. Do you see OnlyFans or anything like that? I think the
No.
metadata is safe.
Yeah, it's all safe. There's not even any
So
links, is there?
there no links, just like Facebook and like you have to click it. Oh yeah, I guess there's links, but it's Facebook and Twitter and stuff like that.
Oh, right. Gotcha.
So this one, I think that one's fine. And then this is the other thing that's weird, right? So I don't know. You know how I was showing you before if we uploaded stuff like this got copyright claim from Earache Records, this one did too. But when you scroll down to the older videos, like the EP stuff that's all on private,
Yeah.
it's all monetized.
Huh.
Every single one of them is monetized.
That's strange.
And it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so this one's ad limited. This was the Cottonmouth one. And this
Okay.
one, oh, should I request a review on it just to be
I mean,
that
I
guy?
would. I don't
Let's
see
do
why
it.
not. I had made some videos that I knew would get ad limited for sure because I was talking about like, the Kyle Rittenhouse thing and stuff. And I was like, I'm just going to request it anyway because I'm going to request every one of them because I feel they should never be ad limited. And surprisingly, they overturned it. They did overturn it and I was like, "Wait, what?" And so I just started doing it to all and eventually they would start overturning a lot of my stuff. Because
I started doing that on Hungry Covers.
Oh yeah.
I started
would do
doing it as a joke because here, let me stream again. I'll show you something interesting about Hungry Covers.
Sounds good.
So this is what's cool about Hungry Covers. See how most of them say ineligible because of copyright claims, because it's just me singing over the original song, right?
Yeah.
This one, this guy, Solemn something, he
Mhm.
makes these really cool like VSTs. I did a collab with him. So he redid the entire song as a VST version of it. And this one's shared revenue. Then we
Okay.
got copyright claims. This one, Derek from Tala redid the instrumental. So we got shared revenue. And then all of these are gone. Again, Derek redid it. This one's not even shared. This one's fully monetized.
Huh.
And it's a Seven Dust cover, but we just redid the instrumental. Same thing as the other ones. Same thing. But for some reason, instead of shared, they gave us full. And then this is where it gets interesting. Slipknot, eyeless. Why am I getting shared revenue for this?
Right. Huh.
I didn't redo the instrumental. I'm singing over eyeless, and I get shared revenue. And then here's another one, the Mayan factor. I'm singing over the original song, full monetization on this one.
Huh.
The Linkin Park one, we redid it, so that one makes sense. All the ones where we redo it make sense. Then you get the second page, which doesn't really make sense. Oh man, my internet's slow today, huh?
I don't know if it's the internet. I think it's because I've been having this problem with YouTube all day long, where it'll just get stuck in limbo for a second.
Oh, here's another one. Shared revenue on where is it? Where did it go? Come back. Shared revenue on Slipknot Vermilion Part 2. Why is it doing that? Stay up here. Yeah, YouTube's tweaking out right now. So,
oh man, you did a Thrice song? I didn't even notice.
Yeah, so that's what's great. The Thrice song I did is blocked in most countries. It was blocked in America for a while, so it only has 18K views. Don't know what's going on with Thrice's record label, but whoever owns the rights to this song does not want it on YouTube.
Holy
it just
crap.
gets blocked all the time. And then here's some other weird stuff. So this one makes sense that it's shared because she is playing the piano and I'm just singing over her piano playing. Yeah. This one, escrow. I've never even seen that before.
Wow. So they're putting... Okay, I see why they're putting an escrow. I can totally see why. That's interesting.
Yeah, and it's Slipknot before I forget.
Yeah.
To 1 million views. So I'm like, wow, that's interesting. And then we got Skindred, shared revenue. Why? Angry Frog Rebirth on... I'm singing over the original. All of these, I'm singing over the original song. Stenosis, 73,000 views, total monetization, just singing over the original song.
Yeah.
Then this one shared. This one I personally think should have full, not shared, because I redid the song to the point where it's not the same. It's a metal cover now. It's not even the same song anymore.
Huh.
But shared revenue, because I guess it's a cover. But I'm like, shouldn't they all be like that then? And then... Same with here. We got another escrow on my cover of Sugar by System of a Down. Gotcha. And then here's another one. Drake. Started from the bottom. I transformed the song to the point where it's a different song. It's on. And then this is interesting. I just noticed this. The Fox. This was ineligible for monetization since I uploaded it. And now out of nowhere, like I've never seen this before. Now monetization is on.
Crazy.
And then this one, I got shared revenue. So it's like sometimes they give me the full thing. Sometimes they don't. So I kind of want to just do what you did and just take a day to go through all of them and be like, it's a cover. Like, it's a cover and it's me singing. It's my performance. Yeah, it's the original song. But I'm like,
right? There should be some coming to you, right?
If I get some shared revenue, I'm like, that's going to bring everything back up again because I don't know. Like they're copyright claiming it because their song is being played, but it's me singing their song over their song. So I'm like, part of me is like, I want to take a day, go through every single one of these and just fight it just to see if I can get away with it.
You know, this will probably really, really interest you. But Glenn Fricker did a...
Who is that?
Oh, Spectre Sound Studios.
Oh, that guy with the long curly hair?
Yeah. Okay. He did a review over a plugin that cuts out perfect mid-range, or like perfect frequencies. So you could just select, like, it has pre-selectors on it, like vocals. And you could just take any song you want, anything, and just mix out the vocals entirely. And still have the full song there.
Wow, how is that allowed?
Well, it's just an EQ.
It doesn't do the fuck with the quality or anything like that?
No, not at all. It's really, really well done. And it's just a plugin, so you can do that to your own music. You can do that to mix out certain things. But you could do it to somebody else's song, mix out their vocals, and then you could actually like use them as backing tracks and do your own stuff. So like...
I might have to look into that.
Yeah, I was going to say that very well might interest you. So then you don't have their vocals going along with yours. You could cut theirs out and just put yours on it. And it would still be a cover, but it would, it would actually make it probably sound a lot better in the sense of if you want to do something a little different with your vocals, their original vocal isn't there in the background. And now their vocal is still, if you really listen closely, it is still somewhat there.
It's quiet because you're not removing it. You're just EQing that frequency out. So that makes sense. But if it doesn't mess with the quality of the song, I would totally mess with that.
Absolutely. It looked amazing. I'll pull it up sometime here. I'll send it to you.
Link it to me because
absolutely.
I'm like, I have the technology to go ahead and just make instrumentals for any song I want.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like
that's a lot of work.
Dragon Force song. I don't know if I could. Well, actually, even Dragon Force song, I could probably just play it really, really slow and then speed it up.
Yeah, you could always do that, just like they did. No, I'm kidding. That was the big. They're not Rings of Saturn.
Oh no. Man, that's a fun conversation.
That is. I don't believe he's really doing it, to be honest. But it's.
I think he is a phenomenal player.
He is, absolutely.
And I think they do have backing tracks for harmonies.
He's admitted it. That's the funny thing about it. He does do that.
I do think that particular video in question that they were talking about, I think it's fake, and I think he got caught.
Oh,
because I watched his video on it, and I watched Jared's video on it before Jared deleted it. And I went through I watched Jared's apology video, and I went through everything. And what really struck me as odd is kind of what happened to me with YouTube, where I'm like, I'm squeaky clean. I didn't do anything wrong. Why am I getting in trouble? And then all of a sudden I'm looking at the data and I'm like, well, what did I do wrong? And I'm like, okay, it was the stream probably. I broke a bunch of rules on that stream. I've been doing it for 5 years, so I didn't think that was even violation of their terms anymore. Because I'm like, if it was, I would have gotten in trouble a long time ago.
Right.
So with the whole Lucas Mann thing, I watched the interactions he had with Jared before Lucas made his video. And the first thing he did was he didn't say anything about a backing track. He said, you're hearing the other guitar player through my monitor.
Right.
And I was like, okay, but why can't we hear you at all? And then he's just kind of going back and forth with Jared, not saying any of the things that he said in that video. And then he took 40 minutes to explain everything. And I was like, not to throw shade, but I'm like, that's something that manipulators do.
Right.
When they're trying to talk you in circles. So instead of just saying, we use backing tracks and you're hearing the backing track and I'm actually playing over, but the guy's too close, so you're only hearing the backing track in the monitor, that would have been fine. But he takes 40 minutes to really try to prove something. I'm like, oh man, you
well
being sneaky.
So what I meant by him actually like admitting it, he didn't admit it to the people. He admitted it to Jared in his private DM. He was like, that's a backing track coming through the through my monitor so I can harmonize with it easier and hear it.
Yeah.
And it's like, and Jared was like, so it is a fake guitar. I was right. He goes, it's fake. He's like, you're not actually performing that. That's why it sounded so perfect. And he's like, yeah, but if you...
He says that in his video.
Oh, he does say that in his video. Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the long video, he's like, you're not hearing my guitar. You're hearing the harmony track that I'm
Gotcha. Okay. I thought it was just in the DM.
All right. No. So he says that. I'm like, I get that. But then after that, he goes into saying how he doesn't have his own guitar in his monitor at all.
Right.
And I'm a fellow guitar player. I've played guitar on stage. I'm like, why
you need to hear it.
Have your own sound, like unless you're so good that you know exactly what you're playing, but it's like, what if you weren't out of tune? How are you going to hear if you're out of tune? So I'm like, that's what really makes me think that he kind of is lying about some things, because I'm like, what guitar player doesn't want their own guitar in their own monitor? That's like me being like, yeah, man, no, I don't need vocals in my vocal monitor.
Absolutely.
I'm so good at singing that I don't need vocals in my vocal monitor. Why would you do that?
So I was like, how old was I? Was I 17 or 18? I found Rings of Saturn through my buddy, who can legit play some Rings of Saturn songs at full speed. He's a god. I'm not even kidding. He is a god.
You told me about him last year, I think.
Yeah, Casper. He is, oh my god, he's so good. But he, so we're watching them, and we were making fun of them on Facebook to a degree because we were kind of assholes. But they were like, we're really not, we really can play our own stuff, we swear. And they put like 19 clocks behind them on the wall. And then they were like, see, we're all playing in real time. But it was all so perfect, and it was like, and you could hear the drums in the background and the whole tracks, and it was like...
I hate it when people do that.
Right.
The people that say, look at all these clocks, we're playing in real time. It's like, what if you played in real time and then muted your actual take and just put the perfect track over it, and you're just playing in real time to the take, and we're not hearing what you're actually playing? Where's the fret noise?
Exactly.
I do the same thing. Like when I say, like on Hungry Covers, I'm like, this is all one take. This is my take. I don't have a clock behind me. I don't have anything to prove. I know it's in one take. So I'm like, it is. If someone says it's not, all right, that's your opinion.
Exactly.
I know what I did. So it's the same with those people that are like, watch, my vocals are in real time, and they have Cubase behind them recording it in real time to kind of prove it. And it's like, okay, but that's not what we're hearing isn't what's being recorded, because there was one guy that was doing that, and he, oddly enough, was recording with one of these mics. And he did one of these for the high note. And I'm like, we're not hearing that. We didn't hear this. We heard the perfect, real close, perfectly compressed. I'm like, your waveform even showed a dip when you moved away, but the dip didn't exist in your recording because it's not real.
Exactly. That's what's funny about it is, you know, and they could have been playing, and it's like, you could have been playing that song. It's like, but how are we ever going to really know? It's like, just hook your, like, legit, hook your microphone right up in front of one of your speakers and just play the guitar right there. We're going to be able to hear that. We're going to be able to hear it and move, like, show a couple examples, hit the notes, move your microphone around a little bit to where we we can see it, and then just start playing. And that's just going to be enough. And he got so mad and ended up blocking me on Facebook. And I was like, oh, okay.
Lucas did?
Oh, yeah. Because they only had like maybe 5,000 or 6,000 followers at the time. On Facebook, they only had like 200 followers on Facebook.
But that's the thing. If you're going to be so good at something, you should just like, if you have to prove it, you need to prove it for real. You can't fake prove it. For me, the proof that my vocals are real is that they're imperfect. You can listen to it and hear me missing notes. Why would I take the time to lip sync it and then not like pitch correct all the notes and then be like, yeah, it's one thing. It's like, no, you can hear the imperfections. You can hear the between everything. It's like, that's all you need to know.
Oh, yeah.
There's this video that I'm trying to find.
You know, I got to say, I think I like your cover of Red Light even more than the original now, because you have that microphone so clipped. It sounds...
I cranked it up, so whenever I scream, those highs are just like...
I absolutely love the way you did that, though. It sounds so good.
It was an accident, too. Usually, I keep my gain at the exact perfect spot, so when I do one of those screams, that doesn't happen. It was set to my when I'm streaming, so I turn it up more so you can get more of that. And I accidentally didn't switch it back, and the take was so good. And I'm like, I'm clipping like fucking crazy, and I was like, I don't really care. I'm just gonna upload it anyway. And everyone loves it because the highs are just like.
Exactly. It matches up with your voice so well. And I legit listen to that song every time I get stuck in Tulsa at red lights. So I'm just like, red light, you know, just. I was actually like, so I'm not even kidding. I was pissing my wife off coming back into town because we get stuck at this intersection. There's like 7 lights and it makes me mad. And every time we'd hit a red light, I'd be like, red light, just over at her. She's like, stop, the kid's sleeping, you know, in the back seat. She's like, she's asleep, stop. And I just kept doing it because every time I wake the kid up anyway, I just start driving a little faster and it puts her to sleep. She really loves car rides.
Did this video get taken off of Jared's channel?
Which one is it?
The second vocal contest. I cannot find it to save my life. I've been trying this whole time.
Let's see.
Like,
Is it the one where it's I gave hundreds of singers an instrumental track and this happened?
No. I wonder what happened. I wonder if it got... I don't think he would take it down.
There's a Jared Dines vocal contest, nothing left. Oh, no, that's a different guy.
Let me switch to Hungry Lights, because I have it in a playlist. I wonder what's going on. I might have to message him and ask him about it.
Dickie was involved, in the contest? I didn't know that. Man, have you ever listened to Dickie's, like, bear scream?
The freaking grizzly one? Okay,
Yeah.
I found it. Oh, it's unlisted.
Huh.
I'm going to have to ask him why it's unlisted.
That
Did
is
somebody
strange.
say something weird in the comments? I'll have to ask Jared about that. I'm so curious. But it was this video.
Let's see.
So that video, I'm playing drums in it, and everyone's watching me play drums, right? And this is just to show how good people are at like faking it, because everyone's watching me play drums. Very, very few people in the description, in the not the description, in the comments, noticed there's not a single drum mic.
That's pretty good.
You're hearing MIDI, and I sat in my basement for like 8 hours trying to perfectly play to the MIDI so that you can't tell, because I'm like, there's not a single drum mic. You're hearing MIDI drums. I programmed the drums and then just played over the drums so perfectly that it looks like I'm actually playing. And then at the very, very end, when you see me, I do like this kick, and then I just like one of the kicks is mistimed. I went back into the MIDI track and moved the kick over so that it fit perfectly with my foot. It's like, but like the average person didn't realize that. They're just like, oh yeah, he's a pretty good drummer too. I had been drumming for like, I want to say like 3 months. Like, you can tell how uncomfortable I am. I'm like, but it's like, there were also sometimes when I was drumming and I accidentally did the wrong fill at the wrong time. So I went in the MIDI and changed the fill, like just stuff like that. But it's like, the point is, that's how they get you. Like, that's how, like,
right.
If Lucas Man was faking it, it's like, it looks real. It looks like I'm actually drumming, but there's no drum mics.
Absolutely. And that's the thing, too, is it's like, I don't know why Lucas is, because Lucas is an incredible guitar player, without a doubt. He absolutely is. Whether it's fake or not, like, dude, you make good music. He may be a terrible actual guitar player in real life, like without any recordings, but the fact that he could string the notes together the way he does anyway and still make it sound good through computer, that still takes somewhat talent, because I can't even program drums. I'm that bad. I legit suck so bad at programming drums. I can't do it. I don't know why. I probably could if I practiced more. But I can program everything else, but I'm just...
You program drums?
I do not have the mind of a drummer. My idea of a drummer is like a kick, snare, and then just throwing in random cymbals everywhere, and I'm like, this sounds like shit. Yeah. I was like, this sounds awful. This sounds legit awful. So I just use like the little drum thing that is pre-programmed, and I hit start, and then I just start writing music to it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm terrible. I need to practice on that more.
I have a drum kit in my basement. I haven't been able to play it in 3 years. I keep thinking about selling it. And then I'm like, well, wait a minute, but I could just buy like some mutes or something and actually be able to play it for real. It kills me because I do have a drummer mind and I want to drum so bad. And I have my kit. I have everything there. And I'm like, it's just every time I go in my basement, it just taunts me. And I'm like, I can't play you because I'll get a noise complaint.
Is it? No, it's not Dying Fetus that does it. That's the bass player, the vocalist. But who's the vocalist and the drummer at the same time? What band is that? That is a crazy. Is it Behemoth?
I know you're thinking about like there's a bunch of bands that do that.
I mean, it's like the crazy like ridiculous drums, and he's sitting there and he's doing vocals while doing all this like just his hands are flailing everywhere. And I'm like, who the hell? Like, how the hell are you doing that?
Oh, the guy from Guerrilla Warfare does that. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Nah, I don't think I've heard of that one, actually.
He makes no sense to me. He raps and drums at the same time, like aggressively rapping. And I'm like, how are you? I'm like, are you good at like polyrhythms and stuff? How are you doing that? And he told me that he would like go. He would go in his room, sit on the floor with a pillow, and practice delivering the lines and doing his drum parts really, really slowly until he could, and then he would just speed it up until he could deliver the line at the exact time he was doing each part.
Okay, I mean, that's still like, that's crazy as hell. You know, I don't understand how to do that.
it totally makes sense. There was I used to be in this band where I played guitar and did singing at the same time, and there was this really weird breakdown that I wrote where I couldn't sing it and play it at the same time, and I just had to sit there and do it really, really slow so that when I came in at the weird offbeat guitar parts, it was like, okay, got it. And then I slowly started speeding it up, and now I don't even think about it. But you do actually have to, like, some of those weird stuff, you just gotta slow it down and almost train your brain. It's like playing piano, like
Oh
train your
yeah.
brain to be able to do this and this at the same time. And it's just like, what is happening?
Yeah. That's like when it comes to guitar, like I have to focus on what I'm doing. I can't even have a conversation with someone and still play. I'll just slop out entirely because I can't keep the beat while trying to move my mouth at the same time for some reason. And what's really weird is I was actually like, as weird as this may seem too, I was actually like number one in my entire class from 5th grade all the way up to my senior year on saxophone. And that involves like having to breathe, move your mouth, and do all that stuff and read music at the same time. I could do that very, very well.
Compression too when you're playing saxophone?
Oh yeah, and you have to make it growl and other things, and like to make it do to make it jump up several octaves too. Like that's crazy hard to bend that reed up to get that up there. It's I don't know, it's crazy hard to do.
I'm more impressed with saxophone players now. I've never thought about I've never played a reed instrument before, so I don't know how that works.
It's really not that hard. It's really not that hard.
I got a trumpet one time in my attic. It was like my uncle's or something, and I was like, I'm gonna try playing a trumpet, and it was terrible.
I never did properly learn how to play trumpet at all. It's a lot of mouth movement to make the noise happen, and then the valves are just there on the top just to kind of help get like to tune the notes.
They're just to tune the notes?
Yes, it's kind of like a little tiny fine tuner.
You just go like
pretty much, yeah. That's how you play the trumpet, and all the notes come from your mouth. That's how you adjust all the notes. You can actually play the trumpet perfectly without using those valves at all. But there's certain positions in which you hit those notes, it'll tune it up a little bit better.
Okay.
Yeah, so those valves really don't do much except for just slightly adjust it to where the notes are perfectly in tune instead of think of it as almost like an Evertune, I guess you could say.
I'm thinking of it so it's like whistling. You just have to go for it, but whistling with like
Exactly. Exactly.
That's so cool.
Oh my god, I would drive my wife crazy with the trumpet. There's no way she would allow me to have one of those. But
I remember when I was
my god.
there was a guy that played trumpet down the street, and every time he practiced, I would like, whoa.
Right? That sucks. Please stop. But then it's like, but he's got to do it in order to get better. But God, I really want to kill that kid. Yeah, I'm sure I was that kid too when I would play saxophone in the house. Or guitar, let alone. Because I thought the louder you played, the better it was. When I was like, 12 years old. I was like, wow, that sounds so much better when I crank it up to 10. And I'm like, I was an asshole.
Oh my gosh. I'm sure, come on, you haven't been that bad.
When I was 12, I was horrible. I didn't know how to play it at all. I had a guitar teacher give me 3 lessons, and then I finally learned how to actually play guitar. And after that, I did well. But for some reason, and it's weird because I look back, I was like, why couldn't I just figure out how to play guitar? Why did I even need those lessons? Now, the guy that taught me was a god on guitar, for sure. He's really, really good. I don't know why he's still not doing anything with guitar, because he could do so much with it. But
I think that same stuff with my guitar teacher all the time. He was a blues guy, but he can do crazy, like, but he doesn't do it. He just wants to go, and just like play to like blues.
That's the exact same with my guitar teacher. Like, he did a full cover of Cliffs of Dover, but he doesn't want to do anything more than that at all. Like, he's like, it's, whatever. He wants to sit there and he wants to play and be pretty much just like Stevie Ray Vaughan. And I'm like, that's cool and all, but man, you're like, and he won't listen to me on this at all because he doesn't believe it. But I'm like, you are actually better than what Stevie Ray Vaughan was.
Jeez.
Like, why don't you do more than that? And he's like, I am not better than that's his guy. He's like, I am not at that level. And I'm like, I beg to differ, man. Like, I think you are, and plus some, but he's like, no. And he just won't do anything more than that. But he's always wanted to get into a band. What was his band's name going to be? Him and my dad was going to be the drummer. and all that. I think it was going to be Sticky Johnson, the Ass Pirates. And I was like,
Johnson and the Ass Pirates.
yeah, and I was like, so okay, hold on, which one's Sticky Johnson then? And I never got a straight answer to that.
Oh
It was just like, what? So there's that. But yeah, it's I don't know. For some reason they don't do anything. But then again, I play and I'm starting. Like, my excuse is that I freaking work too much overtime and crap. But there was a point in time where I didn't, and it was like, why didn't I do more then? Because now I really want to put music out there. I really want to do more.
How old are you?
28.
You got plenty of time.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I'm not super stressed about it, but I'm just looking back. I'm like, why did I waste so much time as a kid? Like, not putting stuff out there. I wasted time doing stupid crap.
I didn't start putting stuff out there until I had like a high school channel. Didn't get too many views on that channel. And then I must have been 23 when I made my first channel, deleted that channel. 25 when I made Hungry Lights and Hungry Covers. Joined Tala when I was 27, turning 28. So
Nice.
it's like a lot can happen in 2 years. Like,
oh, yeah.
I'm 30 now, and I'm like, holy cow, like, my career seems like it's just about to take off. And then COVID happened.
Right.
But you can, it's definitely, all you got to do is just, like, find the time.
Well, I think I found something. We made a YouTube-friendly, completely friendly channel. And for the most part, I'll show you a clip of what we're doing. We're doing video games. We're going to do something kind of like Zombie Horse. And I think it's pretty funny. We got I'll show you a clip here. I showed some people this. And we got crazy good artwork from my buddy's sister. And she is making awesome artwork. That stuff's going to come out soon. I think we're going to launch the channel tomorrow, actually. And hopefully if we start making stuff like that, first of all, we're going to definitely have guests. And you guys, if y'all ever come down to Oklahoma, you guys should definitely join us on playing some video games and getting drunk as hell. It's called Intoxigaming. And
man.
Yeah.
Don't invite me to that.
I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good and fun.
There was I want to say 2015 or 2016. My friend Jordan and I did this stream that we titled "Drink Until We Die." And
yeah.
It was this game called Path of Exile, and you die a lot in that game. And we had like a bunch of people, and anytime anyone died, we had to drink. And
man.
Died except for me, because everyone else was drinking like they just like we would die and they'd all sip a beer. I was doing shots of Fireball every time someone died. And at first it was like everyone was doing good. Then we get to the harder part of the game and all of us died at the same time. So I just had to do 6 shots right there.
Oh my God.
I was like, oh, that sucked. And then we're going again. And eventually like 2-3 other people die. And it just got to the point where I drank like half of this bottle and I'm just sitting there by myself in this cavern. And I just hear my friend Jordan like, hey man, we died again. I'm like, how many people died? He's like, oh, 5 of us. I'm doing it again. I just get the trash can and put it next to me, and I just keep puking into it, and I'm just waiting. I don't even play anymore. I'm just waiting for them to die, and I'm like, how much longer are we going to go? And the stream got so concerned that somebody in the stream messaged Rob and was like, Justin's killing himself on stream right now. Please save him. And Rob comes over and was just like, Justin, are you okay? And I'm just like, oh, hey, man. Yeah. They keep dying. And I like have this like empty bottle of Fireball. I'm like, they keep dying, and I think I need to get more because they're not going to stop dying. And he's like, no, you're done. You're done. And then he just went off on Bob because Bob was my roommate at the time.
Right.
And he's just like, Bob, what the fuck are you doing? Your friend's in the other room drinking himself until he's puking everywhere, and you're in here watching Keenan and Kel and drinking orange soda.
Keenan and Kel? Are you for real?
Like he just ripped him a new one, and I'm just sitting there on the stream drunk as heck, and I'm just like guys, that's a good friend right there. But the best thing is that I wasn't like I was really drunk, but I remember everything. Oh, on the stream, it was Jared's birthday Jared's birthday was coming up, and he really wanted me to come to his like birthday party, and he was in the stream, and he's like, Justin, man, are you coming to the birthday? I was like, yeah, man, I'm buying a ticket right now. And so I'm wicked drunk, and I'm trying to buy a ticket to Jared's birthday party, like not to his house, not to an airplane. Like I'm sitting in there punching in the address to try to go to the bar where Jared's having his birthday party. And I'm just like, Jared, I don't understand. Like, what is the name of the place? And he's like, we're having it at this place. And I'm just like, Jared, I can't get a flight to that place. And I was just so drunk that I didn't understand that I needed to get a plane ride to the airport. And I'm just like, Jared, there are no planes that will take me to that bar. I'm like, is there somewhere else I can go? And he's just like, dude, message me when you're sober. I didn't end up messaging him because I was so hungover for like the next 2 days, and then I just forgot, and then his party happened.
Oh my God.
I remember I'm just like talking to my friends, and I'm like, yeah, I pretty much remember everything. And they're like, you remember when you tried to buy a plane ride to a bar? And I was like, yeah, I remember doing that. And they're like, yeah, Bob showed up or when Rob, you showed up and yelled at Bob. I'm like, yeah, I remember that. He's a great friend. But it was just like, I drank so much, but I just wasn't I think it's because I ate before I did the stream, so I wasn't like getting like blackout drunk. I was just sitting there and I just kept puking. So it's like I wasn't really drinking that much because it just kept coming up anyway.
Yeah, right.
When I think about stuff like that, I'm like, I should have got ad restricted a long time ago.
Well, now see, that makes me wonder too, because I am drinking on stream. I did get pretty drunk on stream, but I also did get rid of that. Like, I haven't deleted it. I unlisted the stream. Maybe if I delete that, maybe that's it. I don't know.
Here's the thing. On Hungry Covers, there's Jammin' with Jay, and we're drinking on stream. Like, we keep holding it up. We're like, this stream is brought to you by whatever. What's that? Golden Schlags?
Goldschlager.
Goldschlager, yes.
Yeah.
He's like, no, it's brought to you by this. And like, you see us pouring the shots, and we just keep going. And that stream, it's demonetized, but only because we're singing a bunch of copyrighted songs in it.
Okay, gotcha.
So it had nothing to do with the alcohol. So I don't know what YouTube's policy is with alcohol. I just know that on that stream, where I think is the stream that got me in trouble, I was drinking. I show my butt a bunch, like not even like thong. Like I was just like, here's my bare ass. At one point, I was like on the ground, like, and I'm like cross-dressing, so I'm like in a skirt, and I'm just on the ground, grabbing my feet, going, "I'm just a baby. I'm just." It's like it was so bad, and then I'm pretty sure I probably talked some shit in it. Like I think because I was really drunk, and it was like 2 bottles of champagne, but it was over 14 hours, so I was like, I was drunk, but I wasn't that drunk. But it was like when because I didn't think that the stream would be what caused this. Like I said in the beginning of our stream, I still don't know if that's what caused it because YouTube hasn't said anything. But when I know that I did not delete that stream until probably the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. And I know that the ad restriction started on the 5th. And I know I saw the yellow icon on the 13th after I uploaded that stuff. So I'm like, all right, whatever happened between that stream and the 5th. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm willing to bet it was that stream because I didn't delete it in time. And I haven't edited that stream yet, but I was like, was it the stream? And I just click on the stream and I'm just going like 10 seconds at a time. And I'm just like sitting there making like tallies of all the times that I broke YouTube's policy. And I'm like, throughout 14 hours, it was like almost 100 times. Like I'm just like,
oh, wow.
Go, there's another one. So I'm like, it has to be this video. There's no way it wasn't.
So you did delete it though, right?
Oh yeah, I deleted it, but
yeah,
if somebody saw it, because here's the thing, if you delete, like you can see from Belle Delphine's channel, if you delete something from YouTube, YouTube has the power to bring it back. It's still in their system. So if it got flagged and I deleted it, but every time I'm like, if they actually did go and manually review it, they're probably going to look at that video that got flagged. And they're like, okay, this is a live stream. So this guy could stream, and there were ads running on it. So it's like this guy could stream at any time and do any of this, and our ad people could see it.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's why That's why I think I got blacklisted, because if I try to remove all my bias and put myself in the position of a YouTube worker or a YouTube CBO or someone who's, bowing down to the ad gods,
Yeah.
I'm like, this guy hasn't done anything wrong, so we don't need to delete his channel, but we don't know what he's going to upload or when. It's a risk, so let's just ad restrict him instead. That's what it looks like.
Right. And it's just like, why wouldn't, I just don't understand why they can't have, like, why they can't just tell you, though. Like, if they could just tell you, it would just all be over. It would just be like, okay, cool.
Here's the thing. I don't have any problems with being told, like, what to do from, like, an authority figure. I don't like it when, like, someone comes in and they're just like, yo, Justin, like, you need to stop doing that. I'm like, shut the fuck, don't tell me what to do.
Right.
But if Google just sent me an email that said, hey, on this stream, you did this, 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 and this, and this, we can't have you doing that anymore. So we're going to, you're not going to have the ability to stream for a month.
Right.
To me, that's not like an authoritarian punishment. That's a fair thing. They just say, hey, this is what you did wrong, so we're punishing you for it. And when we lift that punishment and you're free, just don't do those things again. And I would be like, okay.
Yeah. And they've done that before. That's what they typically used to do. That's what's confusing to me. And that's why I really do think it's like we're going to be able to make money off of this. And that's what I really think it is.
It is.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Without a doubt.
All right, I did some things wrong. I'm willing to take the punishment, but I'm like, but I don't need to leave the platform because I did do things wrong.
Right.
But I'm like, but at the same time, I'm like, why couldn't they just tell me? And why does it have to be a permanent thing? Why can't it be like, hey, for a year, you're going to be ad restricted.
Right.
And then we'll lift it if you're, good behavior. It's like, if you commit a crime, unless it's a serious crime, you're not going to jail for the rest of your life.
Right. Exactly.
So like, why?
Well, you know what's funny about it too? YouTube has a policy that if you do something wrong on one channel, it has to apply to all channels.
Really?
Yep. All channels that are especially connected. And technically...
Why aren't my other channels?
Right. And that's what's interesting about it. And the thing about it is why aren't your other channels? Well, the answer is maybe they haven't gotten to them yet, too.
Ooh, that's
and we
true.
don't know. And that's the scary thing about it. It's like YouTube could just come down at any time because they can... Technically, the way YouTube is running, I almost feel like they're running like a mob. And it's like, how about today we go ahead and do it because we don't like you? Mm-hmm. Boom. And it's just like...
So here's what I wonder about Tala's channel now, because I don't own Tala's channel. Max does. I'm an admin on it.
Okay. That would be different, probably.
I don't know if it will count for that. But did you know how you can transfer complete ownership of a channel to anyone?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can.
Like, it's like, so let's say I give Hungry Lights, I give the channel to you. Mm-hmm. Is it still going to be ad restricted? Because it's not my channel anymore.
Well, technically, if it was to me, then probably. but if you gave it to Rob, I gave it to Rob, I
give it to Rob, I give it to Max, I give it to Earache Records. Hypothetically, do they still ad restrict it because it's not my channel anymore?
That's a good question. I don't know, actually. And that would be a good experiment. You might want to test it. Maybe give it to Rob sometime and be like, I'm transferring ownership to him and just see what happens.
I don't know. Or even better, hypothetically, let's just say I take every single video on Hungry Lights and I upload it to Hungry Covers. Is Hungry Covers going to get ad restricted now? Because it's the same content that got ad restricted.
That's a good question, too. You might want to try that. You might want to actually upload one of them over to Hungry Covers and just see what happens.
Just see what happens. Why not?
That would be interesting.
That's something I considered. I'm like, all right, this Scream tutorial got 3 million views pretty much. I'm like, if I take this video and I leave this one here, but I upload another version of it on Hungry Covers and it gets thrown into the algorithm, but it's being monetized.
Yeah.
I'm going to make money off the video again. So I'm like,
What if you make like almost a Chinese knockoff of your channel and call it Hungry Rights and then upload all of your stuff over and just to make it exactly a Hungry Rights and put it on over there and just see if they never hit it, then you don't even have to upload to Hungry Lights anymore. Then maybe eventually you change that R to an L. Who knows? Maybe there's ways around it.
Thinking about it, I'm like, all right. Here's the other thing I'm also thinking about, because I got my Hungry Lights channel, right? It's ad restricted. I'm like, let's just say Tala blows up and I get huge. I get to the point where I'm like Rob, where I touch a channel and it gets 100K subs, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm like, what would stop me from making a new channel and uploading all my content all over again and just leaving Hungry Lights there as an archive so you can see when things were uploaded? But it's like, but come to this channel and then I make all my money again because everything's now just getting views all over again. It's like, what's going to stop me from doing that?
Exactly. Well, the scary thing about it is, right? And this is what YouTube's not thinking about. It's like, I don't know what their problem is, but it's like, what's to stop you from going to another platform and doing that now? And then they just miss out on it. It's like, why are you all doing that? I don't understand why they're shooting themselves in the foot. I mean, at this point, they're not even shooting themselves in the foot anymore. They're blowing their own brains out and then getting up and doing it again. It's like, you all are actually just really harming yourselves to the point of no return. Why? I don't get it.
Also, you got to consider the big players. So let's just say hypothetically, like PewDiePie went to BitChute.
Right.
You know how many people are going to go to BitChute?
Oh, yeah.
Just to watch him there. And then all of a sudden, there's all these other people here that are like, hey, I'm going to upload stuff. And then people start uploading stuff. And then suddenly, BitChute's not just sub thing anymore. Now, suddenly, there's another competition.
You know what's funny about it? That did happen. He didn't go to BitChute.
I saw, was it Storyfire?
No, it was DLive.
Which one is it? Not PewDiePie, but I think it's BitChute or Storyfire has Leafy, Keemstar, all those freaking people.
That's Storyfire, yeah.
All those people. Yeah, they're all over there now.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. And they have like 200 subs, 800 or not 200K subs, like 400K subs. It's like they just went over there and built themselves right back up.
Oh yeah. And the thing about it is PewDiePie did it on DLive and YouTube freaked out and bought him back. Yeah, they paid him. They paid him to come back. And it's like, y'all wouldn't have never had to have paid him if y'all didn't screw around. And y'all are just willing to throw money at him to keep him there, but it's like, are y'all willing to do that for all the other people that are, yet you're fixing to irritate and leave?
Some contract.
Oh yeah, he signed a contract with YouTube for sure. I was irritated when I saw it too, though, because I was like, PewDiePie, look, I know you like the money and all, but you're already rich, man. I never would have done that. Like, if I were PewDiePie at this point in time, I would tell people on my channel, I'd be like, listen, I get it. He's got like 100 million subscribers. You know, he's number one. Why do you want to dethrone yourself? You know, he's the king of YouTube. Why dethrone yourself?
No, remember that those Indian guys beat him.
Yeah, but those are also multiple channels, technically, you know, like that's what's weird about it. But regardless, he is like, as a single person, like he is the king. Oh, yeah. And if he really wanted to, he could start it back up again. He could do the whole competition with them again and get himself ahead if he really wanted to. He did it before. He can do it again. I think he's just tired of it. But that's what's crazy about it to me, though, is it's like, why doesn't he just tell people? Like, if I was rich, I would honestly be like, look, I'm making a BitChute account here. You have this many days to follow it before I nuke my channel. I would probably just do that because we know he's invested in other things. He's like 100% of his money is not coming from YouTube at this point. He's got bukus of money everywhere. I would legit do that if I were him. That's exactly what I would do. I'd be like, it doesn't matter anymore. I'm never going to starve. I'm never going to hurt for money. I'm never going to need more money.
Anywhere he wants.
Exactly. I don't see why he didn't just stick it to him and just go make another platform like that. He could create his own platform too.
Yeah.
And then he would actually be generating tons of revenue. But, you know, him going to BitChute alone would bring in all these adverts because they'd be like, we have to advertise with PewDiePie. Like, how many adverts are probably with PewDiePie? Like, shoot, I bet Coca-Cola recognizes PewDiePie and is like, we have to have him.
Everyone knows who he is. He's like Michael Jackson at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Even if you've never listened to Michael Jackson, you know exactly who he is. You say,
absolutely.
Yo, man, they're going to be like, oh, the YouTube guy. Everyone knows who he is.
That's exactly. So it just blows my mind that he doesn't go out and do more. Or at least try to hold YouTube's feet to the fire more, too. Because, like, he's kind of tried doing it, but then he backed off once they gave him a little bit more money. And he tries to ride the fence. He still does his Pew News stuff where he makes fun of, like, SJWs and stuff, which is awesome. But it's like, man, you have some real power. I would walk in and I would tell Susan, okay, you need to stop doing this to people or I leave. And I get she would listen.
I bet he's he signed some kind of contract
that
makes him legally obligated to stay, not speak out against YouTube. Like, there's got to be something. And they said, we'll give you this much money
Oh
Like,
yeah,
they probably own him now.
I bet they do. But the thing about it is that contract ain't forever. And I don't know why he would sign that in the first place, though. To be honest, they gave him like millions of dollars, though. They gave him like millions, and it's just like, geez, dude. Like, I don't understand it. But money is money, I guess. He has so much power, though, and he could even make more money than what YouTube... Because YouTube is definitely, like, coming down on him still. And I don't think he realizes he could do better without them. He could go over to BitChute, and I guarantee he'd probably make more money. And BitChute would be more than happy to pay him because I guarantee you that would make their decade. Having PewDiePie on there, that'd make their decade. Like, D-Live was doing so well because of PewDiePie. And when he left, D-Live just went...
I've never even heard of it before.
Yeah, they're trying to compete with Twitch, and that platform, it's not super good because your videos don't really stay up there. Like, they stay up there on, I think it's both, really. Your videos can stay there on Twitch, but...
Isn't it just like clips?
Usually it's just clips, for the most part, and also, nobody wants to sit there and watch a full, like, days and days and days worth of 4 hour streams. When you're doing that every single day for that long, nobody tunes into the older streams like that. Like, some people skim through them to find kill shots and stuff like that, but...
That's why I delete my streams, and then I edit them again and take out all the bullshit, so it's just highlights, and then I re-upload the highlights. So it's like, here's what you missed in the last stream, but It's like, you still missed a bunch because this is just what I felt like uploading.
Right. And, I like to peek. I typically will get rid of certain streams. Like, streams like this, though, where it's two of us kind of having, like, I'm interviewing you and stuff, or, something like that, I'll keep up the full stream.
We're just chatting.
Oh, exactly. But I don't really keep my, even my presidential stream is gone. It got, like, I think 2,000 people tuned into that stream, actually. Which I was surprised.
I was one of them.
Yeah. What, oh, man, you said something that cracked me up there, too, but I got so drunk.
That was fun to watch.
I got too drunk.
Probably until it was late. Like I watched up until you went and got a pizza, and then Trump did that thing where he came out. You missed that because that's when you were upstairs or in the other room, wherever you went.
Yeah.
And then it was just on hold for a while. You came back. We were all talking about it. And then I was just like, man, I'm going to go to bed. It must have been like 2 a.m. or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I know I got the pizza back in here. I remember I was sitting in here and I was talking about some crazy stuff. I think I got into some personal stuff because I was that drunk. And my buddy from work, like, called me on Discord and was like, hey, dude, you need to get off there now. Like, he's like, you need to get off there now.
I don't remember you talking about anything personal, so I left before you. You were still.
It was
very coherent when I was watching.
I knew. I was like, I know I'm way too drunk. I was like, I know I am because I was trying to talk to the camera and I was going, and I couldn't make the words, and I was like, I'm sorry, guys, my mouth isn't working anymore. I was like, I can't. I was like,
have good friends to come bail you out, right?
Oh yeah, freaking. Oh man, it was awesome. It was awesome having him there to bail me out of that. But I knew too, because I was like, I'm not one of those people where people are like, you're too drunk, and I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm like, oh no, I'm very aware I'm drunk. I am super aware. I was that's
even worse though. That's me. That's when I do those things. I'm like, I'm doing it on the stream, and I'm like, I know I'm drunk. I know I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm doing it anyway because I don't care.
Exactly. No, I get to that point where I'll do some stupid stuff, and I'm like, and they're like, "You're too drunk for this," and I'm like, "I know I am," and I'll still continue doing it. I was like, "Do you think I'd be doing this sober?" And like, "No, that's why we're trying to stop you."
And that's one of my favorite. That's why I love doing the drunk streams. I don't do them often. I do them like, I want to say maybe 2 or 3 times a year. It's like I always do New Year's, I do Halloween, and then sometimes I'll do like St. Patrick's Day. It's always just, or like I'll have a friend come over. It's always just 2 or 3 per year. And my favorite thing is when I start being just out of control and I see the fans in the chat and they're all just like, dude, you need to stop. You need to stop. And I'm like, I know, but I'm not going to stop. And I just,
Hell yeah. Oh man. Yeah, no, seriously. Fun. we need to like especially when we start this here. I'll actually show you a clip from it, because when we start this up, we're gonna have to do crap like this. This is just funny. We would like to have you come over and get as drunk as possible with us while playing games, because I think that would be hilarious. No one's in there anymore. Oh, no, the bear's still there. Can you hear that okay? So why is Freddy so dangerous?
Yeah. Oh, I think you showed this.
Oh, did I show that?
I don't know. I mean,
yeah, but I want to watch it again.
Yeah, you got to make someone the most dangerous. If you're making a game about Chuck E. Cheese.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I remember this clip.
I don't know what that means. I don't know why that is like that.
Check your camera. Is he in there?
Are you trolling him?
I am trolling him. Oh, I know exactly what's gonna happen.
I could tell when you went check your camera. I was like, oh, he knows.
Oh man, it was his reaction. Like, he was so far away from the microphone when that happened because of how far back he jumped. So you could hear how far back he was, like, because you could hear him. Tone. Yeah, you could hear that room tone. He's like, oh, he's coming. Yeah, he's coming out. But it was so loud. My wife and baby were in the other bedroom there, and I was like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. And I went and I checked on him, and my wife's literally just like, and kids on the back just, like, they're both out with the most hilarious faces possible, and I was like, okay, good, I didn't wake him. But I was scared for a second there. I was like, oops. But yeah, that's kind of the direction. Like, oh man, I wish I could show more, because we have so much more funny stuff that we did during the videos. But yeah, I'm super excited. We're gonna launch that tomorrow, and I think it's actually gonna do well. And if that channel does well, I'm gonna be able to do way more with this channel without regret, because I'm not even the owner of the channel. I actually put effort into making sure that I am not associated with that channel at all, outside of what I will say in my videos.
Yeah, it's just your voice.
Exactly. And I'm going to try and make sure YouTube isn't super aware that I'm even really there. I'm going to try and get everyone from, this channel over to that channel, so we could start, get the 1,000 subscribers and the watch hours, so we could just start up with it and grow and grow and grow. I think we'll do well, because he's edited it very, very well. There's so many good edits to it. I've made a little bit of music for it. Nothing impressive or anything, just, video gamey sounding stuff. And I think it'll take off pretty well. It's what YouTube likes. And I was like, you know what? I do want to make this stuff right here more than anything, and music. I was like, but if we get something that YouTube likes up there and just deal with it, which my buddy, he's super into that kind of stuff. So it's like, okay, I'll just help you with it. And then if we grow, we can be independent and then make the stuff we really want to do.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing.
Absolutely.
That's honestly one of the reasons when I was thinking about leaving YouTube, I was like, man, do I want to leave? Because I was like, it's obviously, like, now I'm not going to leave. But at the time, I was like, it's messed up what they did to me. But I was like, but YouTube is a monopoly. And I'm like, and at the end of the day, I can keep making videos. I can stick it to them in my videos, and I can just get bigger and bigger and bigger. And I'm like, what are the chances that, let's say Tala blows up and they decide to, get rid of my ad restriction, because they're like, we could be making a lot of money off of this. And then I could just be like, yeah, but I'm going to not monetize any of this.
Right. And, the funny thing about it is, too, is, about that statement is, what are the chances of Tala getting big? At this point, I'm like, what are the chances of them not getting big? Mm-hmm. For real, because you all are making phenomenal stuff. And, I mean, y'all got a little bit of pull with good old Mike there.
That's fun. We do, but we don't.
Well, y'all try not to even mention it, I see.
It's funny. So we have pull only because Max is his son and everyone knows that name. But whenever Mike tries to promote our stuff, his fans fucking hate us. They
I bet.
Hate us. I've never, there was one time, I think, where he posted something and none of the prog snobs came on and were like, this is just noise. Yeah. How could you let your son make music like this? Usually that's what we get. Yeah. But it's like, there are people who associate Max with his dad, and he really hasn't had as much pull as you would think. This is a
Oh
story
yeah.
we always tell people because, like, our first year of touring was like we played for bars and like 2 people came out and we're like, this sucks. And then the second year, we started to get a little bit more traction where it was like we play, but we're playing with more popular bands. So there's like 12, 30 people there. And then the third year, the first 2 shows were amazing. We had a sold out show
Nice.
in my neck of the woods. I think it was like a 350 capper like that, something like that, and it capped. And it's like we're like crowd surfing and being crazy, and then COVID happened, and we were like,
Yeah.
oh. So we have a theory in Tala. We're like, dude, we have built up so many fans this year, and people are itching to go out to shows again. When COVID is over and we can tour, we think we're gonna do very well, especially if we can get on a good tour.
I bet you all are. So I guess probably most of the pool probably comes from you then, with Jared and but you all need to reach out to Ola England. Like,
why do I know that name? Who is
oh
that?
man, he was the guitarist for 6 Feet Under. He's a very popular YouTuber. Does a lot of gear demos. He's in the Haunted and Feared.
I think I've watched his videos.
I mean, he's a straight up metal.
Really familiar.
And he is a huge Mike Portnoy fan specifically.
He might already know about us then.
I've actually tried telling him, because I'm like part of his Discord, and everyone talks at once in there, so it's really hard. Yeah. And, well, in the voice chats, too, because Ola is really, really cool. He likes to interact with everyone. And, I've talked to him a few times, and I was like, you need to check out Tala. And he goes, I need to. And then literally, as I was, because I was telling him, I was like, you should check out this band. He goes, yeah, I'll look at bands. And out of nowhere, you'll hear kids like in the background. He goes, I got to check out my kids. And he's gone, and it's like, crap. So it's been a hard time for me even to be like, hey, check this out. Because if he knew about Max, he probably would instantly check him out. Because like I said,
I bet he knows. I bet he just hasn't bothered. Like, this has happened a lot.
Yeah.
Like, that guy, what's his name? Mark from Caver or something Vocal Academy. You ever watch his videos?
Oh, okay. URM Vocal Academy or URM Mix Academy or?
It's Cadaver. I don't know. I'll just put in.
It's like Mark. What's his name? He's in Periphery.
Cardavox Academy.
Oh, okay.
So he reacts to stuff all the time. He's got 60K subs. He's growing fast. He had earlier this year, I think he had 40K. But he's got a beard, and he just uploaded a Tala video where he reacted to my not the actual overconfidence video, but the one of me singing it. And he reacted to that. It's got 10K views already. But it's like in the beginning of it, he's like, we need to talk about Justin Bonitz from Tala. And he's like, he's like, the only reason I didn't do a reaction to the music video was because I've already seen it many, 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 many times. This guy likes Tala. He's a fan of the band, but it's like you never would have known until he made this video. And then there's other times like Jared likes Tala and he's plugged our stuff a couple times, but it's like you never know who's watching. You never know who's actually likes your stuff already and just doesn't say anything. I think Clown from Slipknot, I think his son loves Max and loves Tala. So
really?
It's like there's these pull in places we don't know about. So it's like you never know who's watching. You never know who already likes your stuff. It's so weird.
That's crazy. Yeah, that.
Oh, the friggin' what's his name? Ryan, the drummer from Korn.
Oh, okay. But you're gonna say Ryan Bruce at first.
No, I think his name's Ryan. He's the new drummer for not the original one, the guy that replaced that guy. I think his name.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't know.
Korn lineup. I should have probably said Korn members.
I have a Korn guitar. That's
Korn has their own guitars.
Well, he's got this LTD with the Evertune on it and the Fishman Fluences.
Wait, you told me that in a different stream, didn't you?
I have his. It's got his thing on the back, Sir Headley.
Ray, not Ryan. I fused Ray with Brian and made Ryan. Ray. Ray is a fan of Max. We actually, when we first made the band, we went over to NAMM and we met Ray and got to take pictures. Wicked cool
nice.
guy. So it's like he likes us. Like you never know who is watching and who likes your stuff and who's just kind of like chilling and waiting to see what's going to happen. Like, is this band going to blow up? Let's watch and see what happens. Like they just want to see what you do on your own. And then when you start seeing some success, they might just swoop in and be like, hey, I like what you're doing. I want to do some stuff with you. You never know.
Oh yeah, that'd be. Oh man, they should. That'd be so cool. You guys do a tour with Korn. It's over. It's success all the way through.
Amazing. Same with Code Orange. Max met the drummer from Code Orange. What's his name?
Nice.
I can't. Jamie, I think. Jamie something. Code Orange. Jamie Morgan. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So like Max met him. That guy loves mics. What I've realized after I joined Tala and just started meeting some of these people, I'm like, the music industry is very tiny. Like,
yeah,
all these people know each other and they're all watching each other, but no one's actually saying anything.
Right. And it's what's strange about it. It's such a different beast in general. Yeah, and that's kind of what happened with the Sword, if you remember them back in the day. Like
the Sword, they do like Freya, right? And Iron Swan.
Oh yeah,
I loved them. What happened to them?
That's a good question. Well, they kind of changed their music a little bit because I remember we got into the Sword, and they were a small band, and out of nowhere, Metallica found them and was just like, "Hey, you're coming on tour with us," and that's just what happened. And we ended up getting to see them live. It was really cool. It was just like 2008. But they were like a nothing band, and out of nowhere, Metallica was just like, "We really like this. You're coming with us," and Metallica just made them, and it was like, holy crap! But I think they changed a lot of their music style, and I kind of stopped listening after one of their newer albums. I was like, is it really? They went the very Metallica route with that, you know?
Oh man, Iron Swan was my favorite song from the Sword. I loved that song.
Such good stuff. Like. Oh, yeah, they also, it was crazy because the Sword ended up playing right before Metallica. Down opened for the Sword. And I was just like,
Down?
What?
I haven't heard of Down.
Oh, yeah, it's Phil Anselmo's band. Phil Anselmo and Rex. Yeah.
I know Phil Anselmo. I know his name.
Oh, Pantera.
Yeah. This happens every single time. People are like, Phil Anselmo. And then I'm like, why do I know who that is? And they're like, Pantera. And I'm like, I'm an idiot.
Phil, oh man, he's interesting, that's for sure. Of course, man, Vinnie Paul, he held that grudge all the way to the grave against him. And I can't believe it. It still blows my mind thinking, man, you know what? Vinnie should just suck it up. And I'm like, oh yeah, Vinnie's gone
what
now.
Happened?
Vinnie, I can't remember how he passed away. Was it earlier this year? When did he pass away? Oh, it wasn't earlier this year. It was in June 22nd, 2018. Why am I thinking everything from 2018 was last year?
Because 2018... Well, it's because 2020 doesn't even count as a year.
Right? Yeah, pretty much. What did he die of?
2020 is really just 2019 B.
Pretty much. It seems like it, honestly. He died from a dilated coronary artery disease. Okay, so in other words, he was too fat.
Oh.
Was
he fat? Or was he one of those people that like works out and just eats like crap? Just
no, he was a pretty big guy. He got pretty big. Him and his brother were both getting, Dimebag Darrell, he was getting pretty big towards the end there too.
Okay,
but
so it's fat. It wasn't like Rich Piana fat, where it's not fat at all. You know who he is?
Rich Piana.
Dude, he was massive. He was so big, and he died of a heart attack, I think, because he was one of those guys that would work out, like he lived at the gym, but he would eat like 3 pizzas by himself just to get bigger. But like he never got fat. He just was like pure, just like.
I mean, this will give you kind of a good example here.
Oh yeah, that's a big guy.
Yeah.
So what was the grudge? What happened?
Well, Phil won. I think it was before Damage Plan formed. When Pantera broke up, Phil said something like, "I hope you die," or something like that to Dime. And I think it was like a year later. Yeah, Dime got shot by that crazy guy, and you know, Phil felt so bad about that too. Now, I'm not going to sit there and say Phil wasn't a dick, because he totally was a dick. You know what I mean? But he decided that without a doubt, no matter what, he was never going to have anything to do with Phil again. And it's been like, you know, it was like 20 years later, essentially. Or no, not even, it hasn't even been 20 years since Dime died. What am I thinking? Like 10 years later, Phil's like, look, we should have a reunion. We can have Zach Wilde be, you know, fill in. And Vinny was just like, no, never gonna have a reunion with you ever. Just not gonna do it. Didn't want to have anything to do with Phil ever. He always blamed Phil for Dime's death, and I'm like, dude, blame the shooter. Like, at that point, like, Phil said some mean things, but that's the worst of it. Phil said mean things. You know, he was a crazy druggie at the end of it, and you know, of course, half the stuff Phil said, he probably didn't even really mean. He was on drugs heavily. You know, and Dime never held the grudge against Phil. You know? So it was like, why are you holding on to a grudge that would rightfully be your brother's? And he wouldn't even hold a grudge against him, like, but...
Man, yeah.
You know?
That's awful.
Yeah. So it was one of those things where it's like, we're truly never going to get a Pantera reunion now, because the only two members that are alive are the last two members there are Phil and Rex. And they're already in a band together. They're in...
That's the singer and the bassist?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're in a band together, and it's just down. So it's might as well be. They could start doing any Pantera songs they wanted. That's as close to Pantera as you'll get now, is seeing Down. So unless, of course, they wanted to get Zach with them or something, but
that's kind of like you know, the band Fuel.
Oh yeah.
Like they did Hemorrhage and Shimmer and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They have the most interesting story I've ever seen. So Carl is the guitarist and the main songwriter guy, and Brett is the vocalist and the other songwriter guy. They started a different band together called Small the Joy. They signed a bad deal, and this was back in, like, I want to say like the 80s or something, and that record label still owns all the music to that. So
to this day?
They made a new band called Fuel.
Oh, okay.
Basically all the same members, but they just like were like, no, like they own us, so let's just make a new band, pretty much.
Yeah.
So they did that, and that's the band that blew up. You know, they saw some success, they made some serious hits. And then what happened was the singer Brett allegedly got hit in the face with a guitar and broke his nose and like killed his whole nasal cavity. And if you do those types of like harsh vocals that he did, that kind of Chester kind of like kind of stuff, you can't do that without this part of your nose. Like, so that's what he's trying to say happened. But a lot of people are like, he probably just blew it out doing like cocaine, because
right.
He's one of my favorite vocalists, by the way. Like, I grew up on this guy. But so he started like lip syncing in a lot of their stuff because he couldn't do it live, because that area of his nose was gone and he couldn't sustain the notes or anything. So I guess some beef started in the band, and like the drummer was, you know, coming clean about it. And then the singer was getting mad. He's like, I don't lip sync. And, you know, they were just doing back and forth. And so he ended up leaving the band, or they fired him or something like that. And then they got a new singer, put out a third album or fourth album, whatever it was, with a new singer. No one really liked it. And then I don't know how he did this, but Brett, he somehow found some kind of loophole where he still was half the band and just got all new members and started putting out music as Fuel. So at some point in time, there were two bands called Fuel. One was the rest of the band and one was the singer. And they're both putting out music, and it's just like, how is he doing this? And it was so funny because most people preferred his stuff because it was his voice. Yeah. But most of the other half of the people preferred the other guy's stuff because he was the main writer. So instrumentally, it sounds more like Fuel, and they just got split into two bands with the exact same band name. And there was nothing the other one can do about it. And to my knowledge, the original Fuel with Carl hasn't put out any music since that album with the new guy. Meanwhile, Brett's version of Fuel is still killing it and just like doing a bunch of music, and they're playing all the old songs and stuff like that. You're like, I'm just sitting here like, what kind of contract did you sign where you were able to get away with this?
No joke. That's crazy.
I've never heard of it before.
Well, one thing is both of we know this. Both bands are really, really bad at signing contracts. Like, how the hell do you all not learn your lesson from that?
Like, it doesn't make any sense. If I go on YouTube and I type fuel, you get like the actual fuel from Fuel Vivo. And then if I type, what was it called? Soul to Preach To. If I look up soul to, here it is. Fuel, Soul to Preach To from Fuel Vivo. They're even allowed to upload it on the same channel, but it's
Wow.
two different fuels. It makes no sense. And the other band, they're using the same font, the same logo. I'm like, there are literally two of the same band right now, and I don't know if they went to court and he won so he can get away with this, but something happened. Whereas if I do fuel, what was it, memories or something? Yeah, it shows up on the fuel topic channel, but it's like the other fuel just isn't doing anything anymore.
That's
So
crazy.
I don't know what happened. I don't know if he took him to a lawsuit and won and was just like, all right, I'm the new fuel now, and just replaced everybody, or if the other guy just gave up and was just like, there can't be two fuels and I can't win this lawsuit, so I'm out. I don't know what happened, but it's the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen. And like, I'm sure like in their personal worlds, like they hate each other.
Yeah.
But like from a fan perspective, I'm like, there's two fuels. This is
Right?
awesome.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know. It's weird.
That is crazy. I'd like to. They're clearly very private about it, you know, which is strange.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, man, can y'all not get like? I wonder if the old Fuel, the original, with the majority band members, I wonder if they just changed their name to something different and started over.
I'm looking up their discography, and it's crazy because you see 1998 Sunburn, that's the full lineup. 2000 Something Like Human, full lineup. 2003 Natural Selection, that was the last album they did with Brett, and then he either got fired or they kicked him out. And then 2007 they released Angels and Devils, which was the one with the new singer.
Yeah.
And then 2014 they released Puppet Strings,
Yeah.
which is the singer's version of Fuel. And this is also what's interesting is all four of the Sunburn, Something Like Human, Natural Selection, and Angels and Devils all released by Epic Records, whereas the new version of Fuel was released by Megaforce Records. So something tells me that maybe the contract with Epic Records ended and Brett was just like knew the exact date and just swooped in and just was like, I'm technically 50% of Fuel because I'm a 50% songwriter. Just swooped in, signed Fuel, and then just made this new band. And now maybe there's nothing the other guys can do about it because maybe he owns 50% and he just waited and just like, boom, just swooped in and stole it.
Yeah. He
Something
might have.
happened.
That's crazy. I just don't know why they wouldn't come out and say it, because if they're no longer signed with them, they're no longer obligated to keep secrets.
I don't know. Maybe he had a lawyer and did some kind of cease and assist, or what is it? Cease and desist. Something happened and no one's talking about it, and it's just hilarious.
Yeah.
It's like, it's my favorite thing.
You know, if that's the case, and he owes 50%, wouldn't that mean then at that point that he would actually have to pay the band for, like, they would both have to pay each other? And maybe the other band stopped and was like, you know what? You work for us now. Keep putting out music. We're going to take half the money.
It depends on the contract.
Yeah.
So with contracts, like the type of contract like that Tala's got, it's like the record company owns, you know, their percentage.
Yeah.
But when it comes to who gets paid, this is like a typical like artist label contract. When it comes to who gets paid, the songwriter gets paid and the guy who wrote the instrumental gets paid.
Okay.
So like for Tala, Max writes all the instrumentals. That's his thing. I'm the vocalist. I write all the vocals and all the lyrics. So I'm technically the songwriter.
Gotcha.
So Max makes 50% for writing the instrumentals, and I would make 50% just singing over it. So the fact that this guy, Brett, is singing over instrumentals that these other guys didn't make, they don't get their 50%. he gets 100%, or
Yeah.
you know, his bandmates get a percentage if they're involved in the writing process. But it's like they can't get paid because he owns all his 50%.
Yeah. Okay. Huh.
And if I'm correct, he still gets paid by the label for the 50% that he wrote on everything else.
Okay.
It's very, very interesting. And I know him and Carl were having a lot of beef when he was still in the band, because Carl was the songwriter and the guy who was writing all the instruments and, you know, doing his thing. So he was getting a bigger percentage than everyone else. And Brett was singing his words, his songwriting. And then Brett would be like, you know, like, I'm going to write my own song so I can make money off of this song. That's kind of how it was back in the day with like Queen. Whoever wrote the song is who's getting paid. So
Gotcha.
it's very, very weird how the music industry works, because if your contract is like the way that I think their contract is set up, he legally is part of Fuel and could sign to a different label, and that's that.
Okay, I see.
Because his 50% is his 50% no matter what. And if Carl's not writing, Carl doesn't get 50% of his 50%. He didn't write it.
Okay.
Whoever wrote the instrumentals gets that 50% under the name Fuel.
That's crazy though. Yeah.
It is.
I kind of wonder too, like, so does, just out of curiosity for your own band's sake, does Max even write the guitar parts and stuff?
Yeah, Max writes everything basically, except
Wow.
for, so I'd say he doesn't write everything. He
Mhm.
writes the guitar parts,
Yeah.
like the main guitar parts, and he writes the drums. And then he'll write the bass and show Cooper what to play, and Cooper
Mhm.
will do like his own little fills and stuff like that. Derek writes his own leads. Like Derek will
Okay.
listen to Max's guitar parts, learn his guitar parts, and then be like, I'm gonna do this over that.
Okay.
And sometimes, like, I think Derek wrote the guitar for the chorus of We the Sad. I think he might have written the chorus for Red Light.
Okay.
So Derek does have a songwriter's percentage because he did write some of these parts.
Gotcha.
But like, I'm the only person that writes the vocals and the lyrics, so I'm always going to get that 50%. Part of my thing when I joined Tala, I was like, yeah, I'd love to join, but I was like, it can't interfere with Hungry Lights, and I get 100% control over my lyrics and vocals.
Okay.
Because I don't want someone writing what I'm going to say in a band. You know what I mean? That's stupid.
Yeah.
Like, it's my voice. I'm like, Max, I wouldn't write your drums. Why would you write my vocals? And he's like, no, I feel the same way. So
Right.
they don't have an issue with that. But it's not an issue right now because the
Mhm.
band's not making any money. And this is
Right.
something I've always kind of thought about, like low key. I'm like, what happens when we get on a major label and I'm getting paid 50% because I wrote all my own parts, and
Right.
no one else is allowed to ever touch that? I'm like, I can see that. I can see why bands break up, and I can see why that would cause issues, because that's just the way it works in the industry.
Well, see, what I don't understand is why, especially if you all agree to it, why don't y'all agree to get an even percentage if when that case happens or something like that?
I'm sure I would be fine with that. I'm sure
Right.
everyone would be fine with that. But it's like, this becomes problematic. This is partially why, like, Mushroom Head, why all these people started leaving.
Right.
Because if you have someone in the band who's not going to agree to that, what do
Right.
you do? Like, I'm the type of person where I'm like, yeah, I get my 50% because I wrote this, but I'm
Yeah.
also the type of person that would be like, but if Cooper and Derek are getting nothing, I'm like,
Right.
the music's good. I don't want to cause issues. I would rather we all just get
Right.
you know,
Right.
an even amount, because I'm like, I'm not greedy. I don't give a shit about that. But if I were greedy about something like that, I can see from the perspective of someone who's like that,
Yes.
who would be like, nah, you didn't write the song. You're not going to get my 50%. I can
Right.
see
And I
why
can,
it would be.
to a degree, I can understand why someone would be like that. But the thing
Mhm.
about it is it's like, man, if they're gonna play it, if they are gonna be able to do that, they still need to be able to put food on their table so they can come to the concert and play it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's
So-
the other thing. So this is just record sales.
Right. Oh, okay.
So
I see what you're saying.
when you're in a touring band and the whole band gets played to perform it, that
Yeah.
would get split 50-50 to everybody.
Gotcha.
Because
Gotcha.
everyone's performing. This is just royalties for music that you wrote and put out there, and you know, that sort of thing.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
So it's like, I get it, but at the same time, it's like, I can see where, when you think about it politically, where it becomes problematic, because it's
Right.
like, if I wrote a song and I get my 50%, but then that has to get split even between everyone, it's like, well, you didn't do that work. This is communism now because you're getting paid for shit you didn't do. So
Yeah.
I can see why that would become problematic, especially if you've got someone in the band who isn't contributing. They just play
Right.
their part. It's like, why are you getting paid for something you didn't write? So it's definitely something I want to talk to the guys about before it becomes an issue, because I'm just
Right.
like I said, I don't have a problem with it, but at the same time, it's like, you didn't write my vocals. That's my creativity right there. Why should you get paid? Like, I totally see both sides of the fence, where I don't think it would be an issue because right now I don't get anything. Right now we're in the stage where Earache paid for the album, and we're not going to see a dime until they get their money back.
Gotcha. Yeah, that
So
makes sense.
it's not problematic right now, but I'm like, I want to talk to Max about it, and I want to talk to Max's mom about it to see, like, what are we gonna do? If everyone in the band, I think everyone in the band is cool with just, you wrote it, you get paid for it. But it's like, I think it's like what you said. If we're touring and they're
Yeah.
getting paid, that's fine. There's also, you can do a cool thing that this is what Waylon Revis does from not Mushroomhead, AKC now, used to be in
Mhm.
Mushroomhead. He writes everything. It's 100% his, but what he does is he pays his guys. They're basically like people for hire.
Yeah.
I know Church, the guitar player, writes some parts of it, but what he does is, these are the guys for hire, and he also gives them all, you can design a shirt. This is your shirt. So anyone who
Okay.
buys this shirt, you get 100% because that's your design. That's your shirt. So when you're out there slinging merch, you're like, this, if it's almost like if Tala did that. If I'm at the merch table and no one else is there, and you got all these shirts, I'm gonna push and be like, get this one. This is my shirt, so get this shirt, because then I'm gonna get paid for it.
Right.
Whereas it's like, why would I push, Cooper's shirt? Like, we don't do that in Tala. In Tala, it all goes into a Tala bank account, and then we
Gotcha.
use that money for all of us. So if, like, we're in the studio, it's like, if the label's not going to pay for our food, we don't want to pay for our food, so we'll use the band fund because we got all this money in the band fund. So it's like, this is how we're going to live while we're out in Michigan recording an album.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it seems like y'all have a really good system down. I would just definitely sit down, probably iron it out with the guys. That way,
Yeah,
anytime.
I don't think they understand how the royalty part works. I
Right.
understand it, and Max understands it because Max's mom, Marlene, explained it to both of us.
Right.
And he's cool with it, and I'm cool with it, because I'm like, yeah, why would I want someone getting paid for my work? Why would Max want someone getting paid for his work?
Right.
But I'm also like, I don't know if Cooper and Derek and Musin and Alex, I don't know if they understand that basically, because I wrote the lyrics and the vocals,
Mhm.
I'm technically going to get paid more than anyone else, because
Right.
that's my 50% and no one else was involved.
Right.
Whereas with Max, it's like, yeah, he wrote this and this and this, but Derek contributed to this part and someone else. So it's almost like that 50% for the instrumental section might get split differently. Whereas for me, it's like, there is no split. I wrote the song. I'm getting 50% no matter what.
Now I understand why. Okay, that makes a lot of sense now, because now I understand why vocalists are usually always the richest out of the band.
Yes, that is
And
why. If they're
Axl
writing their
Rose.
own songs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like Axl Rose, he always got 50%, and somehow the rest of the band didn't. I was like, what a dick. And it was never explained to me, and now it's like,
It
I
makes
get you
sense.
now.
This is
Okay.
something I noticed, because when I was a kid and I didn't know, I was like, why are these bands breaking up? I don't get it.
Mhm.
And then when you kind of get into the industry and you're like, all right, say this band starts blowing up, people's egos get involved. You got people that are like, why is he getting so much more money than the rest of us?
Yeah.
Because I wrote the song. And
Yeah.
they're like, yeah, but we wrote the song too. We wrote the instrumentals. We did this. And it's like, but that's not how royalties work. It gets split. Instrumental gets a 50%. Lyrics and vocals get a 50%. So if nobody helped me write the song, that's it. I get my 50% no matter what. I'm always going to get paid more than everyone else. And this is also why a lot of bands, when they make it huge, why their sound starts to change,
Yeah.
because they want to stay together. They want to avoid the drama. So they might be like, maybe Derek wants to write, he wants to get paid. So he's like, Justin, I wrote this song and I want you to sing it. Now that's his 50% because I didn't write it if I decide to, do it. So
Gotcha.
a lot of the time, the band's sound will start to change because right now, Tala, Max wrote everything and I wrote everything. That's the 50-50. And then Derek wrote a few, little things here and there. So
Yeah.
it's like, that's the split. Whereas if we get huge and we're making millions, that people are going to want to get paid. So they're going to want to write songs and get more involved so they can get a bigger percentage. And like, I'm the type of person, I said, I get 100% over my vocals. I want to sing what I want to sing. So it's like, you're not going to get 50%.
Yeah.
And so it's going to change the sound. It's going to change stuff. And that's why bands break up, because things start changing.
Right.
Now that the money is big and people are involved, everything just starts to fall apart because it's not the same as it was in the beginning when you just wanted to make the music. Now it's like, how do I get a piece of that?
Right. And I definitely understand that. Although, if y'all are huge, y'all will be making, no matter what, no matter how much records you sell, no matter how many millions of records you sell, you're always going to still make more money on live shows anyway. That crap. That's just...
Because once the label gets involved, it's like, it's not like every album that sells, I'm going to get 50% of the album. It's like, no, I get 50% of the band's 50%. And then I think we had a 50-50 deal or something like that. So I don't remember. But it's like, I think Earache is going to get a percentage and then we get a percentage. And it's like, I get the biggest percentage of our percentage because no one helped me with my percentage. So It's like, it's really weird how it all works. But the money is definitely in touring and selling merch, 100%. Like that's where you're going to get paid. So it's like, if you are in a band and you're like, man, I got to get money on the table, let's go tour then, because
right.
You're not touching my 50%. So it's like, let's go tour and then we'll split that money evenly.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Without a doubt, especially with the bands breaking up and all that stuff. Hopefully, yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that I would say needs talked about then, because they got to understand that. And for all we know, Max may have already told him then, because those are like,
he could have.
Aren't those like his childhood friends?
No.
Oh.
So no. So Max understands it and I understand it because his mom sat us both down and talked to us about it. So we both get it. I just don't know if Derek and Cooper get it. Those are the other two official members. Yeah. Technically, Musin and Alex are not official members. They're like official, unofficial members. They're in the band. They're touring with us, but they never signed any contracts.
Gotcha.
So like, they're in the band, but they're technically hired guns because they never signed any contracts. So it's like, we can tour with them. They would get paid on tour, but it's like, they're not contractually part of Tala.
Gotcha. Okay.
And what's weird is that I don't know if Cooper and Derek understand it. I feel like they do, but I do think we should talk about it. But the other thing, what was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. What did you say before I?
Oh, aren't like Derek and you said Derek and Cooper, right?
Yeah, childhood friends. That's what it was. So Derek and Max met, I want to say in 2016, maybe.
Okay.
Derek's guitar teacher, I think, was taught by the guy from. Shoot, it's a really good guitar player.
Joe Satriani?
No. It's like who? The guy from Thank You Scientist.
Thank You Scientist. Shoot.
I think, if I'm remember correctly, I think the guy that taught the guy from Thank You Scientist is the same guy that taught Derek. And they're both phenomenal players, so it kind of makes sense.
Let's see.
I think. Or it's the guy from Thank You. I don't think the guy from Thank You Scientist taught Derek. Or it's the guy from Thank You Scientist taught is the guy who taught Derek. It's like they're connected. There's a connection there. But that guy, I guess, knows or knew Mike or something like that and was like, you guys looking for a new guitarist? Because I have this student who's around the same age and he's phenomenal. And Derek and Max, basically, it's their other band, Next to None. I don't know if you ever listen to them.
I haven't heard of Next to None.
Yeah, that's Max's other band. He drums for them, and then Derek plays guitar, and then they got this other guy, Thomas, who's on vocals and keys. that they're childhood friends, as far as I know. I think they've known each other since they were like 10 or 12 or something like that. So
Okay.
Derek didn't come into the picture until I want to say maybe 2000. What album? When did that album come out? When did that album come out? This music video came out 3 years ago. They're an interesting band if you ever want to listen to them. They're technically still together. I think they're just on hiatus.
Okay.
Phases. When did this album come out? You gotta love the internet, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So Phases came out in... Where's the date? I hate when stuff sells the CD, but it doesn't tell you when it came out. 2017? I think it's 2017. Where's the copyright thing at the bottom? I don't know. I think it's either way. That's when Derek joined, 2016
Okay.
or 2017. So that's when Derek joined. Cooper, Max knows Cooper because Next to None played a show with Cooper's other band. I think it was Dead Stop. Cooper's in like fucking 3 or 4 bands. So
Okay.
their bands played a show together in Max's like neighborhood. And Max was like, dude, your stage presence is crazy. Like one day I'm going to ask you to be in a band. And then 2017 comes around and Max formed Tala with Cooper and Derek. So
Okay.
Derek followed him from Next to None. Cooper, he asked Cooper to play bass because he wanted to be crazy and wanted everyone in the band to be nuts. Then they tried a couple different vocalists out, didn't like them. They got this other guitarist who got his other guitarist involved. So when I joined the band, there were 3 guitarists.
Okay.
And then one of the guitarists left, and then we got another third guitarist, which was Eric. And then AJ left, which was like the guy who went on our first tour with us and who's in the Placenta video.
Mm-hmm.
He left. And then we had Eric for like a year, and then we let Eric go. And then we were a 4-piece for a while. And then when we did the red light video, we actually got AJ to come back and do the video with us. So people were like, AJ's back. And we're like, nah, he's just in the video because we want to do a video as a 4-piece. And we had another guitarist lined up to join. He didn't join because he had some personal issues. So then we were just kind of a 4-piece for a while. Then we got Musin, who was not a turntable player. He was just my friend.
Oh.
And we were hanging out with the guys from Guerrilla Warfare, and we were like, yeah, we want to get a turntable player. And their bassist, I think his name is Trevor, he was like, anyone can play turntables, man. Like, you can learn that shit in like a couple months. So I was like, yo, Musin, get a turntable and just learn how to play it. And so he did. And then like a couple months go by, and I'm just like, hey, Max, I know a guy who plays turntables. And Max was like, oh, sweet. Like, let me hear some stuff. And so Musin sent him like some stuff, and he's like, oh yeah, it sounds pretty cool, but like I can't tell if he can actually play turntables or not. And so he came to a practice, they liked it, and then he came to the studio with us in January. So he started playing turntables in September. So he learned how to play in like, what is that, like 6 months? And
Yeah.
he just was on the album with us, and now he's in Tala.
That's
and
cool.
We're just like, this is so funny. And then the new guitarist is Alex, which is Max's girlfriend.
Okay.
She was gonna fill in for us on a show back in January, and she came on stage and broke a string on like the first song, was trying to fix it and was just like, oh, it just gave up and felt so bad because she wasn't supposed to fill in. AJ was supposed to come with us and he couldn't make it. So we had like all of his like gear and all of his pedals and stuff, but like he's left-handed, so she couldn't play his guitar.
Gotcha.
So we're like, we asked this other guy from Fathom Farewell, we're like, hey, you have a 7-string. Can she play your guitar? So she breaks his string. And we're like, it was such a mess. And then like everyone came after, and they're like, who's that girl that was on stage? She just like left halfway through the first song. And we're like, oh, that's Max's girlfriend. She plays guitar, but it wasn't her guitar, and it kept breaking. And like something was wrong with the pedals, and she broke a string. So she just left because she was afraid of making us sound like shit. So when we did the Hate 5-6 album release stream, Max was like, yo, Alex, do you want to do it? Because I want to be like a full band when we do this. And she was like, yeah, I'll totally do it. So she learned the whole set. She came out for that. And all of us kept saying that we were like, man, we wish you would stay. Like, you're so good. And she's like, I'd love to stay. And we're like, what? Because we didn't think she wanted to. And she's like, yeah, I just didn't want to like overstep. Like, this is your band. Like, I didn't want to overstep. And we're like, no, please join our band. Like, you're the perfect fit. So that's how she got involved. And that's the lineup we have now. But yeah, the point is they weren't childhood friends. We all just met through weird stuff. And funny enough, Max met his girlfriend because Next to None toured with her band, Dollskin. They met on tour and fell in love, and they've been together for like, what, 3 years now?
That's awesome.
It's just hilarious. It's like all these people met each other through other bands.
Man, maybe I should just get my buddy together and start a band. Maybe we'd actually start getting shit done.
you'd be seriously, if you start a band and start playing out and meeting other bands, you would be so surprised how many people like know each other already.
Right.
Like this is funny, but every time I go on tour, I'd say 80% of the shows that we play, someone from one of the other bands comes over and they're like, yo, are you Hungry Lights? Dude, I learned how to scream from your Scream tutorial. And now he's screaming for another band. And I'm like, this is crazy. This is so crazy. Like,
nice.
All these people started their own bands and then they network and they start to know this person and then they network. And it's like, the more you get in the industry, the more you realize like everyone kind of knows each other already. This is so weird.
That is crazy. Yeah, musicians seem to talk a lot to each other. It's just crazy, the connections. I was actually surprised even getting a chance to have you on the show, especially like the first time, just through an accidental comment of, I thought I like offended you, you know? Like, and I was like, I didn't mean that. Like, I didn't mean it to come off offensive at all. I just wanted you to know that, like, I didn't know if you were aware of the trapped situation.
Yeah, I've been following it and I'm like, man, I just think he's trolling and I think it's hilarious.
Absolutely. And the funny thing about it is it's like, well, you actually know the guy who's really involved, you know, like Jared and all of them that really got involved in, like, it's like, oh, you were not only aware, you actually talked to the people who were kind of involved in that whole thing.
I didn't talk to them about that really, just because I don't want to overstep, but it's just like, that's another thing I'm saying. Like Jared's a friend of mine now. And I'm like, I know Jared because I won his contest. And then he did another contest and I won that contest. And then he started showing up in my streams. So like I would show up in some of his streams. And it's like, now like I talked to him on Discord, freaking when we met at NAMM, like freaking gave each other the biggest hugs. I'm like, dude, like this guy's my friend now. Like,
the guy's awesome.
It's just because I won a contest. So it's like, you never know. Austin, his friend Austin, dude, that guy's, oh my God. I love him to death. So I consider him a friend too. Like I got his number and like, I don't ever text either of them because I'm like, I feel small. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's like, I'll have these people's numbers and I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to like bother you. Like Waylon from AKC and Mushroomhead is like one of my best friends now. And I'm like, I don't ever really reach out to him. Even when I want to get his attention, I'm like, I'll go through his wife because she's my friend too. And I'm like, I just don't want to bother, you know, like, I'm like, I know how busy I am. So I'm like, I don't want to bother you. So I'm just going to.
You know, funny thing is they probably think the same thing, though. They're like, I don't want to bother him. They
probably do.
Because they know how busy you are. And they probably know your connections, too. Like, half of them probably think, oh, man, he's probably doing a lot of stuff with not only Max, but they probably also associate you a lot with Rob, too. And Rob's a big, big guy. And they're like, he's probably really busy. I don't want to bother him. But
yeah, I do that to Rob as well. Like he'll have moments where like he'll go dark for like weeks, months. I think one time he went like almost a full year without talking to me.
Holy
and like
crap.
every once in a while I would like text him and be like, yo man, like you doing all right? Like you cool? And I just wouldn't get anything back. And then out of the blue, like, yo man, you want to hang out tonight? And I'd be like, what happened? He's like, yeah, man, I just wasn't feeling all that great. And just took some time for myself. And I'm like, dude, like I never hit you up like because I don't want to bother you. Like I know how busy people get. And I do it to my friends who aren't like famous people. Like I've got one of my best friends is this girl, like Tatiana, and we'll hang out all the time, but sometimes I'll go weeks without talking to her. And then she'll hit me up and be like, yo man, why you been such a stranger? And I'm like, I thought you were working, so I didn't want to bug you.
Right. I bet everyone gets like that. And in reality, I would willingly bet everyone's like, man, what's been going on with them? I want to hit them up, but I don't know. And at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, I just message him because that's what I had to get over too. Like my buddy, who I'm doing the video game stuff with, Kai. Oh my God,
that's
like
such a cool name.
yeah, and technically, kind of named my daughter sort of after him, Kyrie. But
That's cool.
yeah, and also from the game Kingdom Hearts,
You
but-
named her after Kyrie from Kingdom Hearts?
yeah.
What did you think of the third game? I haven't got to play it yet. I've heard nothing but bad things about it, except I have one friend, James, who loved it.
I loved the game. I was very
I heard
disappointed
It's the voice
because
acting, right?
no, not at all. The voice acting wasn't what got me. What
Really?
got me was the fact that I waited so long for this game and managed to beat the game within about 20 hours.
Damn.
And I was like, this should be like, if Elder Scrolls 6 came out and it took you only like 15 hours to beat. You know what I mean?
No, that actually, now that I think about it, I beat the first 2 games in under 24 hours.
Yeah, I mean, they're achievable
Were
in
you-
under
were you
24
going-
hours.
Yeah, were you going like max level kind of stuff? Were you like putting the time to grind, or were you just playing through the story?
I was
through the
just mainly
story-
playing through the story,
Yeah,
but
you can get through it quick.
it was easier and
Oh, it was too
faster
easy?
than most of the other games.
Were you on the hardest difficulty? Or were you
No,
just-
I always go normal because I do want to get through the story to see everything because I get excited. But most of the games take me anywhere between 30 and like 1 didn't take me super long, but 2 and Birth by Sleep took me quite a while. 256 by 3 days, which is like the saddest freaking game ever. Took me about 40 hours to beat that game. And then, of course, Chain of Memories as well took about 40 to
That
45
game.
hours.
I played that game on the bus when I was in like elementary school.
Oh man,
or
yeah.
middle school or something.
And that game got really dark too.
I
Like,
loved that game. I know a lot of people hated it, but I'm like, this is so cool. Like, I gotta pick cards in order to do my moves.
man, they redo that game for the cards and stuff, and they make it for PS. They remade it for PS2,
I heard about that, and
and
haven't
it's
played it.
really well done. Like, you actually get to fight. Like, you use the cards to fight, but you're actually physically fighting, like in the other games.
I mean, you were physically fighting in the Game Boy version. It was just
Yeah,
like
but it
tiny. It was more like
yeah.
you were running away and you had to pick the cards and be like, ha, ha. It was
Right.
weird.
It was very strange. They actually have it to where it's a lot different now on PS2, and they made it actually, in my opinion, better. But I did enjoy the Game Boy Advance one. I just kept getting my Game Boy taken away by teachers and daycare teachers. And man, daycare people were
Yeah.
freaking nuts. So I didn't get to... One of them stole my game. So, yeah, the teacher.
What kind of freaking guy or girl would steal a game from a kid?
Yeah, it was a girl, and she was very much on meth. So,
Why is she running a daycare thing if she's on meth?
I think the owner was on meth too. I think all of them were on meth. I think they all just did that. It was bad.
Jeez.
It was a bad daycare. Like, it's
Jeez, dude.
I won't name drop them here, but man, they I don't know how, but they're still in business. Yeah.
Man.
Oh yeah.
I haven't got to play Kingdom Hearts 3 yet. I don't have a PS4.
Oh man. Well, you're fixing to have a PS5 then, right?
I think so because I heard it was backward compatible.
Yeah, it is. Good luck getting one though. Like,
I heard it was
oh,
like all the way, like you can play like PS1 games on it.
really. See, that's what's interesting is PS4. Believe it or not, PS4 is backwards compatible. It's only backwards compatible for PS2 games though. So you can play PS2 and PS4. If you have a PS3, it's actually always been backwards compatible for PS3 and PS1.
I know I have a PS3. Well, it's Rob's. He's letting me borrow it, but I can play PS2 games on a PS3. Can you play PS1 games?
So yes, you could play PS1 games on it. Your PS3 must have been the original, and they actually had the PS2 backwards compatibility in it. They got rid of that in later models.
And switched it to 1 instead?
Not switched it to 1. They just took away the PS2 out of it because
Why
it was
would you do that?
because starting price was like $5.99. It was too expensive, and they could not compete with Xbox, who is also backwards compatible. So they had to take out the PS2 disc reader because it's different formats. So they have to have 3 different
so they
lasers.
Took it out to make it cheaper.
Yes, and that's what made it cheaper.
Interesting.
And then they made the PS3 Slims, which I don't
this
know
guy
that
said
the Slims...
PS5 only goes to PS4.
It only goes backwards for PS4, okay.
Oh,
That
well,
makes
if that's the case, I'm not getting a PS5. I'll just get a used PS4.
right. Yeah,
But
PS4s,
then
I
again,
bet.
I'm like, I only would do it because the only game I want to play is Kingdom Hearts 3.
Right.
I would rather
Absolutely.
go over Rob's house and play it at his house.
Yeah,
And
you
not
guys should okay, so here's a theory. You guys should definitely do that. But also while streaming the Zombie Horse.
see, here's what's funny. Back in the Zombie Horse days, you remember when we tried to play Bloodborne
Yes.
and Rob hated it?
Yeah.
He would keep inviting me over. I would go over every single night and I would play Bloodborne and he wouldn't film it. And I went through the entire game like a time and a half. I was so into that game. I would just come over. He would just be like, yo, man, come over and play some Bloodborne. And he'd just be on his computer doing whatever. And I would just play. And I'm like, why aren't we streaming this? This game's amazing. And he's just like, eh.
Damn. Yeah, that's, you know what's funny about that? You know whose favorite game that was?
Who?
Kaylee Elise.
Bloodborne? You're
Yeah.
right. Yeah. Oh, man. I miss her. She moved here.
Oh, she did?
And then moved back.
Like, I really wish I knew the real reason why she left. I know she said it was because the cases were too sad and getting to her.
That is the real reason.
Oh, is that the full-fledged? Like, I
Yeah,
just
she
always
can't-
assumed that it was because of what YouTube was doing. She couldn't make a living off YouTube anymore.
No. She was making bank. Her content was great. Everyone liked her. She was doing very well. She literally left because she couldn't do the content anymore, and she didn't like that so many people were looking at her and like just like interacting with the fans and stuff like that. And she just doesn't have the personality type for that.
Gotcha.
It started making her like paranoid. Like she's like, what if this happens to me someday? And she just couldn't do it anymore.
Okay. I could see.
And,
I thought it was.
no, that's 100%. She's telling the truth. Like she could not do it anymore. It was
Gotcha.
literally like starting to make her crazy, giving her like insane anxiety and stuff. Like she's just like, I can't do it anymore.
Well, I can understand it for that reason. See, I always thought it was like she was upset over the girls that, like, you know, went missing and it, you know, made her really sad. But
no, yeah, that was part of it.
Oh yeah, for sure. I didn't know that she was also getting paranoid though about like thinking that people would come after her and do that to her.
And it does make sense. Like if you're doing that type of content, you're gonna wonder like, what if this happens? And like she's a very pretty girl, so it's like, yeah, it definitely makes sense. But she came here. She moved to Massachusetts and she lived here for a little while, and it was weird because that's when it kind of started happening to her. Like I won't go into her personal business, but like her and Rob and I, all three of us would hang out all the time, and she could do a comedy channel. She's so fucking funny. But there was this period of time where she just would stay in her house all the time and she wouldn't leave, and we're like, what's going on with her? And we'd text her and she wouldn't say anything, and we're just like, dude, what is going on? And then eventually she just like moved back to what is it, wherever she lives, I can't remember, it's like Missouri or something like that. But
oh really, she's practically a neighbor
again. Hey, she moved back there, and I think just like she tried to do YouTube again and was just like, I just can't, like the content really was getting to her and making it so she didn't even want to leave her house and was just like, I can't do this anymore. Like I have to have a life.
That explains a lot. You know, I'm actually surprised. I'm sure I'm not the only. Actually, I know for a fact I'm not the only one that thought this. I'm really shocked that her and Rob like didn't get together, like without a doubt.
To my knowledge, they were just friends.
No, absolutely. It just seemed like they were such a good match, like with what they were doing. You know what I mean? It actually just seemed like, and it kind of seemed to me like, I can't remember why, but I actually thought Rob was like legit into her. So
it's funny. Rob, I have known him since 2009, and he just has never pursued like anyone. Like he just.
That is the exact same with my buddy as well. That I'm doing
very content with what he's got and just doing his thing.
And let me guess, Rob also is bad at answering his phone and never leaves his house.
Yeah.
That's the same with my friend. He's a hermit. I'm just like...
He's bad at answering his phone because so many people are talking to him. Like, I've been over his house and watched him where he's like, you know, someone will text him, the notification comes in, he looks at it for a second, and then goes to the next one and the next one. Like, he's on his phone all the time. But there's
Oh,
just so
dang.
much going on that he's just like, I'll get to that in a minute. And then something else happens and he just forgets to get back to it.
Man, that's hilarious though. That's that's
Yeah,
awesome.
it's really,
That's kind of cool.
a lot of people think that they think he's gay. And they think he's secretly gay and they think that I'm his boyfriend. And I'm like, nope. That's not what's going on. Rob is the opposite of gay. He just doesn't really he's just not into that. He just doesn't want to meet someone and form a relationship and do his thing.
Oh man, like that's funny. It's like Rob is so the opposite of gay. He can't even call him straight. He's that hardcore not getting. No,
he is very, very straight.
Man,
that's all I'm gonna say about that.
I could imagine. Like, I can't imagine how he wouldn't be like having like you see. I always thought before I even talked to you about any of this. I actually thought that he sometimes probably wouldn't upload videos because I'm like, man, he's got to be just having chicks over all the time or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, for sure. I thought for sure that would be the case. And now it's just like, he's just kind of a hermit and always busy. Yeah. And it's like, that makes sense too, though.
Always just kind of busy and at his house with his dog and his cat and just doing his thing.
Man, absolutely. And, there's nothing wrong with that at all. I just always assumed, though, I was like, he's got to be just getting with all these chicks. Like, why wouldn't he be, right?
No, because I've watched his streams and seen the comments people leave. Girls go nuts over him.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's just kind of like, Like, he just,
I would imagine, like, I don't know, I wouldn't imagine about the man. Like, I'd be like, why not? But I imagine, because I see it all the time. Like, I see in his live streams, like, women will be just chucking money at him, going, "I love you, Rob," and he's like, "Stop doing that."
All over him. He's just like, thanks for the money, but just stop.
Yeah, and I mean, legit, he's like, you don't have to pay out that much at all. He's like, please don't. It makes me feel bad, And it's like, that's humble,
they don't
and that's
care.
nice, but
it makes me wonder. What do some of these people do for jobs? Like, I have seen some of them, like, they throw $500 at them every stream, and I'm just like, how are you, like, what do you do that you just have $500 lying around and you're just like, this is because I love your content? I'm
exactly.
I'm like, like, you saw in my stream how much money I make off of YouTube. Like,
yeah.
If I'm not streaming, it's about $1,000 a year before. Now it's going to be like whatever 75% of that is.
Right.
$200 a year.
I could only imagine. Man, I'm like, and that's the thing. Like,
I cannot imagine chucking $500 at someone just because I like their content. Like, I couldn't either. Disillusion is my favorite band ever. When they did their Patreon thing, I was giving them like $20 a month. I did it for like, I want to say a year, and then I was like, I can't really afford this anymore. And it was only $20. I cannot imagine just being in a stream and being like, there you go, take $500. I'm about to make you night. Boom.
Exactly.
Like, when I've had a couple streams where someone donated like $400, $500, and I'm like sitting there like, why? How do you just have that lying around? And I guess, like, if you are doing very well, because I'm that type of person. If Tala was doing very, very well, I am absolutely the type of person that would go into a live stream and be like, you made me laugh. Here's $100. I would do it, because if you've got that much money, who fucking cares?
Well,
but
right.
I'm just curious. I'm like, what do you do for work that you're at that level where you just don't care and can do that?
Exactly. I would love to be a fly on the wall for that, for sure. Or at least be able to have them, like, I'd be like, hey,
I just want to know.
Yeah, you don't have to tip me any more than what you just did, but, I'll look for your comment. Tell me what you do.
Yeah, I just want to know, because, like, I'm the type of person, I'm currently living, like, just bill to bill to bill. Once I've got, like, what is it? I had, like, was telling you before we started the stream, my car broke down and then my computer broke back to back, and I was just trying to pay off this freaking credit card bill, and the interest made it just keep going. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
I'm almost done. I've got about like $1,300 left. And I'm like, I think between vocal lessons, maybe a couple live streams, OnlyFans, all the stuff I'm doing, I'm like, I think I can get that paid off by December, and then I can start saving money. And then I'm like, then I might be in a position where I can just be like, here's $100.
Oh yeah, man. I actually do have to wonder though, going back to like crazy things that like Rob sent. Has he ever been sent something ridiculously crazy by either a crazed fan or like an over obsessed like woman or something to his mailbox?
So I don't know. I know he's got his PO box
or a PO box or anything like that. Like,
I'll have to ask him. I don't know if anyone's like, because I'd imagine girls are probably like, yo, like here's some used panties.
That's exactly what I was gonna go to. Yeah, exactly. I want to know if he's ever had a dude do that though. That'd be hilarious.
I don't know, because it's like, you don't know. So if you put your PO box out there for the public, anyone can send you anything. So
exactly.
I'm like, well, I definitely should ask him if he's gotten anything weird.
For sure. Like, it would be just hilarious. Like, if I was somebody, I would act like a quote-unquote crazed fan, and I would get, like, the biggest, like, most huge whitey tighties I could find, and just, like, get a brown marker, just mark the bottom of them, and just send it.
Maybe spill some coffee so it looks like pee stains.
Exactly. Just something like that, and just be like, okay, let's package this up and send it over, and let's see if this makes it onto the show.
I really want to ask him. That's one reason why I don't have physical merch, because I'm like, I could make physical merch and like do like a Patreon thing where it's like I get the physical merch sent to my house, I sign it, and I send it out through a PO box. But then I'm like, but then they can send me things. And like, I don't know, like, is anthrax still a thing? What if I piss someone off and they get my PO box and send me like a dead raccoon or just something crazy?
Well, see, that's the cool thing, at least typically about PO boxes. From what I understand, like, if it's your own mailbox, it's possible for anthrax and stuff like that to get there. But I think with the PO box, and you might want to double check, don't just take my word for it, but I think the like post office super hardcore scans for that stuff and make sure, like, because it's there at the post office.
Yeah,
they don't want their.
You'd probably sue them if something bad happened.
Maybe, and not only that, but I think they just don't want to have a bomb go off in one of their PO boxes. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think they're really cautious about that stuff. I would imagine anyway.
I know, I would, because I know with like UPS and stuff like that, I don't think they've ever had issues with stuff like that. I don't know. I used to work at UPS, and I was the designated responder. So if there was anything weird, something was leaking, I had to go like put on this whole hazmat suit. And then I worked at UPS for 2 years. It was my favorite fucking job ever. The only reason I quit was to do YouTube.
Nice.
But I would go in there and I would just basically like, there would be like a leak and they'd be like, we don't know what it is. Put on the full suit and I'm like going through it. Like, this could be anything. And I'm like, oh, it's just shampoo. And then I would have to like take it all and like put it in this kitty litter thing and then put it in this giant like green bag and put it in one of those toxic waste drums. And I'm like, first off, I'm getting paid to do this. Second, this is such a waste. It's shampoo. Why am I putting it in a toxic waste drum? But it was so much fun because there was so much paperwork I had to fill out afterward. So I would do these things where I was like, man, like I'm going to be here for like another 3 hours. And then I would get paid overtime. But I'm like, it was so much fun. I'm just like, yeah. Weirdest thing I ever got in a package. There was this like stuff, it looked like sawdust coming out of the corner. And I was like, we got one. No. And so I was the fastest loader, so they couldn't let me suit up during the shift. It had to be like after we finished the sort. So they would just put it in like the contained area. I would finish like loading the trucks and then I would suit up. And I'm going in there and I opened this package and I'm like, what the hell is this? It was this like what was the word? This bioorganism stuff. It was like a living organism that was used to like, you put it into your septic system and it would just break down shit.
Oh, okay. They saw those. I was
just like, yo, this is like real freaking shit. It was so cool.
I thought you were going to say, I was going to interject there and be like, oh, right, Corona.
No, this was back in 2010.
H1N1.
What is that? Swine flu or bird flu?
That was swine flu.
Swine flu. I remember swine flu.
You know what's funny about
Dude,
that?
I was in high school when that was going down.
Oh, yeah. You know how many Americans got infected with that?
A lot more. Didn't more people die from that than actually die from corona?
No, more people didn't die, so swine flu wasn't as deadly, but they didn't know that. They thought it was going to be a mass kill. Like, they were afraid of this, because they've been afraid of something coming out of China like this for a long time, just because of the wet food markets that they have there. They're like, yeah, this is a breeding ground for those for coronavirus, legit. That is a breeding ground for that. And when it finally hit, the response was so bad that even Joe Biden's advisor said, we botched it badly. He's like, that was the worst response we ever had. 60 million Americans got infected. We're nowhere near that number with corona right now. 60 million got infected. And they were just lucky. Exactly. But that's what's funny about it is 60 million people got infected. They had no idea that it wasn't going to be as deadly. They thought it was going to be a mass killer. They got lucky. And then when it gets brought up, Joe was like, oh, well, we knew it wasn't as deadly. He's like, no, you didn't. You were freaking out. And you didn't have any of the PPE, and you all blame Bush for it. And then you all didn't restock the PPE, and now you blame Trump for it. So it's never the Democrats' fault. You know what I mean? Never their fault.
You know what my favorite part about COVID is? When it first happened,
yeah,
people freaked out. Like, you couldn't buy toilet paper.
That's happening again.
It is, but not here.
Oh, it is here in Oklahoma. Badly.
Dude, in Massachusetts, they're like, the second outbreak of corona. And everyone's just like, fuck off. Like, we're so done with this. Like, everyone's just like, yeah, great. Another like, oh, like, no one cares.
Well, you know the survival rate of corona, right?
Isn't it, like, really high?
99.9%.
I remember when Trump got corona and he just comes and rips off the mask and it's just like, yeah!
Exactly. Pretty much. Nothing happened.
Like 3 days later.
Yeah. His son got it and never even showed symptoms at all. It was just like, okay. It's like, this is a thing. Yeah, it's like 97%, 97.5% survival rate if you're over the age of 70. And it's like, well, if you look at them wrong, you know what I mean? They have a 97.5% survival rate anyway. No offense to people that are 70, but, you know, like at that age, it's like, yeah, you're legit like risking a lot if you get any kind of sickness.
I don't know anyone who has it yet, still.
I haven't met anyone that had it.
It's always, I know someone who knows someone who knows someone. I do not directly know a single person with COVID-19. And I'll have friends that are like, yeah, man, I'm sick. And I'm like, oh, you could be the first friend. Go get tested. Go get tested. I want to know. And then they get tested and it comes back negative. I have another friend who's like, yeah, man, I'm at home with corona. I'm like, you have it? And they're like, well, I didn't get tested, but what else would it be? I'm like,
everything.
I want to know one person who has it. Just one person. It's been months. I do not know a single person still. It's always a person who knows someone.
It's the exact same with me.
It's like, at that same point, that's when I get into a conspiracy theory mode. And I'm like, do you actually know someone who has it? Or are we playing telephone over here? Right.
Oh, man. There's a couple people here. Well, first thing, Hawk asks a very serious question. He says, Justin, have you always been biracial?
Oh, no, I haven't. So I decided that I was going to be biracial when I decided to say the N-word in my my Scream tutorial. That's when I was like, you know what? Let me just throw this in here. And I've been biracial ever since. So 4 years.
So would you say your biggest influences are Rachel Dolezal and Elizabeth Warren?
Yep, definitely. No, I don't look biracial at all. But I actually keep a picture of my mom and dad when they were teenagers on my phone.
Just to prove?
Just to be like, check it out. Here's my mom and dad. He's black.
Nice. You know, he kind of looks like Ralph Macchio there.
You know what's funny? There's also a picture of me, my dad, and my sister when I was like, I'm going to say maybe 3-4 years old. And my dad looks like just a dark version of me, especially when I have short hair. He looks like it's
holy crap, he does.
I showed that to a couple fans one time and they're like, oh yeah, you actually look ethnic in that picture. Like, were you tanning a lot? I'm like, that's my dad. I'm the kid. And they're like, what the fuck? So it's like, some people are like, you're adopted. I'm like, no, when you actually look at my dad and then look at his facial structure and then look at me, I look just like him, just white. And we have the same nose. We have the same lip shape. The only thing is you can't tell the eyebrows because I pluck my eyebrows. But we have the exact, like, that's the thing with Jamaicans is that it's the eyebrow thing. It's always the same shape. But if you look at my sister, she looks ethnic because her mom is Puerto Rican. We have the same dad, 2 different moms. So
Okay.
my mom's as white as you can get. She's German, Polish, and Irish.
Nice.
I always tell the joke. I'm like, yeah, man, my mom's side of the family, the whitest of the white. I would just suck the pigment right out of me.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, that's funny though. Like, at least you can actually prove it, right? Compared to Elizabeth Warren, who tried to. Did you hear about that whole fiasco?
Is she the one who tried to say she was Native American to get the college scholarship, or is that someone else?
That was
her.
And then she
wow.
She went to prove it with the DNA test, right? And for some reason, instead of just saying that they lost it,
she took a DNA test to prove it, knowing she wasn't actually Native American?
Yes, she did.
She's either got huge balls or is dumb as heck.
Well, she's definitely really dumb and got huge balls, I'd say, because she released the results and it was 1 in 1,000th% chance of her being a Native American. 1 in 1,000th was the bloodline there. So you know what Trump started doing, right? He called her Chief 1 in 1,000s. And he would call her Pocahontas.
Oh,
so she's got blonde hair, blue eyes, has abs. She's like, I have high cheekbones though, and her cheekbones are like, blip.
I have high cheekbones, and I'm not Native American at all.
It's like only Native Americans can have high cheekbones, apparently, I guess.
Well, it makes sense, even if they couldn't. I'm like, well, that would make sense why I have high cheekbones, because Jamaican is African, Chinese, Indian. Like, if I took a DNA test, it would not say 50% black, because my dad's not. Jamaican is like, what was it? Indian, Chinese, African, and I think there's some like British in there as well. So it's like, if I took a DNA test, I guarantee it would probably be like 25%, maybe 13%. Because when I look, I'm like, you really can't tell that I'm ethnic. Like, I got curly hair, but I straighten it. I got really dark eyes, but it's like, you really can't tell. You can't tell. I tell people I got black people hands. That's how you can tell. Like, they're just long weird.
Good for guitar playing. my hands are a little stubbier.
They are, but they're not. So like my what is it called? My wingspan.
Mm-hmm.
I can cover so many frets. The problem is when your fingers get as long as mine, you actually start to sacrifice speed because there's more finger that you have to move. It's way longer now. Honestly, if I were a piano player, that's where I would shine. But guitar, certain chords I can't play because I have to scrunch everything together, and I'm like, this hurts a lot.
Got you there. Yeah, man, it's hard to tell with the native of me, especially whenever I grow out a beard, which I can barely grow out. I've been growing out this for how many months have I been growing this out now? I could probably look back on my videos. I think it's been 3 months that I haven't shaved.
You're like the same as me.
Yeah, it's hard for me to grow it though. Like my sides I'm actually able to grow it way more than my dad. Which is funny, but I have all these crazy bald spots. Like this just goes all the way down. I got bald spots all up here.
I don't have the bald spots here, but this side grows thicker than this side, and this doesn't connect, and this doesn't connect. Like it's just like silky smooth right here.
Yeah, I'm surprised. This kind of started to try and connect, and then it just kind of quit, I guess. And maybe it'll come in later. I don't know.
I want this to connect so bad, and my dad's like, "Sorry, it never will." He's like, "You got my." He was looking at my facial hair and my brother's facial hair, and he's like, "You guys got my beard power." He's like, "I'm 50 and it still doesn't connect. You're screwed." And I'm like, "Son of a bitch," because I want to shave this and just have the burn stash. That's all I want, and I can't do it. And I'm like,
you should make it as like if you could, it would be hilarious to make it just one straight line, as straight as possible. Just for no reason at all, and people will be like, "What the hell is that?"
What is that? Just like, and you have it as thin as the mustache, so it's just a line that just does this.
Exactly, just barely anything there, but it's there, and everyone's like, "The hell?" I should try to I should try to find a spot that connects, like just right in the middle, and just have
like a chin strap, but it doesn't follow the jawline. It just goes chunk.
I'll tell him, I'll be like, "This is the rings of Uranus." Just I've always wanted to make a parody band, Rings of Uranus, but I felt that Lucas might take that a little too hard. Right,
talk
just
about
play.
space,
No, play super fast but incoherent and crappily.
and then tell everyone you're math core, but in reality, you just can't play in time.
And try to convince everyone that I'm actually really editing it. I promise, guys, I am editing this. This isn't
Like,
just me playing.
Watch me play. This has been pre-recorded. And they're like, we can
Yeah.
hear the fret noise. What are you talking about? That's pre-recorded fret noise.
Exactly. Oh man, I hope Lucas never sees this.
Well,
I kind of hope he does.
I
But
do think he's an amazing guitar player, and
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
just like, bro, just play for real.
Right.
Just show us you're human. It's okay, man.
it is. He wants to. I think he really does want to be like referred to as like a robot. Like he plays that laser good. It's like, but does that really matter? Like, man, nobody plays razor good. Like even Tosin Abasi doesn't play razor perfect every time.
Oh,
like
he's one of my top three. I'd
he's a
say.
god. He's an absolute god. Like you don't get much better than Tosin.
That reminds me. Do you remember Jared's video how he called out the glitchy hands guy?
I think so. That sounds very familiar. I know I watched it.
He was the guy that was playing that. But it's like his hands are like glitching around like this, and he tried to say that it was the lighting, and everyone's like, "Oh yeah, no, it wasn't the lighting. Like it was like weird lighting and like a low frame rate on his camera or something."
Yeah.
And so he uploads a video of him, playing on a stage,
Mhm.
and his hands are glitching out still. Like it's like a normal video, and you're like, "Wow, he really just does have glitchy hands." But then you go back and watch the video in question, and I'm like watching it, and I'm like, his guitar isn't plugged in. Explain that.
Right? He must have edited his video after after playing live.
Like
That's-
I would be willing to bet that in the original Glitchy Hands video, he played for real. But let me try to find it. I just remember watching it and I'm like, how are you gonna say you're actually playing that in real time? Your guitar's not plugged in. Glitchy Hands guy. You think it'll just show right up?
I wonder.
What's going on, everybody? And
Yeah, it does show up. It's this
That's him. I just saw it.
Okay, that is not low frame rate. That is not low frame rate. The guy with the right at the beginning of the video.
Where is it?
Yeah, he's playing on that Strandberg. Oh man. Beautiful
I'm
Strandberg
skipping
though.
through. Where is he? Where is he?
Like at 48 seconds.
Not that guy, not the 48 seconds guy. A minute and 54 seconds.
Okay.
No, a minute 48 seconds. This is the
Minute
glitchy hands
48.
guy. So here, I can just stream it if you want, or you can pull it
I
up.
got it right here. Oh, okay.
So when you watch him playing,
Huh.
so you're watching him, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing him.
But look at where his guitar should be plugged in. Do you see anything hanging from that?
I do not at all. I'm gonna
Like,
okay. I'm
it's
gonna pull
right
it
out
over.
of frame, but I'm watching it and I'm like,
Let's see. Okay, there. That should be good enough. I'm gonna pull it over here and try to zoom in. I wonder if YouTube will let me zoom in. Let's see.
and like when you listen to those,
Nope.
the pickup harmonics, the doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Ah, darn. So I'm not able to zoom in. What if I do this? Okay, there's another thing that I could do. Haha. I'm gonna cheat the system here. Okay, I think that's as good of a frame rate as I'm gonna get, or good a quality. So then I'll just type in my trusty Paint 3D,
Yeah.
which is how I make all my thumbnails. Believe it or not, I use this piece of crap.
Skip to 2:30.
2:30.
2:30.
Robin Williams' favorite time to go to the dentist.
2:30. Skip
When
to
it's
2:30.
2:30.
You can kind of get a better view of the input jack. I don't see a cord there. I don't see anything there.
Let's see. So that. I'm gonna just blap.
Who is he?
I don't know.
Is there any way to look? Because
I
there's
don't
more
see.
that's
Yeah,
not
I don't.
showing.
I don't see a jack. It actually kind of looks like the thread is tightened a little bit on there.
What is the glitchy hands guy's name?
Hmm.
Who is the glitchy hands guitar guy? Does Jared say their names?
He might. Let me,
What players do. Seems want to just say it's sped up and fake because I can't play it, right? This one doesn't look sped up to me. This one just seems like it's pre-recorded and he's mimicking over the top.
So what's interesting though is that the glitchy hands guy, like, he is a good player. It just seems like he slowed it down to make it perfect.
Yeah. It's so weird. I wish I could legit see that input jack better than...
I love his
what do I have the
guitar.
settings? Oh, Jared, come on. You got all the money in the world and you're just recording in 720p.
Oh, no, this is a re-upload.
Oh, it's a re-upload.
Yeah, Jared deleted his video. This is some random person just re-uploaded it.
Oh, I see.
So they probably ripped it from YouTube in 720p and then just re-uploaded it.
I don't see why Jared necessarily,
He deleted the video because of Lucas's response.
Yeah.
He felt bad, but it's like, oh, Lucas didn't delete his video.
No joke. Exactly. Not just that, but now I can say this about that glitchy hands guy. He's playing all the correct notes. I can definitely clearly see that. So he's definitely playing it.
That's why it looks like he slowed it down and sped it up.
And that may be the case. It's like, you know, at some point, if he just practices enough, even if he is, and this is a good thing about it, even if he is like faking it and editing it and all that, he could practice that to get good enough to play all that easily. Like, it would just take a little bit of time.
Yeah, but it's sped up. Like, if you, like, as an audio engineer, when I listened to that part at 2:30, or 2:32,
yeah, you can tell for sure.
you could hear the vibrato on the notes when it's like, there's this unnatural, like, that only happens when you speed things up.
Kind of like the whole Nancy Pelosi drunk video. Whenever they sped it up. Okay, they made it look like Nancy Pelosi was drunk because they slowed her video down, recorded it, and then they took it and they sped it back up to normal time, so it makes it sound like she's slurring her words.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was a totally fake video. Nancy Pelosi wasn't actually drunk, but they did a really good job. It makes it look like she's drunk. It's crazy.
I kind of want to watch that.
It's funny. It's really funny, but they made a big deal about it. Twitter had to put all this stuff in about how, like, it was a fake video. And then they did the same to Trump months later. And Twitter took literally a month to flag it to say, okay, this is an edited video.
Of course they did.
I did a whole video over that too, because I was like, hey, Twitter, where's your flag? This is an edited video. And then eventually they caved to pressure and did it, but it was like, oh, do it for Nancy Pelosi immediately, but not Trump. Because he just walks off and then he stares at a puddle, and then they end the video there. But if you play the rest of the video, he points down at the puddle and his wife walks across and he helps his wife walk around it to go to the airplane. Because he was like, hey, don't step in this, you know, kind of thing for his wife. And so it just made him look to be like a really good husband. And of course, the left couldn't have that.
No. That's the rule, isn't it? You gotta, anytime you see a video on YouTube or whatever, you gotta find extended 30 seconds in both directions.
Right. That's exactly the proper rule. That's like when they were saying that about, so for some reason in New York, or in Washington, D.C., a bunch of Trump supporters got together and they were all cheering for Trump and marching. Well, the police was like telling all the Trump supporters, like, oh, you gotta leave, Antifa's coming, walk this way. And walked all these Trump supporters through Antifa, where Antifa was punching and kicking the Trump supporters. There was this, and this video made me so mad. There's this boy and his girlfriend, and they have to be no older than 17 or 18. Like, they are young. And these people just start wailing on this girl as she's walking through. She's screaming and begging for help and stuff. She's holding on to her boyfriend. He's pulling her through. And these people are sitting there punching her and stuff. And I'm like, what is this crap? And then the left went and edited a video down to make it look like a Trump supporter beat the crap out of this Antifa guy. But what it is that you play the full video. He's walking through Antifa and they hit him in the back of the head. And he turns around and he goes, one more of you guys hits me. He's like, I'm going to knock you out. And like, he turns around, the guy punches him in the face and he steps back and he goes, boom, and hits the Antifa guy and he drops. And then they just edited that video to be like, see, he's attacking Antifa. And it was like, Dude, that guy hit him in the face first.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, come on.
Goes.
Exactly. And I watched through a lot of footage on it, and I was like, there was not one Trump supporter. And, usually I'll be critical. Any Trump supporters that start fights, I'll be like, hey, you shouldn't have done that. But I watched through to find if any Trump supporters instigated, not one in that DC march. And it went quiet after that, too. Because everyone pointed out, they're like, hey, not one Trump supporter started anything. And it just, next day, didn't even exist anymore. Didn't exist at all. And, yeah, it was really disgusting just how bad it was. But
there's my favorite one, I think, was this video of, it was an edited down video to try to make it look like this white girl pulls a gun on this black girl.
Oh, man.
Then you watch the full thing, and it's like, this black girl is berating this white girl all the way to her car, threatening her, and then she pulls out the gun and is like, get the fuck away from me. And the black girl's like, oh, you're gonna do that now? Racist. And that's where the video starts for the edited down one. And
right.
Then it ends after the girl drives away, but the full version shows as she's driving away, the black girl comes over and like kicks at her car and chases after her, and it's just like, oh, but we can't show that, can we?
Exactly.
That doesn't fit the narrative.
That's the funny thing is I carry a lot, and I won't mess around. Like in those videos, there won't be situations where I'm like, get away and pointing it. It's like if it's getting drawn, you get one warning and then it's getting pulled. You know what I mean? So I don't draw it on anybody ever. Like, you just don't do that.
You shouldn't have to.
You never...
if you're in that situation, like,
right.
Someone fucked up.
Exactly. It's like, I've never had to draw it on anyone. I've ran a guy over with my car, but I've never actually had to draw my gun. Did I ever tell you that story?
No. I ran a guy over with my car.
That was a crazy time, actually. I never had to draw on anyone, and I've never been in that situation bad enough. Now, I wasn't carrying at that time, and that's what made me carry after that, because I almost got robbed by this guy. I was dating a girl, and I took her to see her crazy methed out mom that she wasn't allowed to see, but she was old enough to see her now because she's 18, and, she has a right to see her mom and all. And I kind of was like, oh, yeah, I guess so. And I took her over there. I had a brand new 2012 Dodge Charger. And I think I was 21. She was 18. We went to a very bad area in Tulsa. I didn't know it was a bad area because I've never known this part of Tulsa to be bad. Tulsa has a lot of bad areas in it. I just always thought North Tulsa was the only bad area. I was wrong. So we went to this really bad area, and there were these construction cones everywhere, and these dudes were yelling and waving at my car as I drove by, and I was like, oh, hi, and I just drove past them. We hung out with her mom in her mom's house for a while, and then I drove back out, and all these construction cones there weren't enough of them, but they were lined up to try and block the car. Well, I was able to squeeze my car right through them. And then there was a guy in front that kind of acted like he was on a bike and crashed on his bike in this slow motion, pathetic attempt, so I just drove around him. Then a rope got pulled in front of my car, so I was like, okay, it drove through that and ripped the rope out of their hands, and then a dude jumps out in front, and there's stop, and so I kind of roll my window partially down, and I was like, move. Because I knew what was up. There were 3 guys to the left of me. There was a guy behind me on the bike, and he was standing now perfectly, straight up. And the guy was standing in front of me. He goes, hey, that guy back there crashed. Aren't you going to go help him? And I was like, well, there's 5 of you guys. I'm sure you all can take care of it. And he was like, well, how about you get out of the car? And I told him, I was like, sir, I'm going to have to ask you to move. And he goes, no, I'm telling you, get out of the car. And I was like, well, I'm telling you, if you don't move right now, I'm going to run your ass over. And he goes, I dare you. And right as soon as he said, I dare you, I hit the gas pedal. I hit him. He went to jump out of the way. He wasn't quick enough. It hit the front of his face, I believe, and it spun him around. My front tires missed him, but his legs went underneath my back tire, and I ran him over, and I heard him screaming. And I peeled out and drove off. And immediately called the police. And of course, I told the police exactly where I was at, and they're like, we'll send an officer over there to check. And I was like, okay, that's weird. I'll meet you guys over at, I was headed to a place called Magoo's. It's a big, giant bar pool hall place. And I was like, I'm headed over here. I'll meet you right over here. And they're like, that won't be necessary, sir. Just, tell us the description of the guy, and, we'll head over there. And I was like, okay. And I told him the description. Nothing came of it. So I called him a week later. And they're like, yeah, nobody checked into the hospitals with that description. And I was like, well, did you guys go over there? And they're like, we might have sent an officer over there. And I was like, might have sent an officer. I was like, I think I killed a guy. I was like, what the hell? And they're like, it's okay if nobody got checked into the hospital. Chances are he was fine. And I was like, the front of my Charger at the bottom right of my bumper was completely caved in entirely and pulled out. Like, his dome hit that hard. And underneath that piece is a solid metal piece. Like, I was like, I don't know that. I was like, what's going on? And eventually I found out that that's kind of a no-go zone for cops. They're not allowed to really go in that area because it's so bad.
Yikes.
And learning that, I was just like, what the hell was I doing in that area? So, yeah, long story short, I ran a guy over and I have no idea if he's dead or alive.
Well, he kind of had it coming.
Absolutely, because I was not getting out of that damn car, and there was that guy, and that was the scariest thing, because when I about absolutely, like, panicked whenever I saw him standing behind my car at my trunk, standing up. Like, and then they were just flat out telling me, the scariest part was they were telling me, they're like, that guy fell off his bike, aren't you going to help him? And I just see him in my rearview mirror just standing there, and I was like, oh my god. I was like, this is going to end bad. And I thought for sure when I peeled out...
Why would you help a guy who fell off his bike?
That's a good question. A full-grown 30-year-old man?
Like, what a dumb freaking ruse. Hey, this guy fell off his bike. Aren't you going to help him? Like, no.
Right? Absolutely not. Yeah. And I thought for sure, like, they were going to start shooting at the car or something. They never did. I'm sure they were just in shock. Probably didn't expect me to do that. But at the end of the day, it's like, if I were a dude probably trying to rob someone, they were driving off after hitting my friend, even though, you know, it'd be very wrong to do, I probably would have been shooting at him because, well, first of all, I'm a bad guy. You know what I mean? Like, I thought for sure that was going to be the end of everything. I thought, okay, it's done. This is it. This is how I go. So my first thought was, well, at least I'm going to take one guy out with me. The worst part about it is during the peel out, I was peeling around the corner pretty hard. And, of course, the girl that I was dating grabbed my arm and was screaming and pulled my arm down, and I pulled the wheel way too far over, and I went up on the sidewalk. I thought I was going to take out a light pole, and I managed to pull down, go into the opposite lane, swerve right back in, and I was like, get off. You know, like, I didn't want to be mean or anything like that, but I was like, I'm going to crash the car. And if I crash the car, they're going to run over and pull us out. You know what I mean? So, luckily, no traffic on that road at all. The construction area was so bad in that too. Like, there was part of the road was like down sideways by like 3 inches. So my car's running down and that just and going over. I thought I was going to mess something up on the car at least. And it was just the bumper, luckily. But, oh man.
That's crazy.
And that's Tulsa though. That's like, I see every single, just like type in Tulsa murder, you know, like, Tulsa murder, you'll find, like, today, probably at least 3 murders were committed today.
Oh, man.
It's a rough city. It's not all rough. It's just the parts that are rough are just beyond Chicago level. Like, they legit have higher percent. They don't have as many people that die in Tulsa like they do in Chicago, but the percentage is higher because there's less people here. Like, it's pretty nuts out here.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay out here in the boondocks.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at now. And
nothing ever happens out here.
Man, I imagine it's unbelievably beautiful out there where you're at.
It's pine trees and lakes. And
that's what I like.
Pretty much it.
Man,
that's where I grew up, and then I lived in the city for like 2 years, and I was like, this is awesome. I can go for walks and actually have a destination instead of just getting lost in the woods. And now I kind of live like between both. Like, I'm in like the suburbs, and I'm like, all right, this is kind of.
See, that's where I can
get lost in the sticks, or I can bike 10 minutes down the road and go to the city.
That's what's cool about where I'm at too. I'm actually in the suburbs, but this plot of land that I'm on is actually 1/3 of an acre, and it's really, really nice. I'm right in the middle of a neighborhood. For the most part, I've spent 90% of my childhood, I think, just in the woods. That was about it. Because out in Oklahoma, it's just nothing but forests. But it's a bunch of different trees and tons of ticks. It gets really hot. There are tornadoes everywhere at the wrong time of year. Yeah, so Oklahoma can be pretty brutal, but we have so many lakes out here too. It's awesome. So I've always been a catfisherman, which is great.
I've never caught a catfish.
Oh, really? Oh, man.
I've only caught bass and sunfish and trout. I've never caught a catfish before.
Oh, dude, come out to Oklahoma here. We'll take you catfishing. For sure.
I love fishing. I want to go catfishing.
Oh, fishing is the best. Just crack open a beer and just, if you hook some, you hook some. But hanging out with friends and drinking some beer out by the river or the lake, oh, man, that's the best.
Dude, my dream before I die, my dream is to get my own place on a lake and just have a pet Dalmatian, and I just go fishing every day, play my acoustic guitar out there on the lake, and I'm just like, yeah.
Nice. That would be sick.
That would be perfect. Like everything I'm doing, I'm like, yeah, man, like I'm in a metal band, I'm doing this and this. I'm like, I just want that so that I don't have to work, so I can just go buy that place and just get that Dalmatian and just do my thing.
And same here. Why specifically a Dalmatian though?
Because I always wanted a Dalmatian, and I never see people with them anymore because I know they're an aggressive dog breed, and I know they're overprotective, and I think they have a lot of health problems because most of them are purebred.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I'm like, I just want a Dalmatian. I just want one.
Yeah, Dalmatians have a lot of problems, that's for sure, when it comes down to their aggression. But they are, like, really well, like, you can train them really, really well. I think they have, like, a distemper problem, I think, where they'll start turning on their owner because they have, like, in their brain, they kind of shift. It's not really their fault. It's not that they want to. It's kind of like doggy dementia, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they're just susceptible to it. Yeah, that would be cool to get one.
So bad. They're so cool. Those, I like Dobermans too. I'm like, yeah, I kind of want to get one of those. But then I was like, I don't want one because I know you got to crop the ears, and I'm like, I don't want to crop the ears.
Man, Dobermans, so you don't have to crop the ears. My dad had ours cropped. He is
but it's like,
huge.
It's not the same. When they got the floppy ears, it's not the same.
Well, my neighbor actually has one with the floppy ears. He's cool. He got fat too, really fat. It's crazy. I've never seen a Doberman that fat.
I had a beagle, and
those are annoying.
She was very loud, and she was petite, so she was kind of funny looking.
Yeah,
and they're annoying because we had to give her this collar because otherwise she'd go out like sniff on a trail and just walk away miles into the woods, like just sniffing shit down. And we're just like, her name was Jessie, and like she wouldn't come when you called her, especially when she got older. She died a couple of years ago. She lived to be like, I want to say 14 or something. Mm-hmm. But when she got really fat and she was deaf.
Yeah.
And she would just have these tics where she'd be totally asleep. And she had like asthma, so she'd be asleep and would be like, so I started calling her Darth Vader. And my mom's like, don't call her that. She's old. And I'm like, listen to her. She's Darth Vader. So she would like wake up all of a sudden and just start going, ruff, ruff, and just run to the door and just start screaming until you let her out. And then she would just go sniff around outside for a couple hours and come back inside. And I'm just like, what? You're deaf. You didn't hear anything. What is wrong with you?
That's awesome.
So beagles are fun. I don't recommend them, but they're fun.
Man, so the Doberman, unless you like have enough time to just spend all of your time with them and never stop touching them, then the Doberman, like he's really, really, really attached to me, and he's attached to being pet. He really likes being pet to the point where he will force you to pet him. And he's also like 130 pounds, and he'll lay on you. But he'll like, if you're sitting there typing on your keyboard or playing a game or something, he'll just come up
and stick your head.
He doesn't just come and stick the head. He just goes, like he'll nose you down until you pay attention, and he doesn't stop. You could shove him away. You could yell at him. You could do whatever. He'll turn right around. He's aggressive with it. He's like, just touch me. And it's like, stop. So I got him to where I'll stick my foot out on the other side of my desk. And he'll go over there and he'll put his ear right up to the end of my toe and he'll go. And he'll just scratch himself forever. And he won't stop. And it's like, okay, well, I can deal with this. But you'll look down at him and it's like 30 minutes has gone by and it's like, okay, dude, go lay down. Like, there's no way at this point that same scratching feels good. Like, are you rubbing yourself raw or what's going on? Like,
that's why I like cats. My cat comes over, she's like, I want some attention. I pet her and she's like, all right, I'm done. And
yeah, right? Well, see, that's the thing is our German Shepherd's like that. He loves being around you.
Do you have a good German Shepherd?
Yeah.
Every German Shepherd I've ever known, I've had awful experiences with. And
Really?
It made me, like, I know it's a fallacy, but I'm like, I cannot stand, like, I'm like, this is the worst type of dog, just because I've never met a good German Shepherd before.
So German Shepherds, you have to train them. They seek discipline. Like, that is what they are bred for. And whenever you train them up right, you gotta work with them, though. They're like babies. They really are like babies. You got to sit there and you got to be repetitive and train and train and train. And then eventually, like Bear, I can let him off the leash. If I tell him, like, there could be a cat right in front of him, and I guarantee you he'll want to go tear that cat up. But you tell him, stop and sit, he'll sit there, he'll whine, he'll complain, and he'll start crying because he wants that cat, but he won't move from that spot because he knows he has to stay there. And he is solid black. And he is, I mean, just gorgeous. His coat, no matter how, like, long we go without giving him a bath, it's shiny and soft and thick, like, and it never sheds everywhere either. It's crazy because I've never seen German Shepherd like that. I've always seen German Shepherd shed in clumps. But this one particular one we have is just, like, just an amazing dog. And, like, all he wants to do, the only thing that he will do that could get kind of bothersome is he always wants to lay at your feet, but underneath them. So you have to put your legs on the other side of him. And that's where he'll stay. But he doesn't expect to get pet or anything like that. But he's also when he does play, so I'll try to play with him and I'll be like, and he just immediately goes straight down to the stomach and bites. Like, just nut. And I'm just like, you know, and I'm trying to shove him off. And he'll keep, like, I don't know what it is about him, because most dogs, they'll try to play with your hands and stuff. And he's like, nah, I know exactly where to go. And he'll go right for the gut. Luckily, it's the gut, because otherwise that would be a problem. But, yeah. But he's a good dog. He's really, really good. Opinion on Huskies, by the way. Oh, yeah, I've always wanted a Husky, but...
Huskies are so adorable.
They are.
I love when they talk. Max's girlfriend, Alex, has a Husky, and it's probably the sweetest dog that I've ever met in my entire life.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we were on tour. She wasn't home, but her mom was home.
Mm-hmm.
And like she let us just chill there for the night because we were she lives in Arizona, so we're in Arizona.
Oh, nice.
And so like I go inside because I was just chilling and like we had like this RV thing, and I was like, man, like I gotta go get a drink. I'm kind of hungry. So I go inside and I'm just like chilling on the couch for a second, and this dog comes over and acts like it's my dog. Like it just like buries its face in my lap and it's just like on its back and like let me rub its belly. And I'm like, you have no idea who I am. And you're like, oh.
Exactly. It's like, oh, take anything you want.
Nicest dog I've ever met in my entire life. Like that is the #1 dog. I'm like, you have no idea who I am. And you're just like, ooh.
Exactly. They make horrible guard dogs.
Oh yeah. My mom's dog is a fantastic half guard dog. So it's half Australian Shepherd, half Coonhound. Very strange mix. It's like it was an accident. There was like a farm that had purebred coonhounds.
Gotcha.
And this lady had a purebred Aussie, and it just got out and went to the coonhound one and just got pregnant and then had these crazy weird looking babies. Like they look like coonhounds, but they have the colors of German Shepherds and their tails go whoop, like crazy. Oh, So this dog, it's got the thing where it's got 2 different colored eyes. His name is Copper. Mm-hmm. And he's really well trained until he sees someone else. And then he's got to only be like 70 pounds. Like he's not a big dog. But when he barks, he sounds huge. And people are like they get scared. But then it's like he'll never actually do anything. He just lets you know they're there. And it's so loud. So we're driving. My mom and I like to go play Pokemon Go. And we're just driving around and somebody comes by and right in your ear, he's like, whoa! And you're just like, Jesus Christ, Copper. It's so loud.
Man, I've been playing. I've stopped playing for a little bit, but I was on a Pokemon Go binge earlier this year, like crazy.
I only play because of my mom. Like she, so I moved out of her house in like 2015, and she started playing. I want to say like 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half ago. And she's like, "You ever play this game? Come play with me." And I'm like, "Why is my mom into Pokemon?" So I downloaded it just to play with her. So she would like text me at like 3 a.m. and be like, "Yo, I'm in the neighborhood. Come kill some gyms with me." And I'm just like, "All right."
Nice. That's awesome.
She's so into it. She's like level 40 and has way too many Pokemon. And for a while, she joined these like area Facebook groups and Discords for people in the area.
I did the same, yeah.
So she would go raid with them, and I'm just like, "Why are you doing this, Mom?"
That's
and it's
awesome.
Weird because she would bring me to them, and like I would look around, and I'm like, every single person here is like 50 and up,
right?
And I'm like, why are these the people who are into Pokemon Go? Like, it's not like 30-year-olds or 20-year-olds. It's people who had kids who were into Pokemon, and now they're like, yeah!
We wanted to ban this in the 90s.
and now they're like driving around.
Exactly.
My mom and I, there was this one guy, we had like a fight with him where we would drive. There was this gym, it was in the middle of a rotary, and we went in, we kicked him out, we took it, and then we drove away. And then we get this notification that we got kicked out. We're like, what the? So we go back, and there was another car on the other side. And we're like, is that him? So we did it again. And then we pretended to leave, and we get kicked out. And we just keep seeing him pull up his phone. And we're like, this dude is like just sitting there camping this gym. So we drive by again. He looked like he was like 60 years old. We're like, what is this dude doing? Why is this happening?
That's awesome, though.
Like, he doesn't have anything better to do than to sit at this rotary and kick anyone who goes in this gym. No, this is my gym.
Oh, man. So that actually, you know what I'm going to bring up next, right?
What?
Let's see if I'll pull it up real quick, see if you remember taking this picture then. Let's see. Let's see if I can, yeah, there we go, right there. I guess it's not so much of a picture that I can bring up, but...
Is it on the stream?
Yeah, I'm going to stream it to you real quick. Let's share, there we go.
Oh man.
There we go.
Whoa! Hold on. I don't remember taking that picture.
Really?
So that's for Rob's channel.
Yeah.
I have no recollection of this at all.
Really?
That's totally me. That's me in the photo.
Yeah.
He must have just invited me over just for the thumbnail.
But you're like all scared looking too, and holding up Pokemon Go on your phone.
That's not even my phone. That's his phone.
Oh, is that his phone?
Yeah, look, my phone is tiny. I got a 4S.
Oh, wait, man, from that long ago? Still? Wow.
So this phone, I have to charge it twice a day. I charged it, I want to say 5 hours ago, and it already went down to 86% just sitting there. I haven't.
Wow. iPhone updates.
This phone is done. I got this phone in 2017, so it's 3 years old. But yeah, that's his phone. That's not my phone.
Crazy. What kind of phone does he have there?
I don't. He probably doesn't have that anymore.
But I mean, I'm just. That looks like the Mega. Or is that? No, maybe not. It's a big phone though.
Yeah, huh. I don't know if I'd be able to handle one of those.
That's
like if it doesn't fit in my pocket, I don't like. It took Rob years to just get me to get this. I was all about flip phones. I remember my first phone was one of those Nokia flip phones. That thing was a tank, and when it finally died, my mom got me one. You remember those chocolate phones?
Oh yeah.
She got me one of those, and I was like, "This sucks. Like it's bigger, and I don't like it." And then when that one died, she got me one of those ones where you flipped it this way, and it was like a little thing. And I'm like, "This sucks." Sidekick? Yeah, was it a sidekick?
I think so.
It was like the one. It was like this big, and it didn't flip up like a Game Boy, but like you turned it like this way, and then it went like this and opened. It was weird.
Oh, huh.
It wasn't a BlackBerry, but that was like the 2 phones I had during high school. And then, man, when college came around, I got that flip phone, the one that has the screws in it that's like industrial. And I was like, this is the best phone ever. I can't break this. The chocolate phone, so I was the emo kid in school. I would wear tight pants, but they were women's pants because, that's my thing.
Right.
I had it in my front pocket. I went to piss, and the pants were so tight that it fell out of my pocket into the toilet. And I was like, all right, that's done. And that's when I got the second phone.
Just not even a courtesy wash on it, huh? Just it's done.
I was like, it's done. I put on gloves and just threw it in the trash. I probably could have saved it. I probably could have done the thing with the rice. I was just like, nope, that's done. And then the other phone, I think, fell out of my pocket and I stepped on it or something and the screen cracked and it broke. So then my dad was like, no, we're going to get you this flip phone. It's got screws in it. I was like, this thing's indestructible. I would call people underwater and be like, can you hear me? Because it was literally indestructible. And then, ironically, I was at, I think it was a CVS or a Dollar Tree with one of my friends. And I was like, no, dude, this phone is indestructible. Watch this. And I put it on the ground and I stomped on it and the screen cracked. And then that's when Rob was like, yeah, we'll get you a new phone. And because he wanted to, he's like, you never text me back. You never do anything. I'm going to get you a real phone. And I was like, I don't want a real phone. Just give me a flip phone, man. Like, because I couldn't afford a new phone. And my dad's plan, like, I just got kicked off his plan. So Rob was like, no, I'm going to get you. So Rob got me this phone. And he made it so, like, he got me one of those cases. So no matter how much I drop it, it's fine. It's still great. I haven't broke it yet. But the battery is done.
Right.
So I'm like, it's 3 years old. It's time for an upgrade anyway. But I'm like, I'm just trying to just hold on to it for as long as I can because I don't want a new phone.
Yeah, I understand that. Man,
well, I guess. Oh, what were you going to say?
Oh, no, sorry. You go ahead.
I was saying, I guess it's easier. One of the reasons I hate getting new phones is because I hate doing all that stuff where you have to sync everything over again. And he's like, no, dude, technology these days, they just go like this and it flips over to the other phone and you're done.
Pretty much, yeah.
So I'm tempted to finally get something.
One second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Just gotta check something real quick.
Did I hear a baby?
Not quite.
Okay. Well, I'm the stream guy. I'm kidnapping this stream. I love huskies so much. Oh, they're amazing. I want a husky. I can't have a dog. I live in a what is it called? It's not an apartment, a townhouse. So I got neighbors on both sides and dogs. They allow cats. You're allowed to have 2 cats. You're not allowed to have a dog. I don't understand why you can't have a dog because my cat is so much more destructive than a dog would be. Like, she annihilated the carpet on the stairs. Like, it's trashed. And I'm like, why can't, let's just have dogs. Why can't I have a dog? I think my cat's asleep right now. Oh, I probably have to go soon, to be honest with you guys. We've been streaming for like, what, 5 hours? How long has it been? Yeah, almost 5 hours. I am so hungry. All I ate today was a protein bar and a protein shake. So I'm going to lose my gains if I don't go eat something. Ethan Bradbury. Why does that sound familiar? Do I know you, Ethan Bradbury? I have a horrible, horrible memory. I can't even remember my own words. I think I'm going to have dementia when I'm
okay.
60.
Sorry about
that.
Don't
worry. I kept him entertained.
Awesome. Yeah, so the wife needed help bad. The baby had a major blowout.
Oh, like a blowout?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
it shot everywhere. So it was like, oh, she's like, I need your help. And I was like, okay, what's wrong? And so I got up. I was thinking something's wrong. She goes, she shat all in here. And then I was like, you made it sound like it was a little bit more of an emergency than what it was, but it's okay. I was like, I'll hold the legs up. You get all under underneath there, and let's get her out of that nasty onesie now. Just pure mustard everywhere.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
I don't know if I don't think I'm ever gonna have kids. Babies are adorable. I have a friend, she just had a baby a year ago, maybe a little earlier, and I went to Christmas with her, and everyone thought that I was the father, and I was like, nope. But I was like, wow, when this baby isn't shrieking and being ridiculous, it is so adorable, and so I'm like, babies are amazing, but I don't want one. I do not want a baby.
Man, my baby, she very rarely cries, unless she's like really wanting to go to sleep or if she wants to eat. But when she cries when she wants to eat and we have to make the bottle and we're like, wait, she cries in a way that's so sad. It's not like screechy, loud, annoying. It's like she'll like in this way that it looks like you just broke her heart, and it's like, I am so sorry. Like you're sitting there trying to console her, and she's just like the way she cries just sounds like, you know, like her pet died or something. It's like that kind of cry, and I'm just like, this is awful. I wish you were really bad and annoying, because this sucks.
My friend's baby it's the opposite spectrum of sad. This baby cries like it's just got like killed. Like it starts off normal, like you'll just hear like and you're like, oh shit, here it comes, and it's like and then all of a sudden it's like like it just got like stabbed, and she's like, it's okay, and it's just screaming, and she's trying to feed it, and it's just like, she's just like, oh my god, I don't know what to do. And like the baby's dad works a ton, and that was why she invited me to go to Christmas with her, because she's like, he can't come, and it's a newborn baby. I just want someone there with me. And I'm like, well, I'm not doing anything for Christmas, so sure, I'll come along. And I would just be like, do you want me to drive? Like, and she's like, no, it's okay. I'm just going to pull over. So she's pulled over on the side of the road, and her baby is just like falling apart, and she's a fantastic mother. Like, she looks like she's about to start crying because she can't get this baby to relax, and I'm just like, she's doing everything right. It's just like I think it was teething, because it was just freaking out, and she's just like, she's like, I feel so bad, and I'm trying so hard. And I'm just like, I really wish I could help. All I can do is like talk to you or offer to drive. Like, this sucks. But oh my god, that poor baby. It would cry like it just like it got stabbed and was screaming for help. And I was just
gosh.
It started making me get teary-eyed because I'm just like, that is so, like, I wish there was something I could do.
I think the only time I've ever heard her do that was whenever they gave her shots. And oh man, there's nothing fun about that at all. Like, that is really
so
sad.
Yeah. Like,
kids.
I remember before I met this baby, I hated kids. I was just like, oh my god, I hate kids. Yeah. I never want kids. They're so annoying. And then after I just spent it was like 4 days. I spent 4 days with her and her baby. I was like, no, I get it. Babies are amazing. Like, I never want one, but I get it.
Oh yeah. It's like, a lot of people, I'll see kids freaking out in a store, and I'll see a lot of people be so judgmental. And it's like, if I see the parent actually doing something, right, if I see the parent actually engaging and trying to do something, it's like, no, that's a good parent. The kid just sucks right now. But that kid will straighten out.
There's nothing you can do about it. Like, exactly. You can't get mad at them, because it's like, dude, their kid just happened to start freaking out the second they walked into the store, and they're trying everything. It's like, the last person you should do is judge this mother and make it seem like she's doing a bad job.
Exactly. Now,
unless she actually is doing a bad job.
Well, see, now that's what I was going to say is, when it comes down to it, I will be very judgmental. If this kid's screaming and crying in the store and the mom's just like, just lobbing about, and the kid's just doing whatever it wants, so I'm just like, grab that kid and beat it. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, it's like you're legit. No wonder the kid's acting this way. You suck. It's not even the kid's fault.
At this point, it's your fault. It's not the kid's fault.
Exactly. It's just
and you never notice those same people if they have animals, they're the type of people where their dog, they let it bark and scream, and
God.
it'll come over and bite you, and they don't even say they're sorry, and you're like, excuse, like, chain your fucking dog, dude.
Oh,
I
that
remember
reminds me.
I was walking down the street. My dog, it was Copper. It was before I lived here, so I'm just walking. I went for a walk in the city with him. He just got sprayed by a skunk. So I'm walking back to my house, and this lady is on the other side of the street. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning, and Copper decides he has to go to the bathroom. So he's just like taking a shit next to this parking meter, and he's like sniffing it, and I'm just like chilling or whatever. And this lady's dog is freaking out on the other side of the road. And she's like, can you go? If I let go of him right now, he will bite you. I was just like, if he bites me, I'm going to kick him in the fucking face. Like, you're on the other side of the road. What? Like, just let my dog do his thing and control your dog. My dog's not barking and freaking out. He's shitting. Why are you like that lady? I'm sure if she had kids, they're probably the CEO of YouTube.
Oh, no joke. No joke. That couldn't be any truer.
That's all I'm saying about that.
Man, so when I was like, I think I was like 12 or 13, and I was riding my bike, and this dog pulled up next to me and was chasing after me, and I didn't really realize it, and the dog grabbed my leg and flipped me off the bike. Now, luckily, because of like it grabbing me and me flipping off the bike, the dog let me go, and I was pretty scraped up on my arm, and I got up and I was like, oh, what the heck? And the dog started coming after me, and so I kicked that dog under the jaw, and this dog was probably like a good, like maybe 45, 50 pounds, not a very big dog at all. And this owner comes running up to me, yelling, screaming at me, how dare you kick my dog? And I'm like, did you not see what just happened?
Did you not see what happened?
Like, I have blood going down my arm, and like I still have like a lot of the scar, well, this lighting, but I have a lot of the scars all up and down my arm, like all over. My arm looks actually pretty bad on the scars. But I still have that, and I was just like, then he ended up like calling the police that I kicked his dog. And then the police wrote him a ticket, and he was all upset, of course, because they're like, dude,
look at his arm. Like, how are you going to justify that?
Exactly. And then the police were asking me, do you want to press charges? And I was like, no, I don't want to press charges. The dog didn't really get me. It was the road. I was like, this will heal up. Like, it wasn't that bad. It was road rash, which road rash does suck. I didn't realize how bad road rash is. You never realize till the next day, when it starts getting that yellow film over it, and then if you move your arm at all, it kind of cracks, and then it hurts so bad.
Dude, fun fact about road rash. So when I was a teenager, I used to be super into razor scooters, and there was this one time my friends and I, we were all decided to just like take our razor scooters down the biggest freaking hill in the neighborhood and just launch it, right? So we're all going, and I don't understand what happened, but somehow my front wheel, the thing got unscrewed and fell apart. So I just went, oh! I got this nasty road rash on my back. And then this is where it gets fun. We went to the beach like a couple days later, and I tan really, really easy. That skin tanned so much that it looks like I have this crazy, like, exploded birthmark on my back. And everyone's like, yo, whenever people see it, they're like, dude, what happened to your back? Like, it looks like a ridiculous birthmark. And I'm like, no, that was road rash that got tanned so much that it like tanned through, like, this must have been 10 years ago. And it just tanned through multiple layers of skin. And I still have it. I'm like, what? Why did that happen? I've never heard of that happening.
And that's crazy.
It's like the scar tissue got tanned, and now it's just stuck that way forever.
Man, that's pretty crazy. Not just that, the whole like, oh god, road rash in general, that just sucks.
But speaking of dogs, not to throw shade, but Rob's dog.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about his dog. Once you're in the house and it knows who you are and you've been in there for like an hour, wants to play with you nonstop. Sweetest dog, so wonderful. But when you first show up at his house, that dog is so savage. I came over one time and the dog bit me in the leg so hard that I started, like, it drew blood and I have a gnarly scar there. And I'm just like, listen, Rob, if your dog bit anyone else, posted person, someone comes over, they would probably have your dog put down. You have to train your dog better, bro. I'm like, because once you're in the house and it knows who you are, it's fine. But when it doesn't know who you are, that thing is a savage. And I'm just like, dude, your dog bit me so hard that it fucked up my leg. And I don't care because you're my friend. And of course, it's a German Shepherd. So I'm like, but I'm just like, dude, please train your dog. And Rob's a hermit. So his dog doesn't get out and interact with other dogs. It doesn't get to see other people. Like, that's why it's like this, because he doesn't take it for walks. It's just like chills in his house and he'll let it outside in the back on a leash so it can go to the bathroom. And I'm just like, dude, please take your dog for a walk. Show it that there are other people that exist.
Yeah, his first German Shepherd, he had another one before that had passed away, right?
Yeah, it was his parents.
Okay.
It was his parents' German Shepherd, Major.
Because I remember when that thing went. Okay, so this is the one that he had on stream that was a little puppy.
The puppy, Garrus.
Garrus. Okay, I was going to call him Gus.
There's another one
Garrus.
too. So when they had Major, they got another one. I think its name is Ruger.
Okay.
And that was kind of when he was still living with his parents. So that was their new one. And then Major died. So that became his parents' dog. And then he got Garrus when he got his own place.
Okay. Because, yeah, I remember when he got Garrus. And now Garrus is the savage one now, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, wow.
Honestly, though, they kind of were all savage. That's why. Because Rob's family, I've interacted with 3 German Shepherds. And they're guard dogs. Like,
yeah.
So every time I would go over, they would all bark at me. And it was the same thing. Once they know who I am and know I'm in the house, they're like, pet me, like, you're the best. But it's like just the way that their dogs are trained. It's like when you first come over, they're like, ah! Who are you? And it's just like, and then I've had other friends who have German Shepherds that do the same thing. And I'm just like, why can't your dogs just be like huskies? Just, you love me right away.
Well, see, that's the funny thing is our German Shepherd bear, he is like a husky. Now, if you came over to the house by yourself and no one was around and just went in, he would probably attack you.
Yeah, that makes sense because you're an intruder at that point.
Right. But if he, when he comes up, I can just tell him, be like, Bear, come sit. He'll sit right next to you. He will not move. Even you could do whatever you want. You could try to distract him. You yourself could be like, come here. He won't get up. He won't go towards you. He'll sit right there. Now he'll whine, he'll scream, he'll cry, and he'll be like, please let me go towards him. And he'll but if you gave him the command to sit.
That's a good trained dog right there.
He's super well trained. Taz, not so much. Taz was well trained, and then he realized that there's no consequences if he breaks the rules. He found out that, I don't know how he found out that there's no consequences, but he slowly started learning, and you'll be like, Taz, and then he'll just slowly be like, okay, I'm still moving, and I'm not being hit. Okay, so I can just go and no consequences. And it's like, this dog sucks. I love him to death, but man, he sucks, and he is so needy. Like, you cannot stop. If you stop touching him and somebody else is in the room, he'll go over to them and start bothering them. And sometimes we'll pass him around the room. We'll be like, okay, enough. And he'll go to the next person. And of course, my dad's like, get, and then he'll go to the next person. And he'll keep circling between us people. And it drives us all crazy. It's like, just lay down. You've been pet all day. Like, gets on my nerves. He's sweet. He's very sweet, but he's like, pet me. He's like, come on, pet me. And it's just like, no.
Oh, man, I've seen some weird dogs. So my friend Eric, he's got this dog. I can't remember the name, but it's like what's, the meme dog? The dogs?
Oh, yeah. It's
one of those dogs.
Oh, it's called chalet, or it's those Japanese dog.
Yes. So his mom has one of those dogs. This dog, its personality makes no sense to me whatsoever. It's like the opposite of every dog you can ever think of. You show up and it loves you. It wants you to pet it. It's all about you, right?
Yeah.
And then you're in the house for a little while and you look at it and it just starts growling at you and gets real pissed. And if you try to go anywhere near it, it starts barking and showing its fangs and snarling. And even the mom loves I mean, it's Eric's mom, but the mom is the dog mom too.
Yeah.
She will pick it up and be like, "Oh, come on, you're not mad." And it's just like, like they think that something happened to it when it was a puppy and it just gets fucking triggered. And so I was over there, I'm sleeping over one time and I'm sleeping on the couch and the dog jumps up on the couch and is sitting right at my feet just looking at me. And I'm just like, oh shit. Like I've been in the house, so I know it doesn't want to be pet and it's just looking at me and just staring at me, but it's not snarling or anything. So I'm like, I'm just going to remain perfectly still. And it just fell asleep right on my feet. And I was so confused. And then the mom comes over and it's just like, shh, and just like kind of picks her up. And the dog's like, and then stops. And then I'm just like, what just happened? Like,
right?
I'm so confused. It's the weirdest dog I've ever met.
So those are called Shiba Inus, but that kind of reminds me of this. Have you ever seen this video right here?
What is this?
Oh, this is hilarious. It's like...
Is the dog making that sound?
I want a dog that does this so bad. Oh man, I want to make I want to write a metal track to this.
Like it makes you wonder, why is this dog doing that?
It's pretty funny, man. So I do have a dog that will absolutely just growl and growl and growl, and you can pick her up and she'll just continue to growl at you. But then she'll just calm down and be like, "Oh, okay, cool."
Yeah, it's just like a kid had thrown a tantrum or something. It's like, why is it doing this?
Exactly. It's just, I don't know. I want one so bad though.
I got another friend. They have one of the dogs is just a black lab, friendliest dog. Like it's so cool. So I went over and I'm hanging out, and this dog, it's just rubbing up on me and loves me and wants me to pet it nonstop. And then they have a second dog that hates me. Like every time I look at it, it's like, and I'm just like, why? I'm like, I can't blame your owners because your other dog loves me. It's just you. Like this dog, whatever breed it is, it just didn't like me. And I'm sitting down and it comes over and it sits right at my feet. And I'm like sitting there and I'm just like playing cards with my friend, and their daughter's there, and she just keeps she's like, "Yo, check out what I drew for you." And I'm just like, "Oh, that's sweet." And we're just going back and forth. He's playing cards. She just keeps showing me drawings, and I'm just sitting there. And if I move my foot at all, and I'm like, "Why are you sitting right there? Go sit somewhere. Why can't the nice dog sit there?"
Oh man,
I don't know. I've never had a medium. It's always dogs either adore me or they completely hate me. And I'm like, I don't get it. I don't understand.
Man, I can't make that joke. I was like, there's a 50-50 issue there, I think.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I'm gonna tell this the same way. Copper. I used to take him for walks up mountains and stuff like that all the time. Just take him for walks everywhere. And the first time he saw what you're talking about, I have never seen this dog he is the nicest dog. Copper's so well trained. He loves people. He got so aggressive. And I was like, is my dog racist? And it's still like that for whatever reason. And I'm just like, why? Well, I have a racist dog.
Right? It's like, I thought I raised you better than this. What the hell? No. I wanted so bad to try and like troll the left to be like, in order for us to battle racism, we have to get rid of racist dogs. And like come up with like a whole thing and have a movement started to combat racism in dogs. And I was like, oh my God, that'd be so funny. It's like, you all are idiots. You think you can train a dog to not... it's not a choice for the dog. I can tell you that. The dogs are just dogs. They're dumb. Like, they're smart, but they're dumb. I don't think that's something you can... Exactly. I was like, I don't think that's something you could just fix. But I would love to have been like, yeah, we got to create a movement for this and just watch it explode and have a full movement for this and just laugh. Be like, you all are dumb.
Dude. You know what's funny? You know how people, they say that your pets start to kind of take up after their owners?
Right.
So I've kind of found that to be true. My cat is a spaz, and I'm pretty spaz myself. Copper was originally, he's my mom's dog now, but he was my dog before I moved out. And I was like, I can't have a dog. So do you want him? And so that dog is very, he's very much like me, where like, he'll start stuff and then somebody else gets hit for it. Like, we used to have 3 dogs, and he sniffed at a porcupine, and he'll jump around it and like, do that thing. And then the other dogs come over and they get quilled, and he's just like, just runs back to me. And I'm like, that's what I do. I get other people in trouble. That's just what I do. So I'm like, he took after me in that sense. And he also like loves my mom. He's obsessed with her. And when I was a kid, like my mom and I were like this. So that's the irony, is that a lot of people, they think like I had a horrible relationship with my mom because of my tripogy, like the shit I wrote in that. And I'm like, no, my mom and I was my mom's only son. Like, we're so tight. But so the cats like me, the dogs like me. And when I was a teenager, I had a horse. And this is, I worked at a horse ranch for a year.
Nice.
And yeah, I had a horse. We got my mom. I'm that kid. My mom bought me a horse. He's still alive. My cousin, Sasha, she's like my sister cousin. She's like my cousin, but we were raised as brother and sister. It's a weird situation. She's my cousin, but she's my mom and my mom's sister. Both of us lived with my grandparents in the same house. So my cousin, Sasha, her and I were raised as brother and sister, and we have the same last name, but it's like 2 different dads, 2 different moms. We're just cousins. Oh,
okay.
Really weird situation. So like to this day, I'm like, yo, that's my sister, but she's not my sister. She's my cousin.
Gotcha.
But so my mom bought her and I a horse, and I moved to Florida for a year, brought the horse with me, and then worked at a ranch, and then brought the horse back with me. And I only stopped riding probably in 2007, because that's when I got into being in a band and making music.
Gotcha.
And they got rid of the horse for a little while, and they have it again. She just got it back. I'm like, wow, this horse, it was like 4 when we got it. And I was 14 and I'm 30 now. So this horse has to be like pushing, 20 years old? They live for a while. Usually horses can live like 40, 50 years. But I'm like, this is crazy.
That's crazy.
The reason I brought it up is this horse, we named him Sebastian, was so gay. This horse, he would just let all the male horses just mount him all the time. And I remember when I was 15 and I worked at this ranch, there were a bunch of other people that worked there too, and they were all around my age, and they would all tell me like, dude, you're a fag, and say shit like that. And I'd be like, no, I'm not. And like, they would be like, well, maybe you're not, but your horse totally is. And like, I was just like, oh, I'm the fucking kid with the gay horse. And then like, and then years later, right? Years later, I come out and I'm like, wow, like the horse totally took up after me, and everyone knew it except for me. And I'm just like, why was I the kid with the gay horse? What the, like, I don't know, man. Like, even its name, we named him Sebastian. That's such a gay horse name.
It's funny, man. I wonder if that's a thing in Oklahoma here, where they're like, you're the kid with the gay horse. It's like, is that even a thing? Like, is that
man? Like, if you think about it, that's a pretty good insult.
Right?
Like,
It kind
I
of
would love
is.
to use that. Like, if it was someone else, like, it's so easy to call someone like, oh, you motherfucker. But if you're like, no, you're that guy with the gay horse, it's just like,
Right?
oh, right in the feels.
Right, especially when it's true. It's like, well, how do you even argue against it?
There's nothing you can do
You
about
can't
it.
do anything.
All the other horses, if a male horse tries to mount another male horse, they will get in a fight.
Right.
Like, it's not cool. My horse would just kind of look and be like, and just let him just mount one. And I'm just like, I'm like, I have no argument. I witnessed it happening. I have a gay horse.
Oh my god, that's awesome though.
And on that note, I think I need to head out. We've been going for like 5 hours, man.
Oh yeah.
And I need to eat something so I don't lose my gains. I hopped on right after the gym. So I gotta cook up some chicken or something.
No, I definitely understand that, man. Man, I appreciate having you on and all. Man, it's just good times for sure.
I definitely hit me up again. We'll do this again. I love being on your streams, man. So much fun. Plus, it gets more people over here when I post it, and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna come stream on here. Like, you're just an awesome dude.
Man, I appreciate it.
Like, the first time I streamed, I was like, yo, this is just, a cool guy. But now it's like, no, man, like, I consider you a friend. So,
man, you too. Like,
whatever you want, I'm ready to hop on.
Anytime, man. You're fucking killer. You're awesome. And at some point, especially when this COVID thing breaks out, either I'm gonna have to come up to where. Have you announced the state you live in? Just to make sure.
Yeah, Massachusetts.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to throw it out there.
Yeah, because everyone always thinks I'm from Pennsylvania, and I'm like, no, I drive 6 hours to Pennsylvania to be in Tala. I'm from Massachusetts.
Man, for sure. Like, I'm either gonna have to make a drive up there sometime, or if you guys ever tour down to Tulsa, which I'm sure Tulsa, Oklahoma, like for sure, I'm sure you guys would make it out there at some point. Yeah. That's like a major stopping point.
We haven't hit Oklahoma yet. We drove through Oklahoma, and I think I might have told you the story. No, I said it in your when you were doing the presidential stream. We stopped at a gas station in Oklahoma, and I was like, I got to get my mom something. And I bought her this little snow globe that says Oklahoma, and it just has a tornado inside.
Oh, that's so sick, though.
And I was like, I got to give this to my mom.
Do you know what city that gas station was in?
Oh, no, because we were just passing through, and it was like the middle of the night. Like, we all just woke up. We were sleeping, and then our driver, Dom, was like, hey, if you want to grab anything, we're at the gas station. I just went in real quick and just bought that and some food and went back in.
Nice. Yeah, oh, man. Yeah, if y'all ever stop by through there again, definitely an opportunity. I take it y'all went to Dallas for a show, right?
Yes.
Okay, I go to Dallas all the time for shows. So.
Wait, oh yeah, Oklahoma's right there.
Yeah, we're only like 4 hours away.
I don't think we hit Austin, but we did like 4 or 5 different shows just in Texas because it's such a huge freaking state.
Oh yeah.
I would say my favorite state to tour so far has been Wyoming.
Really? Wyoming?
I want to move there someday.
Huh. I've never been up there.
I had the worst experience, and now I'm obsessed with Wyoming. It was really cold. Like, it was the middle of the summer, and it was like 50 or 60 degrees, and I got elevation sickness. No one else in the band did, just me. And I remember when we were doing I just loved the landscape. I was taking so many pictures. I was like, I want to move to Wyoming. This is so cool. Everything was so spaced out. And then when we were playing the show, I had to apologize. I was like, just so you guys know, I have elevation sickness. I cannot do vocals right now. And they're like, bro, it happens to everyone. Don't even worry about it. We suck. It was so funny. And then this one lady came up to me after the show, and she's like, honestly, if you go to Walmart next time you're here, they actually sell you oxygen tanks for people who aren't from Wyoming who get elevation sickness just so you can sing. Funny story, Max's dad gets it as well. So when he plays shows in like parts of Utah, parts of Wyoming, just anywhere that's higher up elevation, he actually has to have an oxygen tank next to him while he's drumming so he can, otherwise he'll pass the fuck out.
Dang.
And like, dude, that's how I felt when I was performing like in Wyoming. Like, I just remember I was like, holy shit, like, is this what it feels like to be a smoker? Every time I breathed,
right?
I could not get a full breath of air. Like, I would go, and it felt like I was just going like, and I was like, this sucks so bad. Like, and I'm still trying to move around and do my thing. And I'm like, dude, I'm going to pass the fuck out. This is awful. And I remember I thought like I was getting sick because we're driving into Wyoming, and I've never experienced elevation sickness before. And we're just driving, and I just remember, yo, does anyone else feel kind of fucking weird? And everyone's like, no. And like, I'm like, I can't breathe. And then our driver's like, you got elevation sickness, and like starts clapping. He's like, there's always one person in one band. Every band, someone gets it. There's one guy, and I'm the guy in Tala that gets it. And like, I'm sitting there, and I'm like leaned against the table, and I'm like, dude, this sucks. I feel like I just ran a marathon, and I can't catch my breath. It sucks so bad.
Oh man!
But ever since then, I'm like, I love Wyoming. Least favorite state, California.
Yeah, I went there. I saw a lady throw shit on the side of a car. Did I mention that? I think I mentioned that in the last stream, didn't I? The weird little short Oompa Loompa lady that was outside the Harry Potter store, and she started digging in her ass and pulled out a whole thing of like shit and just shoved it right on the side of a passing car. And she's like, she wasn't speaking, but she was just screaming, yeah, just doing that all up and down the street. And I was just like, what the hell is happening? And they're like, yeah, welcome to California.
I don't like it. I've never had a good experience in California. Every time I've been there, I'm just like, the people seem so fucking vain.
Yeah.
Like, do you remember that episode of South Park with the smug
episode? Yeah.
It felt like I was living that in real life. Like, I'm like, this sucks. This is so. The only good experience I had in California, I was on the beach. We were at Venice Beach. It was me, Rob, and Bob. And
nice.
I'm listening to my iPod the whole time, and I just go, yo, man, I'm listening to Build It Up. Or what is it, Building It Up or Burn It Down? The Linkin Park song. We're building it up. So break it back down. It was huge.
Yeah.
So it was like their big comeback song. So that song's playing it. I'm just like, Rob, the song's on. And he's just like, don't do it. And then all of a sudden I'm like, the Psycho repeat. And I just start singing the song wicked loud on Venice Beach. And everyone's looking at me. I get to the chorus, do the chorus, and everyone started clapping. And I was like, that is the only positive experience I've ever had in California, because I'm on Venice Beach, and like, that's where all the street performers are. So people go there to be entertained.
Nice.
So it was all tourists, and they loved it. Other than that, every experience that I've ever had in California sucked. I hate the people. Like, I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. Usually I'm like, no, California wasn't that good. No, fuck California. I hate that entire state. I never want to go there again. I hate California.
My experience of California's beaches, I was in Huntington Beach down in Anaheim, and I took off running into the water, and I stepped right on a stingray, and it stabbed me in the foot, and then I had to be gone for like 24 hours because that poison that it injects into you. That was awful. I spent about 5 minutes at the beach, and that was it.
Yep. I don't like California. I don't like their politics. I don't like the people. I don't like anything. Nothing about it. And then the freaking pollution. They have smog days.
Yeah, exactly.
We were at the YouTube headquarters, and I remember every time I took a full breath, I was like, like, because the pollution was burning my lungs, and I was like, what is this? And then I get an alert on my phone. It's like, we're having a smog day today. And I was like, great. I'm sitting outside at YouTube headquarters because they haven't opened yet. And I'm breathing in pollution. Awesome. Thanks, California.
Oh, man. That's, yeah. Going there and seeing all and them having the audacity to be like, we need to shut down all these factories and stuff. It's like, no, you guys are the ones with the problems. It's like no one else has these problems. It's you all.
Except for China.
Yeah. Exactly, and New York. But those are like...
Oh, New York's my second least favorite state to play in.
I have not been to New York yet.
It's only this New York City. I like New York State. I like everything around it, but that Manhattan, the Bronx, and whatever, New York.
Yeah.
Those three city areas, I hate it. It smells so fucking bad. Like, the whole city smells like trash and armpits. It's so gross. There's gum everywhere. The sidewalks are like painted black from just old gum. Everything's so dirty. Like, I have to drive through New York every time that I go to Pennsylvania for Tala stuff. And I'm driving.
Dang.
The second I get there, I'm like, windows go up because the smell just starts coming into my car. It's and then I've never, but like if I go to like Long Island, I love Long Island. Long Island's great. It's just that the Bronx and Manhattan and just that middle New York part.
Gotcha.
I'm not gonna say I hate New York as much as I hate California. I just hate being in New York. I'm just like, it's just so dirty, especially on trash day. It's like, you know how when it snows, does it snow in Oklahoma?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know how like when the plows get all that snow on the side of the road from just
plowing? And it turns all black and gross and
Imagine that, but with trash. The trash bags just coat the sidewalks.
Oh my God. Why do they not have trash cans out there?
They have like some trash cans, but there's so many people that they fill up their trash cans and then you just black garbage bags everywhere. And it's like, oh, it's so gross. And for a while, I was going on this hour-long detour, so I didn't have to go through it. I was like, I don't want to go through New York so bad that I would go on this route. You go up this place called Bear Mountain, and I would take that just to avoid the George Washington Bridge, just to avoid the Tappan Zee Bridge, just to avoid New York altogether. I'm just like, I'm going to get off here and take an hour-long detour and still get to Max's house in 6.5 hours because the traffic is so bad that it would take me the same amount of time anyway. And here's the worst part. Our turntable player doesn't have a car or his license, and he lives right on the edge of New Jersey and New York. So and I'm the guy that picks him up. So now I have to pick him up on the way. I think I'm going to start asking Derek to pick him up because Derek lives like 20 minutes away from him. I'm just going to be like, Derek, pick up him because I don't want to go through New York.
Right? No joke. Man, I gotta say, my favorite place, though, that I've ever been has to probably be Phoenix, Arizona, or Tempe, Arizona, specifically.
We played Phoenix, Arizona, and it was amazing. I got nothing bad to say about Arizona.
What was the venue you guys played at?
Shoot.
Like
the Phoenix show.
It was like something Grotto?
Yes, it's gone now.
It's gone? Grotto. Joe's Grotto, yeah, that's where I saw Winter Sun and Eluvati. And
it was amazing.
The outdoor venue and all?
And then, it was inside when we went.
Oh, it was inside? So we went inside, but then there was like no roof. And it was like all like Joe's Grotto.
No, yeah, this place has a roof.
Does it?
So like, yeah, we had a fan that filmed it. So like you can see just from like right here. That's Joe's Grotto. There was totally a roof.
Oh, there's a place you could step out back and that's where like, okay.
Yeah, there was an outdoor place.
Yeah, so we can just...
There was this sick place we played in Nevada. I wish I knew what part of Nevada it was. No, it was in Las Vegas.
Okay.
It was this place. It was this, I wish I could remember the name of it. It wasn't the beauty bar. It was like the back bar or something like that. The whole venue, there's like a bar, but the stage is outside and it's in the middle of the city. And then there's just walls around this venue. So you're playing like in a backyard in the middle of the city. So I'm like sitting there and I'm like, how is this not like a noise violation? Everyone can hear us. And everyone's there is like, because you're in Las Vegas. Like, there is no noise ordinance. The city doesn't sleep. And I'm like, all right. So that was a really cool venue.
Nice. Man, that does sound pretty awesome.
It was cool.
I drove through Vegas. I didn't have enough time to stop there. But, man, over in Tempe, Arizona, which is, of course, is just right off of Phoenix. They had like, oh my God, they had that mountain with the giant A on it. We went and climbed up that. Such a pretty place. They had this gigantic outdoor mall. And that was so weird. It was just set up like a normal mall, but they had no walls or like roof. But they had like these tiny little buildings everywhere. And it had like this candy bar shop that sold only oversized gigantic candy. So your candy bars were like this big. And it was just like, this place is amazing.
It's going to take me a year to eat this.
Exactly. They had
like
an
you're
amazing...
just cutting off chunks with like a bone saw.
Well, me and my buddy Casper, so my birthday's November 17th. His is November 27th. So we took this trip.
Happy birthday to both of you.
Oh, thank you.
Because he's coming up and I missed yours.
Yeah, it was just a few days ago. And his is coming up in 2 days.
You were streaming and I was watching your stream and everyone kept saying happy birthday in the comments. I was there for your birthday.
Oh, okay.
Did you stream on your birthday?
Wait, did I?
You might have streamed. It might have been a stream like a day or two after your birthday, but you did a stream and I hopped in it and I was just watching and everyone was saying like happy birthday and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think I might have. I don't actually remember. I might have been a little drunk. But yeah, we went there for our birthday, and it was our 20th birthday. Now my birthday had already passed, but it was his birthday on the date we were there at this pub. And my buddy was like, for some reason he just decided to risk it. He goes, screw it, I'm not in Oklahoma. He's like, I ordered a beer, and she goes, can I see your ID? And he goes, yes. And he handed her the ID just confidently. She looked at it, she goes, wait a minute. And she goes, oh, but today's your birthday. Okay, I see. And then handed him the card back, and she's like, okay, and just got him rounds of beers. She thought he was... She did the math, and it came up to 20. But she was like, oh, but because today's your birthday, you're 21. And that wasn't correct.
Actually his birthday?
No, it was his birthday. But he turned 20 that day, not 21.
Oh my God, she's off. So she did the math, but she missed a whole year.
Yeah, she did the math, but she was like, no, this comes up to 20. And she goes, oh, but today's your birthday, so you're 21.
It's like, no, he just turned 20. Oh, that's so good.
And she was getting rounds of beers, and I was pissed because I was like, I know that trick can't work on mine, because then she'll actually do the math, see that it's 10 days before, and be like, oh, wait, hold on, and it would have ruined it for both of us. And so I was pissed. I was like, you son of a bitch. I was like, you're going to drink all that in front of me? And yeah, I was just like, I'm sorry, man. And we couldn't get a hold of any booze for the rest of the night, and I was like, you bastard.
Dude, you want to hear something funny? My cousin Ryan, he turned 21. Me, him, and my cousin Matthew, we all drove. They're from Georgia, so I flew there, and then we all drove down to Florida together and stayed there for like a week. And on his birthday, we went out and we all got trashed. But it was so funny because they started doing shots, and I was like, I can't, guys. Like, I drank too much. My stomach hurts. And so I would chill outside, and my cousin Ryan just turned 21. His younger brother was only like 19 or 20. But he kept going into the bars anyway. And he'd be like, yo, it's my younger brother's birthday. He just turned 21. And they would check his ID and be like, yo. And then they would give Matthew shots. All because he said, my younger brother just turned 21 and he had a full beard. And they wouldn't even bother checking. They're like, he just turned 21. Let's get him some stuff. And I'm just like, how are you getting away with this?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
The only other thing was, we went back to our like, it wasn't a hotel. It was like a Airbnb or whatever those things are.
Yeah.
And we went back there, and we got we had like a bunch of drinks in these like red Solo cups, and we're walking down the street drinking them, which I didn't know was illegal. So this cop comes over, and this was the same night, but he comes over and he's like, hey, drop the drinks. Like, and my cousins, they both just chucked it and ran. They took off. And I was just kind of standing there, and I was like, I'm 25. And he was like, you can't be drinking that. And I was just like, oh, and I just dumped it out. And then he just goes, your friends are dumbasses, and just left. I didn't even get in trouble. I was just like he wasn't going to check our IDs. He just, you're not supposed to drink in public.
Right. There's only two places in the United States you can drink in public.
Where?
That is Louisiana. Shoot, the big famous place. Why can't I think of it right now? Where they do Mardi Gras and all that.
Oh, shoot.
New Orleans. Yeah.
Okay.
So New Orleans, you can actually order drinks right from the drive-thru as long as you're not driving.
Ah, that's awesome.
Yeah. It's amazing.
You can drink them in the car?
Yeah, you can drink them in the car as long as you have a designated driver.
I need to go here. That sounds so much fun.
And the other place you've already been to, Las Vegas.
You can drink in public in Las Vegas?
Mm-hmm. Only on the Strip, but yeah, you can drink all up and down that Strip. No problems.
Yeah, what is it, Las Vegas Boulevard or whatever?
Yeah, I think so.
Like no, that's Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah, it's I think they just call it I don't know. I've just always heard it called the Strip. I don't actually know the actual street.
I'm going to Vegas just so I can drink in public.
Oh yeah, you can drink all up and down the public, and they make some of the best. Like, I think the like signature drink down in New Orleans that everyone always goes for is like the something Hurricanes, or like, I guess they just call them Hurricanes or something like that, which is kind of crazy that they would name a drink after that. But apparently those are
Malort?
A what?
You ever have Malort?
Nuh-uh. What is that?
So it's like a Chicago drink or something? Is it Chicago or is it Ohio? Where's the Looney Bin? Is that in Ohio?
Oh, I think that's Chicago.
That is Chicago?
Looney
Okay.
Bin? I think so. They have a Looney Bin in Tulsa? What the heck?
The Looney Bin venue.
Okay, well, there's Tulsa. I'm just seeing Tulsa. I didn't know we had one here. Oh, Oklahoma City has a Looney Bin.
Huh. Well,
heck?
it's...
Are they a
we've never been
franchise?
to Oklahoma, so maybe it's a franchise.
Is it really like... Is the Looney Bin really I'm just seeing Tulsa. What the hell? Is there one in Chicago?
Oh, there's one in New Hampshire. There's one. It's got to be a franchise. There's one in New Hampshire.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see one for yeah, I don't see one for Chicago. Oh, crazy.
So I think the one we went to was in Illinois.
Okay.
Let me just type in Looney Bin. Yes. All right. It exists. It was Illinois. So
Okay.
we're at this place, and this was the worst show that we've ever played because we were the headliner and the opening act. We were the only band there, and it was like May 2018, so we just started. We did not have a following at all, and our booking agent, for whatever reason, just booked us at this place with no support, no headliner, nothing, just us. And he's like, "Oh, don't worry about it. There's a built-in crowd." So we get there. There is no built-in crowd. There was our booking agent came out.
Mm-hmm.
There was the photographer girl. There was the bartender, and there was this old couple. And those were the people there. So I was just sitting there, and I was like, "Dude, I don't drink when I'm like on the road or when I have to perform because this is my job.
Yeah.
And I want to take care of my voice, and I don't want to make any mistakes." And this one show, I was like, "But tonight, I think I might get drunk." And I was like, "I don't know." And AJ, our old guitarist, he would get drunk all the time. He goes, "Listen, Justin, flip a coin. Heads, you get drunk with me tonight. Tails, you don't." I was like, "All right." So he flips. Of course, it's heads. And so I just got so drunk, but it's the only show I ever performed drunk, and it was probably one of the best shows I've ever done vocally because I live streamed it because I was like, if I live stream it, guys, we'll put the camera real close and I don't know there's no one here, but we'll be playing for people. And so Max was like, "Justin, you're drinking. Is that a good idea?" And I was like, "Trust me, we'll delete it right after." So we streamed the whole thing, and I got to watch it back after, and I was like, I watched it when I was sober just to see how bad it was, and I was like, I sound phenomenal. And it was because I was so worried about hurting my voice that when I was drunk, I like Superman visioned on my voice and was so careful about every single note and every single technique that it sounded like a studio. It was insane.
Nice.
But after we played the show, I go to the bar and I'm just sitting there with AJ, and my driver's like, "Justin, you ever drink Malort? It's like the Chicago special." I think the driver, I'll link it to you after. I think the driver actually filmed me doing it because it was like part of our vlog thing. But he's like, "This is like the Chicago special. You got to take a shot of Malort because it's disgusting. It tastes like gasoline. It's so gross." So I had already had like some fruity drinks. So I'm already pretty drunk, and I was like, "Let's do it. Why not?" So I do a shot. Everyone's like, "Ugh!" And I'm just sitting there, and I'm just like, it's really not that bad. And then AJ goes, "If you do another one right now, I will buy it for you." So I was like, "All right." So I do another one, and I'm just like, it's really not that bad. And people just kept, "If you do another one right now." I think I ended up doing like 3 or 4 of them. And that night, I'm going to send you the link. That night, we stop at this gas station, and AJ and I were so drunk that we just started being ridiculous. First, AJ's like, "Yo, someone make out with me." And I was just like, "I don't really want to, but I'll do it anyway." So he's straight. Like, he's not bi, he's not gay. He was just so drunk that he's like, "Someone make out with me." And I was just like, "Fuck it, I'll make out with you." So I make out with my guitarist. And then we're at this like fucking gas station place, and he gets ass naked and goes up on like the part of the RV where it's like the dash thing but like it's big enough for a person because it's an RV.
Yeah.
And there are people outside watching, and he's just pouring beer over himself, sitting like a stripper on top of it. Everyone's dying, and I was just like, bro, I'm going outside. So I get ass naked, and Derek's like, Justin, stop, no. And I'm just like, I have to. And I open the sliding window, which is like probably this big, like you cannot. And I just somehow managed to fit through this window, and like Max is grabbing onto my legs, and he's like, someone pull him in. And I'm just like, just let me go, man. Just let me go. And then Derek just lets go. I just slide outside and just start running around. And then I just hear AJ go, dude, go outside. I gotta go outside. So you just see these two naked men running around an RV at a gas station. We come back inside. Max is fucking crying from laughing. Derek's filming it on his phone, and he's just like, what did you guys do? What did you guys do? You can't do that. And Cooper is just stoned. He's just sitting there just going, like just cracking up, not moving around. And then I was just like, AJ goes, dude, we should go inside. And I was just like, bro, let's go inside. So I put on this wig, and because I was every show I was doing a different costume for our first tour. That was like my thing. Every show was a different costume and a different character. So I just put on this black wig, and I'm just like, let's go inside right now. And Max had this like Joey Jordison mask.
Oh my God.
But it was like one of those fake ones. Like it was just plastic, but he drew it like a Joey Jordison mask. So AJ puts that on, and we both just run inside this gas station, and we're just running around. The cashier is just staring at us. And there was this one other guy, he was a black guy, and he's just like, mopping, and he just stares at us. We're just running around, and then AJ goes, be sure to tell him Marge sent ya, and then just runs out, and I just go and we just bail, and we run back inside the RV. Dom was filling up the RV, so it takes like a good 20 minutes to fill the tank up because it's massive.
Yeah.
And he just comes back inside, and he's like, what the fuck just happened? And Derek's like, go! They just went inside naked. And I'm just on the floor cracking up, and he just peels out of there in an RV, and he's like, what happened? Are you serious? And he's like, why didn't you tell me? I would have filmed it. And Derek's like, no, I got it. So I'm pretty sure, I'll send you the link. I'm pretty sure he uploaded it and just blurred everything out. But it's just like, oh my God, what did they do?
Yeah.
It was insane.
Oh my God, I'm definitely going to be watching that. That's funny.
That's what I might be remembering. I know he uploaded the Malort stuff. I think it's the same night. I don't know how much footage he uploaded, but I know I gave Max my camera at one point and filmed it for this giant vlog thing, but we never ended up uploading it. And it was like an hour long. It was like the first, it was like the tour vlog, you know? And so this makes sense why my channel, just to circle back around,
right?
Why this happened, because I was drunk that night. There was another night in California at this place called the Viper Room.
Okay, I know that place. Yeah,
a very, very, it's Johnny Depp's club, like he owns it. So we're there, and I started the entire set. Freaking Cooper bailed on me, but I bought a unicorn onesie, and he bought like a baboon onesie, and we were supposed to wear it together. And I put it on, and this show was packed. And Max was just like, dude, like, are you guys sure you want to do that at this, tonight? Because there was also someone from like Metal Blade Records there, like watching.
Oh, nice. Good. Yeah.
And he's like, Justin, like, do you really want to do this tonight? And I was like, oh yes, tonight's the night. And I knew it was going to get hot. So I'm just wearing a thong underneath this giant like unicorn onesie, and we're playing our normal set, and like halfway through I like took the top off and just tied it around. And there's been many shows where I just stripped down to like a thong and I'm just being ridiculous. This show, I just look at the audience and do the "Are you not entertained?" And everyone's like, yeah, like they loved it. We start playing Red Light. I'm just in a thong, and I just kind of I'm in Hollywood at Johnny Depp's club, and there's someone from Metal Blade Records here. I took it off, and I got naked. This place is packed, and I'm just running around ass naked, singing just the final song, and Max is like trashing his kit. Everyone's going nuts. I climb up a giant pillar and grab onto the rafters, and I'm hanging from one arm, just beating my chest at the end of it. My friggin' balls are hanging out. Everyone's filming it. I cannot. Everyone was filming it. I'm like, why hasn't anyone uploaded this? I want to see it so fucking bad. And just afterward, they had a curtain that closes. So we finish our set. I jump through the curtain. And I just kind of pop my head back out. I'm like, hey, can someone hand me my underwear? And these two black twins, they both come over, and she was just like, here you go, and just gives me my underwear. I was like, oh, you're a saint. And so Waylon, he comes up, and he's just like, dude, you need to leave. They called the cops. Just go. Just go, man. And this is the funniest part about this entire situation is that I hurt my foot really, really bad the first day of tour. I did a front flip with a blindfold on, so I couldn't see when I landed, and I just came down crooked and just cracked it. So I'm like limping this entire tour, and it hurts so bad. I'm like walking with like a cane, and there was this really long like steps that go down underneath the venue into where the merch room is. So the lady who runs that's how you have to get into the bar too, is you go in from the back and walk up the stairs. So she knows I'm the guy with the bum leg, right? And her and I, because she had crutches too. She fucked up her leg. So we had a moment where like we're both like, yeah, man, like here's how I messed up my leg. And she's like, oh, here's mine. She's like, honestly, you can have my crutches for your set if you want. And I was like, no, I don't want to take away your crutches. It's all good. So after I put my clothes on and I walk down the stairs, and I'm just like, hey, how's it going? And she's like, you wouldn't believe it. The last band that played, their fucking singer's an idiot. He got naked or something and got the cops called. Now they're going to show up. And she didn't know it was me. So I'm just like, oh, that sucks. How do I get out of here, by the way? And she's like, oh, right over here. So I go and get our merch. I put on a hoodie and a hat, and I just walk the fuck out. And I'm carrying my mic. Everyone's outside now. And people start seeing me. They're like, there he is. There he is. And they're like, yo, dude, that was insane. That's the most rock and roll shit I've ever seen. And I'm just like, shh. The cops pull up. I kind of just like walk real fast, get in the RV, and I just shut the door, change my clothes. And I'm just like, if anyone comes, I'm not entering. I'm not opening the door. Church from AKC knocks on the door. She's so drunk. And he's like, bro, I should kiss you right now, man. That's rock and roll. I have not seen that. It's like he loved it. And everyone else was just like, I can't believe he did that. Holy shit, he's going to get arrested. I didn't get arrested. Nothing ever happened. But I can say that I'm just like, no, I did this. I got naked at Johnny Depp's club. And it's amazing. And I'm just like, yes. I'm so happy that I got away with it too. But I'm just like, dude. And the best part about it is that Dom, the driver, filmed everything. And then afterward, at the end of the tour, there was this one venue we played in, I think it was Reading, Pennsylvania. There was like this black couch that looked like a casting couch for like porn. So one at a time, he has us all sit down and talk about that night, like interview style, like a documentary style. And later on, he had like Max's mom watch the video, and she's like, oh my God. And like freaking out. Everyone's freaking out. And I'm sitting there and I'm just like, honestly, like, and it's great because you see the whole video, and there was this moment of hesitation. I won't get naked, but I'm like sitting there just in a thong, and you saw me go like this, and there's this moment of hesitation, and then I just take it all down. Like there was this one pause where I'm just like, should I? Yeah, I'm going to do it. And then, so I'm like, There's that. And then there's when I got in the fight with the security guard. I'm like, when I really, really think about what happened to me with my channel getting ad restricted, I'm like, no, this makes sense. I get away with so much shit. And then they just keep letting me make content and keep booking us and stuff. The night after I got naked was the next night was the Las Vegas show I was telling you about. They're like brother-sister bars, I guess. So the fucking owner comes out to me and he goes, listen, man, if you get naked, I will shut the sound off so hard. He was like laying it into me. He's like, you're done. You are done. I will make sure you never get booked here again. And I was just like, I was just like, listen, man, like, I promise I'm not going to do it. Just total sweetheart to the guy. And then he ended up loving us. And he's just like, thank you so much. And I take off my shirt on stage because I get hot. And I had the mic. I'm like, this is all I'm taking off. I promise. I promise. Please don't stop the stream or stop the show. I'm like, I'm just taking off my shirt. And he was right up front. He loved us so much. But he was so scared that I was going to do it again.
Yeah.
It all makes so much sense. I'm like, man, if I kind of deserve to have my channel restricted. And like the time with the security guard fight and the time at the Viper Room, I was 100% sober both times. Like, rational minded Justin made those decisions. So it's like, yeah. But at the same time, I'm like, maybe metal needs someone like that again.
Well, absolutely. Like, metal's supposed to be crazy. And it's harmless. It really is harmless. Like, did you end up in, like...
It was, by the way, it was an 18-plus show when I got naked. So there were no minors there.
Right.
Thank the Lord.
Totally harmless, though. Like, I mean, when it comes down to that, it's like, do you really deserve it in the end? Like, to be ad restricted and stuff? It's like, you didn't do anything that's considered wrong. You did something that's against their opinion.
I'm like, here's the way I see it now. Like, now that, like, because stuff's getting out there. They're like, dude, their singer from Tala, he's got an OnlyFans. He gets naked at shows. There's footage of me, like, just in a thong at shows. Or there's videos of me just in, like, freaking women's panties. I'm just like, that's it. And I'm just going around being crazy. And I'm starting to get this reputation now where people are like, this guy's nuts. This guy is insane. But then you talk to me and they're like, oh, he's like the sweetest guy. He's got this like little high voice. And then I get on stage and I lose my mind. So people are starting, I'm getting in fights with security guards. People are starting to like notice. They're like, this guy's nuts. So it's like, now when word starts getting out, they're like, his channel got ad restricted. It's like, yeah, this guy's nuts. He's insane. That's like, it's just, and it makes sense. It's like, why did my channel get ad restricted? Oh, because on a 14-hour live stream where I was drunk, I was showing my ass and being ridiculous. It's like, it makes sense. In
all fairness, though, Cardi B.
Yeah, but she's a girl.
Well, that's true. There is that.
People expect her to be twerking half naked and do shit like that.
In all fairness, too, what about Johnny Depp himself?
What has he done?
I'm pretty sure he's got plenty of nude stuff out there. I'm pretty confident. I'm not going to check, but I've heard a lot of women talk about how they were like, oh, and Justin Bieber. He used to get naked at some of the Hollywood parties and skateboard.
Oh, yeah. See, that's what I mean. These are all famous people.
That's true, yeah.
Part of me is bummed because I got ad restricted, but part of me is like, no, man, like, I'm getting that reputation as this crazy guy. Tala needs that, and I need that. I'm just going to ride it at this point.
I think it's necessary. I really do. Like, it's a crazy band. It's a crazy, like, everything's, like, psychotic about it. And it's like it needs the energy, you know? Like, without the energy, it's just like, oh, well, the psychotic music, but the band's not, But whenever you actually perform it, it's like, damn, I actually see the energy that I hear, you know?
It's madness. I can't say I'll never get naked on stage again. What I can say is that if it is another 18-plus club, and if I'm like, I have the money to bail myself out of jail, and like, you know, maybe I can. Who knows? Who knows?
I guarantee if Max was watching this video, he's like, crap.
No, Max. Here's the thing, Max loves me, but at the same time, like, he's like, dude, do your thing, but there's sometimes when you can't do your thing. Like, he's like, that's why he got me. He was looking for a crazy thing. I remember there was one part where it was when there was a part, I won't give names, but there was a member of the band who wanted to kick me out of the band. And they were like, it's because Justin's a liability. And Max and his mom and Cooper and Derek, so it's kind of getting narrowed down. They were all just like, that's why we want Justin in the band, because he's crazy. He has a great voice. He's a good performer, but he's crazy.
Yeah.
We need that. And it's so much, like, even when we're hanging out, like, just like off stage, Max is always just like, I'm doing something weird. And Max is like, why are you like this? And like, I've told this story before. When we were in the studio, there was a part where we were in this guy's, so the Josh Schroeder was the producer. It's his wife's father, so his father-in-law. That guy just lets us stay in his basement. Like he loves letting bands stay in his basement. That's his thing. He always takes pictures of the bands and puts them on this thing. And he's like, these are all the bands that I had to stay here, like when they were recording. It's so cool.
Nice.
And so I got in a fight with Max's mattress. And like I just come down and I said like the N-word, but with the hard R. And I'm like, oh, you calling me we'll say ninja. I'm like, you calling me a ninja? And then I just start beating the shit out of Max's mattress and like throwing it around and tackling it. And the guy's like, what's going on down there? And I'm like, are you not hearing what this mattress is saying? And I just keep beating the shit out of his, and Max is just like, dude, what are you doing? I got Max banned. I got his IP address banned from Omegle. Because we were on there just messing with people, and I would stand. He had a laptop on the floor, and I'm standing above his webcam, ass naked, so you don't see me. And I would slowly just come down and just put my balls right in front of the camera, and then I would turn around and just talk with my asshole, and I would just fart like crazy, and you're just seeing the hole like open, and everyone was just like next to us so fast. There was one guy who just blew it to that. It was so fucking funny. Max is just crying and laughing on the side, watching all this go down, and I just grab my feet and I'm just ass naked on the ground going, I'm just a baby, and this dude's just stroking it, and then you just see. And Max is like, he just came! He fucking came! And I was just like, oh my God! It was so fucking funny. And then,
oh man,
we kind of settled down after he got banned from Omegle, and we're playing like Jackbox. Cooper's like upstairs, and I just like bend over, and I'm on the ground with my legs in the air. I just shoved a candy cane up my ass, and I just start going, Cooper, come here. And he comes downstairs, and he's like, what? And he gets down the whole stairs, and he's just kind of looking for a second, and like he doesn't understand what he's looking at, and then he just goes and just loses it. Like I don't know why I do this, because I think it's just like the entertainer in me. I just love making people laugh and making people go, what the fuck? Because when I'm by myself, like I'm the quietest, most introverted person, except I talk to my cat all the time. But then it's like, I just get in these moods where I'm like, I'm going to make you laugh, and there's no line. And it's just like.
Well, so is this where we get into talking about the sockets?
Oh, you know what? Before I go, because it's 3:30 in the morning here.
Right.
Before I go, we should talk about the sockets, because I did say we would talk about the nut sockets.
Oh my God, I was watching that interview, and he just I can't remember which one it was that was saying it. Was it a guitar player?
Max was the one that was talking about the.
Oh, was he talking about the sockets?
He was the one that was like, the question was, what was the grossest thing you've ever seen someone do on tour?
Okay. And yeah, I just see him legit like, yeah, we were just chilling, and out of nowhere, Justin was talking about how there are sockets up there where your nuts go into or something like that. He goes, no, there's not. And he goes, oh yeah, totally. And just without warning, you just drop down and go, let me show you. And you just straight up show him. Exactly.
There's no exaggeration. That is not a hyperbole. He was like the RV set up, so like there's a couch here, and then there's a table here with like two little mini couches here. So he's over here, I'm on the couch just like reading a book, and it was like someone asked a question about like tucking. I don't remember who, but someone was like, yeah, I don't get how guys do that. I'm like, oh, it's wicked easy. And then Max is like, what are you talking about? Like, doesn't it like hurt your balls? And I'm like, no, there's like these sockets up in there, and you just stick them in there. And he's like, no, there's not. And then I just stood up, literally just dropped my pants, and was just like, no, watch. And I'm doing it, and he just goes, oh, dude, stop. He was so grossed out. And then I was like, yeah, you just shove them up in here. And then I was like, and then you just take your dick, and you just stick it with an empty sack, and you stick it over here, and then you just put some tape. And I just did the whole thing. And so he's like sitting there, and he's like, I just watched my singer give himself a sex change right in front of me. And it's So, like, there was no hesitation. I was like, no, I'm going to show you right now, dude. And Cooper's just watching like this. Derek was asleep. Dom's driving and just cracking up. He's like, what's going on back there? Because Dom is the best driver in the world. He encourages all that stuff. And then Max was just like, oh, stop, please stop. I don't want to see it anymore. I'm like, Max, just look how easy it is. And he's just like, please stop, put it away. And then I would, I got it's like me. This is why I'm pretty sure if AJ was still in the band, one of us would have been, I mean, I already got arrested, but one of us would be in jail because there was a time, I think we were in Illinois, and AJ was like, we were waiting in the RV while everyone else was in Starbucks, and AJ just goes, dude, I really got to shit. Should I just go shit like outside right now in front of the highway? Because there was like a highway right there, but it wasn't like a highway. It was like one of those like 4-lane like roads, but it's like not the highway. It was like the traffic lights and shit like that. So I was just like, yeah, dude, bro, I'll film it. So he just goes outside with a cowboy hat on, ass naked, and just shits in front of the road. Someone called the cops, and he's in the paper because I guess that's what they do there. If you get the cops called on you. So the cop, I went to Starbucks because I was like, actually, I got to shit, but I'm not going to shit outside. I'm going to go shit in Starbucks. I think Derek was asleep. So the cop ends up knocking on the door, and he's like, what's going on in here? And he's like, yeah, we got a complaint that someone shit outside. And AJ was like, nah, man, no one did that. And the cop's like, I can see human shit outside. And like, AJ was like, shit. And he was underage at the time. And like all this stuff was going down, or not underage, like underage to drink. Like he was like, 20
gotcha.
Like that. But there were like empty beer cans in the RV. And it's like, like we had overage people. Like it could have been my beer, but it's like, they don't know. So he just made AJ clean up the shit, and then was just, and I think gave him a ticket or something like that. But
man,
like the two of us together we were such a bad combination because we would just keep like just keep one-upping each other, and like just like what's the word when you encourage someone to keep doing it?
Bad influence. Or
yeah, it was like that. Like we would just keep laughing at each other. And like every single day for the entire 3-week tour, I woke up to AJ's dick in my face. Like I would just wake up, and then all of a sudden he's just standing there ass naked, dick in my face. There was one time when he didn't do it. He was talking, he saw me wake up, and he just goes, oh, and just comes over and does it real quick. He did not miss a beat. So he's doing that shit, and then I'm doing all the shit that I'm doing. And like he would like talk with his ass. And he would like take his nutsack and like put it real tight and be like, look, it's a brain, and like smack it. And so it's like the two of us together are just such a bad combination, but it was so funny. And I'm just like, then Eric joined the band, and Eric's the opposite. Like he's super conservative, super Christian. Like at the time he was a virgin. Like he's married now, so he got rid of that, but he was, I'm not having sex till I'm married. Literally the exact opposite of AJ. So the dynamic kind of changed a little bit because we're like, well, we don't want to piss him off. Like,
right?
What do we do? So it's like we went from being nutcases to being normal to being nutcases again as a 4-piece. And now Max's girlfriend is in the band, so we toned it down again.
Yeah.
But, it's just pure, just that band is just chaos. I don't know why I do it. I just think it's fun. I'm just like, if I can make you laugh, I'm gonna do it. There is no line.
Absolutely, man. That's freaking hilarious. Hopefully I can catch one of those shows and see how far you guys go with the normal show there.
Even normal shows, like we've toned it down a little bit, but I'm sure we're gonna crank it back up. But like, I used to like run over to Max's cymbals and grab them and just. There was one show in Wisconsin where I bashed my head against the wall so hard that I put a hole in the wall. And the venue owner comes over after, and he's looking at it, and he's like, did you do this? I was like, yeah, I'm sorry. He goes, did you do it with your head? And I was like, yeah. And he just goes, fuck yeah, dude. Like he was all about it. And I'm just like, I headbutted a hole into this guy's wall on stage. Like it's great when they're all about it.
Right.
But it's like, I used to hang from shit. Like after I got arrested, I started toning it down just because I was like, I'm not famous yet. If
Right.
I get arrested and go to jail, I'm like, this is a building momentum right now.
Yeah.
So I'm like, guys, we still got to be crazy, but let's just plateau for a little bit until we get over that wall. And then once we're huge, we'll turn it right the fuck back up. Because at that point, it's like, we already did it. If I go to jail, like, we
Right.
already did it. And by then I could probably afford some decent lawyers to get me out.
Exactly. That's the way to do it. That's the Cardi B, Justin Bieber way.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited. I don't know when it's gonna happen. All I know is that 2020, the entire band, we just feel like a loaded gun. Like it's like,
oh yeah, I bet.
We feel like a loaded gun, but we're not allowed to pull the trigger yet. So it's like we put out this album, everyone loved it, our numbers are insane, but we can't tour. So we're all just sitting here like shaking our knees, and we're like, what's gonna happen in 2021? I think Earache got us a really good European booking agency. They're called like K2 or something like that.
Nice, like the drug.
That's the drug?
Well, that fake stuff, that fake weed that they would sell at the gas stations or whatever. And it was
I
like,
didn't know that was called that.
Yeah, K2. The stuff that made people go crazy and have seizures and stuff. Yeah.
That's awful. I don't know if that's I think the label's called or the agency's called K2, but they book like Gojira and like I think like
nice.
Metallica. Like they're a good agency. So we're like when COVID's over and we can go tour Europe, we're probably gonna get on some good shit. But America, we don't really have anything yet. So
yeah.
Fingers crossed for 2021.
Absolutely. Man, I can only imagine. I hope it all opens back up. I hope we don't go through some crazy dark recession because of this, but yeah.
If we had to do a lockdown again, we should just do it the way Australia did it. Like they, I think only have like 16 active cases right now.
I don't think. Wait, was that Australia that did it that way? Because Australia's pretty brutal about it.
Yeah, I have some students that are from Australia. They were saying that you weren't allowed to go more than 5 miles from your house.
Yeah,
like it was an actual lockdown, and like they're pretty much COVID free now.
Well, that's not too bad then, as long as they can remain that way. But man, that's yikes. The way they did it, like they arrested a pregnant woman for posting on Facebook about protesting, and they just went up there and they arrested her, and it's like, whoa.
Yeah, they did not mess around, but they're pretty much COVID free.
I think we need to do the Sweden model, in my opinion, where
what did they do?
They didn't lock down at all. Pretty much everyone got COVID and was fine.
They just let everyone get COVID and just get over it?
Yeah, they were just like, screw it. And they got like herd immunity. And everyone's legit fine. Their economy's functioning. They're actually the best economy in the world right now because everything's just going well for them. And they're just like, whatever. They're like, just be smart, social distance, and wear a mask. If not, oh well. So that's just like...
I'm one of those crazy people where I'm like, I don't even think it's a real thing. Like I said, I don't know. So every time I wish I had my mask. Every time I wear a mask, I always am doing this because I'm like, I'm only wearing the mask because I can't get in the store if I don't wear it.
Right.
I'm one of those people. I go to the gym and I'm just like, I'm not even going to wash my hands just to be, I'm like, I want to get COVID just to see if it's real, just to see. And I'm like, I haven't got it yet, but then again, my immune system is insane. The second Tala tour we did, every single person got sick on the tour except for me and the driver. And I was like, I would lick the floors of venues. Like we're on, and like people are spitting and pissing in all over the floors. And I'm like, I'm crawling around on the floor. And I'm like, ah! And people are just like, oh my God. And everyone's like, how are you not sick? And I probably spend more time in the bathroom than everyone else because I get crazy diarrhea. I call it anxiety. I just get really, you would never guess it, but my pre-show stage anxiety is so bad. It's awful. And it's like, that's what happens. I'm just like, hey guys, we got to the venue. I'm going to carry in the biggest thing, the biggest, heaviest thing, and then just go blow up the bathroom for half an hour because I can't help you load in. So I'm just going to load in the one thing no one wants to touch, load it in by myself, and go blow up the bathroom.
Right.
And then I keep doing it all night, and then we play, and then I'm fine.
Nice.
It's awful. That's how I know it's anxiety. But
and might just need to take a shot beforehand, like not really like get drunk or anything, but just like a quickie.
No, because it doesn't help.
Really?
I used to get it when I did track as well. Anytime I have to perform, it's like I think my mom has it too. I think it's like almost like an instinctual thing where my body is like you know how you get like fight or flight mode?
Yeah.
I think in my mind, I'm like, I'm about to play. And that triggers that response. So my body's like, we got to get rid of all this just in case he needs to run.
Right.
Just get it all out.
Oh, wow.
It happened.
That would be
I
an
was
interesting.
getting a tattoo, and it happened one time. I'm on my way there, and I'm like, man, I haven't got a tattoo. Like, this was my second tattoo. It was the tramp stamp, of course.
Oh, man. Of course it was the one at the rear.
Yep. So I'm just sitting there, and I'm just like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I'm like, and this place I went to was like 40 minutes away, and I'm like 15 minutes away, and I'm like, I'm going to shit myself. So I managed to hold it. And I have to park really far away because there's on-street parking. I'm like, I'm not fucking paying. So I park really far away, and I'm like walking around. I'm like, is there just like a place I could shit? Like just like a corner, and there's cameras everywhere. I'm like, this sucks. So I start going into establishments, and I'm like, hey, can I use your bathroom? And everyone's telling me no. Everyone's like, no, you have to buy something. And I'm like, I can't. I'm like, I only have enough money for this tattoo. So I'm just like, can I please just use your bathroom? Everyone's like, no, sorry. I go into a bank. I'm like, can I use your bathroom? They're like, no. Finally, I go to this place. It was like this weird, like artsy fucking like restaurant. And I'm just like, listen, I'm going to be totally honest with you. I'm about to shit my pants. I have diarrhea. I really need to go to the bathroom, and everyone's saying no. And this girl, she must have been like 18. She's like, yeah, go to the bathroom. So I went up and I just blew up the bathroom. And I didn't have enough money, and I gave her $20 anyway. And
Nice.
She's like, what's this for? And I'm like, because you let me use the bathroom. And she's like, you had to go to the bathroom. I just started getting wicked teary-eyed. I'm just like, I must have asked like 15 places, and everyone said no, and I seriously thought I was going to shit my pants. Just take it. So then I went to do the tattoo, and I was just like, hey man, like I know it's like going to be this much money. I think it was like $100. And I was like, but I gave $20 to a girl because she let me use the bathroom because I had diarrhea because I was nervous about the tattoo. And he had already finished the tattoo, and he's just like, oh dude, don't even worry about it. Just call it 60. Like he gave $40 off, and he's like, I don't fuck. Like he's like, dude, you just got a fucking tramp stamp for fun. Like, don't even worry about it.
Nice.
So I was like, awesome. What a great day.
Oh man.
Ever since then, every tattoo I've ever gotten is from that guy because he was just so cool and so chill, and he always gives me a discount. And I'm just like, this guy's amazing. I love this guy.
Nice. Woo. Well, man, I have to go help take care of the kid now and all.
Yeah, dude. What another great way to end the stream right there.
Absolutely.
Diarrhea and tramp stamps.
I mean, how do you beat that?
The gay horse story was pretty good, but I think this tops it.
Yeah, I'd say so. Oh my God. We got a lot of good stuff on here. I'm going to have to show the wife a lot of this stuff.
Oh yeah,
She's
man.
going to be busting up.
How long has this stream been?
It has been 6 hours and 11 minutes.
Woo! You got some content, man. You know what you should consider do? I know you got to go, but you should consider make another channel for your streams and stuff and just upload clips.
Yeah, I very well may have to do that. I'm thinking I'm going to have to go through all of these and just start cutting out all of them because I've been pretty lazy.
Yeah, like if you ever have a guest or if you ever have a video that does really well and you want to just take out the clips where like you didn't say something that would get you censored by the left-wing bias,
right?
You could just take out those clips and just upload it on a different channel and it's only just the clips. And if the clips start to go viral, it brings people right back to the full thing.
No, that's true.
Just because your videos are so long, like I love your content. I think if you did like, because you know how Joe Rogan does the clip stuff.
Yeah,
it's so good. Like if you did stuff like that, holy cow! Like I think it would help you out a lot.
Man, I probably have to agree with that. I definitely need to do it. I've just been lazy. Not only that, but man, not much time. Working a lot of overtime.
You know what you should watch? If you go back and watch your shit, watch it back at double speed. That's what I do for everything now.
Okay,
Like
that makes
anytime
sense.
even when I'm editing, I edit in double speed, and then I'll go back and watch it in normal motion to make sure that I can, do everything well. And then same with if I'm watching a video, if I'm like, I need to get something from this video for like another video, I'll just put it in double speed and just until I get to the spot I want, and then I'm like, all right, and then I'll record it in normal speed and just screen cap it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I need
So that'll make things faster, because that'll make a 12-minute video turn into a 6-minute video.
No, that's true. Yeah, I definitely need to do that. Man, it has been a crazy night, and we got to do this again, like really.
Stream.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
We need to do this again
man.
soon, more often. Last time I think it was, when was the last time we streamed? Was it the end of June? Or the end of July?
I think so. It was a while ago.
Man, I have too much fun with these.
Is this the third one I've been on, or the second?
Third one.
Okay, yeah, so we've done 3. Yeah, they've all been fun, man.
And absolutely. But I'll go ahead and I'll end the stream here, and later on, definitely like next time I'm gonna have to tell you about
you tell me about that next time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get you that vlog I was talking about with the Malort.
Hell yeah.
And you can watch that in your free time, because that's a great one.
Oh man, that sounds good to me. Yeah, I do want that. But yeah, definitely message.
Deal, man.
Sounds good. Well, thank you for being on here, man.
Dude, thank you for inviting me again. It's always awesome.
No problem. You're welcome anytime. I'm down to schedule one anytime. So
I appreciate it.